Christmas! Merry Christmas, everyone. Welcome to the Honest Wargamer. I'm your host, Rob. Welcome to Christmas Eve! The open house has commenced. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you're all well. What's going on? Luke, what up? Sorry again. Hope it's well. Dan Don't, hello. Yoda Gassel. T-Man Cash, Merry Christmas. Yeah. Warhammer TV intern, shut up. Skinny Boots, hello. Hope you're well. God, he won't shut up, that Warhammer TV intern. I'm sick of him already. It's his first day on the job. So it's his first day here. That guy 462, Coops. Pino, how you doing? M Tuk Tuk can't be with you guys live now since I've worked. Just want to quickly wish you all Merry Christmas. Rob, you really helped me through this year. Bless you. Bless you, M Tuk Tuk. I hope you're well, bud. You look after yourself, yeah? Merry Christmas. Don't forget, it can be whatever you want. I turned notifications on because I kept missing your streams. Thanks, Luke. Scott B, thanks for subscribing. What up, baby? Right, okay, hold on. Everyone chill out on the raffle. Everyone chill out on the raffle. So basically the way it works is, so there's a raffle set up. So I'll explain it to you all as we go. This is the way it works, I think. So don't keep trying to put a number in, it won't work. So you have to generate, Tank, Merry Christmas. So you have to generate loyalty points or something, which you get by watching or subscribing or gift subscription or any of those things gets you loyalty points. However, let me just do this right now. Everyone watching right now should get this right. We're going to be super slow about this today. I'm going to be more chill than I normally am. I'm not going to fly through this stuff. So let me just do the loyalty thing. There you go. Add points to all viewers. So everyone watching right now can have 100 loyalty points. So that should work. So you should all end up with some loyalty points. Alright. No. So everyone has Twitch points, which are hydration points, which is like a Twitch thing, which we can use later on for predictions. For instance, me and Scriver spent ages on this yesterday, so I'm going to do this right now. What? Plymouth Troll says, thanks for subscribing, baby. Right, so let's just do this, shall we? Let's start a prediction. This should work on Twitch. Start a prediction. My first prediction today will be, has anyone got a prediction we want to do? We're going to do this. Will we mention the Warhammer 40,000 app? I'm going to start the prediction, and it's going to go on for 5 minutes. Start prediction. Got it. And then you should be able to vote with your channel points. I think we're going to do loads of stupid shit over Christmas. Helgamar, thanks for, gifting 10 gift subscriptions to the chat. Oh, man, thanks. Merry Christmas. That's really nice of you. Oh. Hey, Tom, Merry Christmas. Do you want to join me for the open house? Do you want me to call you? Scrivo, do you want me to call you? It's the season for giving. Thanks, man. Merry Christmas. That's super lovely of you. Okay. Skype, Tom? Oh, there you go. So you guys should be able to now do a prediction. Helgamar, that's really nice of you. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. You guys should be able to do a prediction in the chat. Fuck knows how this works. Me and Scriver set it up yesterday. If you guys just start raffling in the chat all day, I don't know what's happening. But basically, we're going to give away a bit of terrain. Check this out. Printed the first bit of terrain. Look at this. What do you all think? That's the back, obviously. And then that's the front. And then there's a little tour. So that's the tower. You see the brickwork? Not bad, eh? Oh, we printed two! It doesn't go like that. It doesn't go like that. Apart from in Upside Down Town, which would obviously be a great place to live. Mirror Town. I don't know how the predictions thing's going or anything else is working. Warhammer TV intern, shut up. Stay that less. Scrivo, we're going to have to work out how that works. Live paint job. I could do that. That would be fun. Oh, thanks to everyone subscribed. Has anyone been able to vote yet? On the printer or that one printer or James? No, this was us. This is our printer. This is our printer. So, massive love. We did this. You guys did this. Look at this. Print it out. That Warhammer TV intern is already annoying me in the chat. I need to stop how many times he says that. Fucking stop saying Raffle. This is already the worst thing. I already hate this, and I don't want this to be what we do again. So Callum just wanted to pop in and say Merry Christmas to Rob, the team, and the chat. 20 has been a rough year for everyone. It has, and you face it with great attitude. Thanks, man. I hope everyone has such a better year in 2021. I hope everyone has a better year in 2021. Trog, Merry Christmas. Love Trog. Have you got a big enough dry brush? Oh, baby. Look at that. I'm going to dry brush the fuck out of this. It's pretty sweet looking, though. What do you think? That's pretty cool. Raffle? I already hate this, and I don't want to do it again. Pugvox. Streamers and mods can't do is click hydration points to enter, I think. So, you gotta collect points. I don't know how it works. Just keep typing Raffle one day. We've blown all of our fun stuff that we've done already. We've ended up with a prediction-o-meter, and no one has done... Has anyone voted on the prediction thing? Is it at the top of the page? Fuck. Okay, I'll do a poll. Hold on. New poll. Is the chat the best? Response, yes. Hell yes. I think if you're a proper streamer, someone else does this for you. Amazing. Let's try that. And then also, this is another option. So I'm going to start. So you can vote with your hydration points as many times as you like. Start poll, go. Okay, there's also a poll going on. Fucking God knows what's going on. Anyway, I hate the Warhammer TV intern thing already. Oh wait, a poll popped up on the chat in front of me. Oh, I did so much work last night. I don't know how any of it works. I'm going to call Tom Leighton. That's what I'm going to do on Skype. And then we're going to invite him into our open house and see how he is. That's what we're going to do. Give us all a moment, everyone. Let's get Tom Leighton in here for the first of the open house. Tom Leighton? That's fine. That's fine. Tom just has to put an oh my God. I hate all of the... I tried to set up a raffle thing and it fucking doesn't work. And we made this hilarious joke where we set up an entire Skype account, Tom. So we set up a whole Twitch account. So we set up a whole Twitch account where we made our new moderator in the chat the Warhammer TV intern.
Haven't you?
No, there you go. Hello. Lee Taylor, quick question. Technically seems stone ability that only works on the spells cast by any wizards, not on any other spells. Lee Taylor, yes. There's some great arguments for why it should work on your friendly spells, but anyone that makes that argument is probably, and I mean this in all seriousness, probably a murderer. I'm just saying that. I would check their basement or under their garage to see if they've murdered children.
Check
or adults.
Their faces as well. Make sure we're not getting some extra distance on those things. You know, their tape measure's probably got some fake measurements on it. You know, need to be careful of those people, dude.
I agree.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Oh, Owen Jackson. I hope you'll join us for our winter hangout at some point. Tank Roberts is very excited to see Tom Leighton in the chat. Tom, how you?
I don't know why.
Tom, you got a little Christmas tree behind you.
Yeah, mate. I've got some beard baubles as well, but obviously don't go on me because I don't have a beard. So they're going to go on that tree as well. It's just a case of actually finding the time to put them on. Look at what I've got over here, mate. It is. There you go.
Oh, nice beard ornaments.
They're baubles that go in people's beards, but of course, as I have not yet hit puberty, it's not really applicable for me. So,
nice.
You know, we're gonna put those on the tree, and I'm sure it'll be fine. What have you guys been up to?
What have I been up to? So I spent most of yesterday. I played a game with Budtastic Guy, which was fun. That was my little Christmas treat to myself. We played 40k. You were there.
And then he flagellated himself by going out in the cold. Yep.
That's true. Then I spent hours working out how to do the raffle, which was longer than I thought, and now it's but now gonna come in, thanks for subscribing. But now Warhammer TV intern is in the chat all the time, which is hilarious. We were also going to go with Grotbot, but that was taken, sadly.
Oh, boo! It's a shame.
Yeah.
Warhammer TV intern is fine because that's just you, right? That was your job description, right? You were just the intern, right? That's how it
Yeah,
works.
very
Yeah,
Christmas Echo Scorpion. And then I printed my first bit of terrain.
nice, bro. I saw some test ones
Did you
yesterday.
see it?
I did see it on the stream a minute ago. Yeah.
Oh shit! I've got my
Stick
camera
was on the
working
edges of a board, but look good in the T Sports Arena. Unfortunately, we're giving them
Actually,
away.
really,
So
the quality is actually so fucking cool. Really.
yeah, it's decent,
Like,
mate.
yeah. I just let it go, and it just had a great time,
Yeah,
basically.
man.
So now I'm doing the lids, and then I've got to do. This is part of a structure. So there's this,
Hmm.
and then there's 3 floors and a tower.
So you're building a whole Fortress of Redemption over here.
No, I'm just building a building. Like, this wouldn't be a bad size building, but I don't know about you. We got an Ender 3 Pro is what we got. £220.
Not bad.
Pretty brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. So yeah, pretty happy with that. And look, that's the first piece of terrain for the T Sports Arena. Yeah. Of 90.
Pretty cool.
It's not even the first piece.
It's not for T Sports Arena. Yeah. It looks good though.
Yeah.
Give that a spray, dry brush that bad boy. Nice.
Yeah. I'm very excited. Question: Technical Stone ability is the only endless spellcast by new wizards. We've answered that question. There we go, Lee Taylor. I've answered it. Question. Yeah. Punk box 220. But then each roll of materials £20. So it's nuts. So yeah. Anyway, very happy with that.
That's
very excited. Shut up, Warhammer TV intern. I agree, MJ Pegasus. Might have to fucking ban him.
It is incredibly noisy.
He's just shut. I'm going to go over there now and try and fix him because this is our first day with him out there.
Yeah.
And he's talking too much in the chat, I think.
I think your poll's been ruined, by the way. There are definitely people voting multiple times over here.
Yeah, you're allowed to vote multiple times on the poll.
That's why I've got 250 69s.
Can I see the poll so far?
Yeah, look at the poll. Look at the state of that.
Is the chat the best? Yes, hell yes, amazing.
There was no fuck the chat option, so I had to go with that one, I'm afraid.
It's been voted 245 times. This is going to be really fun as the day progresses. So I'm looking forward to this for the day. Exclamation mark. So, thanks to you wonderful people. Now, I know that the annoying Warhammer TV intern in the chat, who is so annoying.
I feel like that was the point when he named him, though, let's be honest.
That was not this annoying. It's like disruptive to the chat, let's be honest.
Annoying enough to be annoying, but not actually be annoying to you. Meanwhile, unfortunately, you've let him loose. You've let him loose upon the world. He's finally got some freedom.
So the idea is, now we've got the printers, thanks to the wonderful Twitch chat, is once a month, if you're a subscriber to The Honest Wargamer, you can enter into a raffle and banning where are the mods? If you enter the raffle, which you just should type exclamation mark raffle. I don't really know how it works. There's some loyalty points things. Fuck those right now.
So I believe that sub-only giveaways are TOS, but what you can do is you can basically say, if you're a sub, you get 10 times the number of tickets that a pleb would get.
Yeah, that's what I've done. That's what I set it up
Yeah,
as.
perfect. Yeah, perfection.
But then, so someone in the chat, so basically this is the way it's going to work now. Someone on Patreon is going to win a piece of terrain every month. Cool. Someone in the chat is going to win a piece of terrain every month. Super cool. You can't do it on donations, otherwise that's a lottery. You're not allowed to do that.
Yes.
So that's a no. Winky face. But then we're going to do a fund for a resin printer to make models, because you can't really make models with the FDM printers, which is what the terrain printers are. And then if we hit that by the end of the year, then every month we're going to give away a model to someone on Patreon and then a model to someone on Twitch.
Sounds good.
So that's cool. So there's 4 prizes basically, which I'm quite proud of. I think that'll be quite fun. It's not the Helgamar. Oh no, MJ Pegasus. MJ Pegasus, you always stop it. Thanks, MJ Pegasus, for helping donate.
MJ Pegasus, you've already got your moderator. You don't need to give any more money.
He does. I'm gonna give him my fucking nipple pictures later.
Really are doing an OnlyFans at this point.
Oh, thanks, bud. Thanks to to Helgamar, MJ Pegasus, which has got us some of the way there. You guys, Merry Christmas to you. Right, let's shut up about it now. I just wanted to let everyone know what the situation was, and then I can't stop.
When I was sat in your game yesterday, when you were playing Podtastic Guy, because I was sat on a call, you just obviously his name is Bud, right? So you just like, oh, thanks, Bud. So when you said thanks, Bud, there, I looked up to see if he was in the chat. because of course you're using it as both a name and oh
Yeah,
shit.
being named Bud in Canada must be so frustrating because I spoke to Val Heffelfinger last day. He was like, "Hey, Bud." I was like, "Hey, Bud, excuse, but." Must be super annoying to be called Bud. Listen, I don't know if the raffle thing's going to work. So, Merry Christmas, Callum Purdy. But I'm just
Definitely
going
gonna
to...
give something away there.
Yeah, I'm basically just going to give something away. I might fucking turn the raffle thing off because it's looking like it's a disaster.
He's getting very frustrated with the bot, let's put it that way.
No one in the chat knows how to make it work, and neither do I. I can't help you. Anyway. Wait, let me try and get the name right. Hold on. Ain Velton. Thanks for donating.
There you go. Well done, mate. You took your time with that one. It worked out well. Good job.
Thanks. Yeah, take your time. That's what you got to do. Yeah, this right. It's a faffle. Oh, Gabe. Oh man. Oh shit. Tom, carry the show. The Amazon delivery's here. Carry the show, Tom.
Oh, okay. Yeah? Hi, chat. How are you all today? Bet Rob's lucky that I'm actually here for another 10 minutes, so I can actually make sure you're not saying anything horrific in the chat. I am the epitome of charisma today. Definitely didn't just wake up. Hi, chat. What you're working on, huh? I have got some Armaga Warglaves. And I did not buy these because they're anything other than complete shit. I'm quite pleased I'm painting them though. So I've got these. And the only reason I got them is because I've got a Knight Acheron over there. It was in pieces in the back room. I don't know why I had a £200 model utterly broken in the back room, but I did. So I've been fixing that up. That's all sprayed. But I have a bunch of shelving units over here. So what I've ended up doing is I'm trying to set up a bunch of models in those shelves so they actually look nice, because at the minute there's a bunch of just naked shelf there. So when I went to get some spray from Warhammer World, I thought, you know what? I can get some stuff to fill out my shelves. So I bought these Armaga Warglaves. I've been painting these for a few days. Just need to do the blades, make them nice and shiny and sharp, and put some gore on them. I need to finish the shoulder pads on this one, and then we should be good. And then I've got some more custodians as well. I also have a massive pile of shame I need to sort out on top of that shelf there. That's actually kind of intimidating. That's okay. We'll make it work. So you got Vanguard Veterans, cuz. Nice. Good choice. Good choice. What colour are you doing them? Are you by any chance doing them red? That could be pretty good. Saw somewhere that when Lumina Friend was, that'll be a Rob question. That's an intern. We don't care about the intern. That's fine. We leave the intern well. What's on your Christmas wish list? Nothing at the minute. I haven't actually even, I'm pretty content at the minute. Just need to get my stuff painted, really, don't I? Have you seen the state of my room, Rob?
It looks good, though.
Yeah, but I've got 2 Indomitus box sets, a bunch of Grey Knight boxes, 2 Man Crusher Gargants, 3 Virtus Praetors, 1 Guard Colonel, 30 Bloodletters, and a bunch of Falcons on top of my cabinets over there that all need painting and assembly.
Wow, that's pretty. Just...
And then I've got all my cabinets just full of shit that all needs painting. It's
Twitch
bad,
chat.
man.
Twitch chat, it's a Christmas miracle. I just got this. I thought it was a delivery, yeah,
Huh?
from something else, but it wasn't.
Is it food? It's jams.
Oh my god, Twitch chat! It's a bloody Christmas jams!
Fuck it, it is jams.
Look at that!
Yeah.
We just got a Christmas miracle! A selection of jams! Oh, I'm so excited.
I'm very glad I covered the stream just so you could go and collect your jams, because Rob does need to eat. And you're obviously familiar with Winnie the Pooh, right?
I am.
You know how all drawings of Winnie the Pooh are just him just sat underneath a tree with his hand in like a honey pot or a beehive?
Yeah.
We could just do that with you and jams, mate. That'd be some nice artwork we could sell.
I'd be really happy with that.
Yeah, get Scribble on that one, mate.
I don't know if are you Eeyore? Are you Tigger? Do you know?
That's a good question. I'm kind of like a weird, inbred, version of both, right? I've got the bottom of Tigger and just the head of Eeyore.
The legs.
Yeah.
Can I just I don't know if I thank Gabe and also Helgamar and everyone else for Grinaldi for subscribing. I just finished my pierogi and now I'm here. Very Warhammer Christmas to everyone. Would you like to know what jams I got, Tom?
I would, but Big Goldfish, I know you're in the mood for Necrons, mate, but I am actually finishing up a Necron shelf myself, mate. Sorry, buddy. I even bought. Oh, tell you what I did buy, mate.
Yeah, please tell
So
me.
I was looking to buy the Imperial Armor Compendium because now I need to learn another new book's worth of rules. Thank you very much, Israel and Latvia. I appreciate your vote. And to fill, so, but I need to spend 35 more pounds to fill out my postage. So I bought a Necron, one of those, the centipede.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
canoptic. What is it
yeah.
called?
It's called like a Canoptic Sentinel or something.
Wow.
But yeah, but one of
Wow.
those. What have you jams have you got there, mate?
Oh, okay. I will try one of these jams live on air if everyone's interested in that as a thing. Jams out for the boys.
How long are you on stream for, mate?
You are?
How long are you streaming for? Because I
Until I
need to
get
go in
bored.
Okay,
Oh no,
that's
you
fine.
can just whenever you
No,
want
no,
to
that's
leave,
fine.
just
That's fine.
say I'm going to
I
go
will do,
now,
yeah.
and then I'll call someone else in.
I'll be
think I
back
saw.
later on, but for now, but then I need to leave at 5:30.
I
That's
might
okay.
call the Warhammer Freedom Fighters in the chat. I might ask him if he wants to come on.
No, that's
The
fine.
old-
I was just checking. If you're only on for an hour, maybe the jam tasting session doesn't fit into the hour schedule. But as you're on for unlimited time, and I guess gotta.
It's whatever, and feel free to come back later or tomorrow or whenever. We're just
I,
hanging
I
out all Christmas. So do you want to know the selection of jams?
I
This
would
will.
like to know the collection of jams.
Tom, are you a mod? Can you?
Yeah, I'm a mod. What do you need to
You
know?
you can do the vote. We could vote on which jam I try. We could do the vote thing.
Oh, I can. Right, let's have a look at how to
Do
do
you want
this.
to learn how to do it?
No, no, mate. I'm gonna learn to do it. Hold up. I can't scroll down. That's a
So you need
problem.
to go into the
Mod
dashboard
view.
manage a
Yeah,
poll.
I'm on that. But I'm trying to find out where the manager poll is though. It doesn't let me scroll down. Hold up. Let me refresh this
This is
page.
truly the content we all need.
Well, there's not much you can do when I can't scroll down the page, dude. Oh no, it's just lots of timeouts. Okay. How do I manage a poll?
Hugh Wyeth of Bad Moon Cafe, thanks for £85 to the show, which is a good opportunity for you to remind everyone over Christmas. If anyone gets any Christmas money, or if they get anything that they're excited about, a good opportunity would be to go to one of like your local independent stores. Like Bad Moon's obviously an amazing place. Firestorm over in Wales. There's places all around the world. Like if you've got like a local retailer who you could support over Christmas or January, it's going to be particularly hard for them for the next 3 or 4 months. And I'm sure people already know this already. But you should do something like the same. Merry Christmas, Ziggy! Yes!
Yay, Ziggy!
Stop playing Pub Bowl for a day.
True.
Hello, Big Goldfish as well. Hello in the chat. Do you want me to help you with the vote, Tom, or not?
I'm trying to even find where it would allow me to even create a poll.
I'm going to do it. Manage poll. Okay. New
Very...
poll.
Where is the manage poll button and what does it look like?
Which... you have to go into the studio mode, maybe? I don't know.
I'm in the mod view. There's auto mod, mod actions, and then channel actions, and then users in chat, and then the stream itself.
We'll do a training session later. I honestly don't know either.
No, it's fine. Work it out.
Which jam should Robbie? Okay, I've fixed it up. I've done it myself. It's fine. It's like I'm working on Warhammer TV again. Just do everything myself. So these are the options. Okay. Yeah. First option, which is a super weird jam. Okay, pineapple, papaya, and mango.
Oh my! That's
so pineapple.
At what point did this used to become a jam and start to become a marmalade?
Papaya, mango. Okay, so that's option 1. Oh shit! Another delivery, Tom. I'll be back.
Okay, right. Well, I feel like this is now just some kind of like weird abusive situation where I'm forced to just stay here past 5:30. I'm very disappointed in this chat. Don't know what he's doing this for. He wanted to snort the jam. I mean, we could do that. That's the point, Colonel Cabbages. I was trying to ask that, but I didn't have the right word. At what point does it stop being a jam and start being a marmalade or a chutney, or what's the other thing that I'm thinking of? A preservative, is it? What's it called? I don't know, dude. That's fine. It's whatever. Let's see if we can get 69 on the jams. Get on the poll. Preserve. There you go. You got it. You got it. Nice one, guys. That Warhammer TV intern is very loud, isn't it? That's okay. Top 10 Forge World models. If I can name Forge World models, that would... I need to be able to name 10 Forge World models first, and then we might be able to get there. But until then, preservative is a condom in French. Well, I mean, that's kind of telling. It's okay. Thank you, Stuffling, for the £5, by the way. Rob, It is past, so
Go,
I'm going to
go,
hand
go.
it back
You
to you,
go.
mate, and I'm going to head. Good to see you, buddy. Talk to you soon.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Bye.
God, Stu Flynn, thanks for donating £5. The guys that normally work downstairs, they've all left for Christmas. Now I have to run downstairs and get deliveries myself. And it's just so stressful. Okay, I'm back. All right, so second jam in the mix for everyone to be a part of is, so don't forget, pineapple, papaya, and mango. What the hell? Serville oranges and black beer. Fucking what? Black beer? Does anyone know what black beer? Okay. I'm just going to go oranges and beer. Wait, oranges and black beer. Does anyone know what black beer is? Whatever. So that's jam 2. Thank you to Jacob Berry, by the way, who sends me these jams once a month. The second jam, carrot and marmalade. Oh, please don't vote for that. Please don't vote for that. Carrot and marmalade. What the fuck? Not into that at all. Okay, classic for the fourth one, cranberries. If you think this is weird now, wait till we get into like hour 16 of this tomorrow. It's going to be super weird. Jasmine, apple, and green tea. Fancy. Jasmine, apple, and green tea. All right. You can't add any more options. So unfortunately, you guys are not allowed to vote on strawberry and black pepper tarragon. Holy fuckaroonie. Who's going to order that? Right, I'm going to put the vote on for next 10 minutes. You guys can vote away, and I will try one of those at some point. And I've missed all the chat while I've been doing that. Black beer would be stout. That's interesting. I'm genuinely offended by carrot jam. I'm also offended by carrot jam. So I hope that works. So yeah, feel free to vote. I think you can vote multiple times, which is the fun part. So anyway, everyone, how are you all for Christmas? Are you all settled in? Are you all finished work? I mean, what's the situation? What's going on? What you all up to is the question I'd like to ask. I'm going to start doing some painting in a moment. It is my plan. Let me just see if who might come next into the open house. Not that it matters, because I'm just going to hang out with you guys. Jams to one side. Get my paint pots ready. Woohoo! Excited for Christmas. Black beer is defo Guinness. Beautiful stuff. Guinness pie, Guinness chocolate, Guinness everything. Tim, you painted rock guts. I'm happy with that. Currently, I'm manipulating a poll to make Rob Symes eat disgusting jam. Okay. It took a cook all day. I took today's cook all the food in preparation day, and for a practicality demonstration of the gluttony of sin over the next 3 days. Good. I'm really glad with that. And thank you for the donation. That was great. Raffle isn't in the commands list. It's on Streambot. It should be, bud. I'll go check it in a minute and try and sort it out. I don't know what the situation is with it, but thank you so much. I'll try and fix it. Default going to bed now. 6:30 need sleep. I'll be back later. Merry Christmas, Joe. I'm writing a letter to Father Christmas. It's a wish list of Beasts of Chaos points for the winter FAQ. Oh, we should do that. Grim Slacker, thanks for subscribing, and also thanks the other day for the donation. You're great. 2 quick questions because I don't know how to use Twitch. How do I enter the raffle, and how do I donate to the printer fund? Wolf Brother Nori. So you press exclamation mark raffle, although we're not 100% certain on the raffle right now. But basically, if you're a subscriber, you're in the raffle right now. I'll fix anything else after that. And donate, you just follow the link in the chat, and that's it. But I'm just going to quickly try and call in our next... Oh, Ziggy, man. Merry Christmas, Ziggy. Thanks for donating £100 to the fund, Ziggy, man. It's embarrassing for me. That's lovely of you. Merry Christmas for Mr. Mephisto. Is he in the chat? Mr. Mephisto. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so nice of him to be in the chat. Hope you're doing well, bud. Merry Christmas. Ziggy, thank you so much. You're an angel. I'm going to call in a man who's not an angel now, and I'm going to ask him how... what is his name on this? What is your name on here? Mumford. on Skype. Do you know what, Adam? Call me on Skype. That'll work easier. It's my first day in chat for like a million years. Well, welcome to the chat. You can vote on what type of weird jam I might eat over the Christmas period. What's going on? Stop the vote. How is the vote going? Let's quickly find out which jam should Rob eat. Carrot jam marmalade is... Oh, please, don't make it the carrot jam. I don't want that. What's going on? Hey, boobs. Hope you're well. I hope everything's well for everyone else. We didn't get the winter FAQ before Christmas, but maybe we're gonna get the Ziggy's donation today was super hot. Stress me out. Thanks, Sigs. Look what I made already. If you guys have missed it already, look at this piece of terrain, which we'll be making and doing a giveaway on, which I'm very excited about. Merry Christmas, Reflex, dog training. Oh man, Merry Christmas. Hope you're well. 4 weeks FAQs are Garbo at them. Oh yeah, there's a big situation. There's a new situation with a 2-week release schedule which we need to break up at some point. No. Stop voting for carrot jam, you fucking bastards. +1 to carrot jam. Fuck. Mathwallow, Merry Christmas, hope you're well. Oh, Joe Cryer. Oh, thanks, Joe, for donating some money to the fund to make it read 39.69. Thanks, Joe, buddy. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. Such a nice man. But my favourite Joe Cryer moment, obviously, when he came over to England, hung out with me for a couple of days, smack talk Team England at the ETC, and then they got, Team USA got a drubbing from Team England, which made me laugh quite significantly. So, dropped 20,000 hydration points on the good jam, but I'm still losing. Right, okay, so one of the things that Games Workshop announced yesterday as a thing, yeah, I think Rob's the... I'm not even voting. I'll just eat whichever jams you give me with this spoon, is what I'll do. I want to say, the Games Workshop announced that their new release schedule is going to be bi-weekly. So as opposed to weekly releases, I don't know if anyone read this, it's going to be bi-weekly. I wonder what everyone's thoughts are on that. Because that's pretty significant, ultimately. Like, that's a big deal. Like, what does everyone think? I thought about it, and I think their entire schedule and everything might be fucked, is how I feel. I feel like one of the things that they work well on, or one of the things they rely on quite heavily, is just be a moment, lads. I'm going to get someone in the chat to ask this question. Adam? Oh no. Is he working? Hello? Can't hear you yet. No, that's working. There we go. Let's just get you in the chat. Hold on 1 second for the lads. There we go. And there you go. Adam Mumford, everyone. The Warhammer Freedom Fighter. Very nice Christmas jumper.
I know, man. Sexy, innit?
How
like
are you doing?
It's a state champs one, mate.
Oh, nice.
Feeling like pop punk as shit.
How are you, and how is your cult?
My cult?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good, man. The cockatrice meta is here. Although
is it true that you've where are the cocks? Is the question. Where are the cocks?
Hang on, give me 2 seconds. I'll run and get.
I can't wait to see this.
There you go.
There we go.
So we've got this one here.
Nice.
We've got this one here.
Looks different to the other one.
Yeah, they're not the same models. They're all different. You've got this one here. Yeah.
Also lovely.
This one as well. There's another one.
Wait, yeah, great question. What are their names as they come out, please? And Adam, would you accept right now the Twitch chat to name them?
Yes.
Okay, so hold on. We need to start. Listen,
Oh,
we've got
poll.
8 hours.
Need
Let's
to
take
poll.
it slow. No, we
Okay.
can't do more polls.
More polls.
No, we're not doing 18 polls. So Cockatrice 1, I need a name. And actually, everyone who's donated should get to name them. I feel that that's fair. So
poll.
Helgabar at least gets a vote. So
got a-
Caucus 1 has been voted.
Oh, damn. That's a good name. What about the Ungor? Can we
Fred.
name each Ungor as well?
No, we're not naming. We're naming the cocks. Come on. Caucus 1, Cocky McCockerson, Fred, Steve, Carrot Jam. Please call Cat 1 Carrot
Yes,
Jam.
this is Carrot Jam. What about this one? This one's painted.
Oh! One...
He's got an Ungor stuck on him. Hang on. There we go.
Oh.
This is how much I care for my models, if you're wondering. They're
they
just sort of, you know.
Are they all Finecast as well?
Yeah. So apparently, when Finecast came out, you could drop it and it would be okay. That was a lie.
That was the the selling.
Yeah, man. Did you not see that bit?
No.
When it came out, I went into when it came out, it was like sold to you as like this is better than metal because it won't break. And the first thing that happened to me, I bought my brand new Skull Taker. So I was like, fuck yeah, I've got a Skull Taker, Finecast. This is the most awesome thing I've ever seen in my life. An hour later, I was playing a game with him, knocked him off the table, and it shattered.
Oh my god.
And I was like, fuck! And bearing in mind, at the time, I was like 13 or 14. So this was my literal pocket money for like months had been saved to get this like £15 model. And I was like, yes! It's now indestructible! And then it was not.
Hello, Battlechode. Welcome. I hope you're well. Also, A Fear of Monkeys has smashed the carrot and marmalade. Oh, is the poll over? Oh, thanks to Cuss and also Wolf Brother, both for donating money to the show. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. Outrageous. Adam, I maybe I won't print models, or I could just print cockatrices for the channel forever.
I'd have
but not
more.
cockatrices. Like alternate cockatrices.
These are the better ones. Look how sexy these are.
What is? Have you found out the narrative of the cockatrices?
Yeah, so they're actually solitary beings. So it's a little bit awkward that I've put 18 of them together.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I sort of bought the army, I was like, fuck it. Well, when Matt bought the army, because he's a babe. When I got this, it was like, yeah, let's have loads of them. And then I read the narrative, and it was like, they fly alone, and you may see one at a time. And I was like, oh, well, this is awkward. Sorry, guys.
They're not a herd. Also,
No.
you know how it's a murder of crows? Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Dad Don't already caught up with me. What is a collection of cockatrices called? A gaggle? A choking?
Whoa. Okay. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with a bunch of cocks.
A bunch? A gang?
Me and my
of cocks.
friends.
A womble of cockatrices. A fist. A gangbang of cockatrices.
A parliament of cockatrices. Nice.
That really works. That
like
really
that
works. Thank you to thanks to Crazy Horse for subscribing. Also, I just want to show Crazy Horse this because I'd be super happy about that. There we go. Look at me and Adam. Adam's like, cock, and I'm just like, building. We were talking about what was it? The bi-weekly release schedule. Have you got any thoughts on the bi-weekly release schedule?
If it's stuff that I want, it's great. If it's not, then fuck it.
Yes, but do you like? How do you feel about stuff every week, or are you happy that like?
I mean, it's better than when it was fantasy battles. So yeah,
like every time,
time a child was born. Well, no, every time they had a child, I think. Every time a child that they had went to school, they decided, oh wait, now we can actually work on something.
It was a weird setup, wasn't it? Let's be honest.
Whereas now it's like, oh damn, there's shitloads coming out, and I can't wait for the thing in February.
What the we don't know what it's going to be. Everyone keeps saying pirates, but it's quite clearly the Slash Battle Tome that they've already showed all the models for.
No, that's a secret.
Could be anything.
I'm gonna go. I want it to be Umbraneth because that's what's gonna get my dick hard.
That's so far away. Oh man, Crazy Horse, thanks so much for donating £90 to the fund to make it
I miss proper Dark Elves, man.
Yes. Why don't you? Are you not happy with Harkuron? Yeah.
Harkuron is just too powerful for me.
You're not.
I wrote that Harkuron list with the Shadow Warriors and shit, and then realised, oh damn, this is just next level shit. We're not playing this anymore. So. What do you want? What do you mean by proper Dark Elves?
Like,
you know how they did with like the Lumineth?
Yeah.
I want silly hats on Dark Elves.
You want silly hats on Dark Elves?
I've got soulless eels, right? Yeah. But now, I want silly hats on Dark Elves because the Lumineth just looks shit. But silly hats on Dark Elves, that's where it's going to be at.
Silly hats on Dark Elves. What would they be? So they're like cow themed. There's no silly hats on the Idneth though.
Exactly. I want silly hats. I want like fucking dildos on my head.
Can we all take a moment to thank Luke Morton for writing an article on how to do well with Idneth Deepkin today?
It's not wait till turn 3.
I really thought it was wait till turn 3, but it seems that there's so much more involved.
As a long-term Deepkin player, I can tell you, it's not just wait till turn 3.
How do you do it? Do you flip the tide and do it on turn 2?
No. That's worse. That's worse. What you do is you take lots of eels.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Step 1, take lots of eels. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Got this. This is like a recipe.
Okay. Then you go to the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and get about 4 or 5 pints. You bring them back. Okay, and turn 1, you have 1 pint. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's really difficult to count to that turn 3, so I use pints to help me.
Okay.
And then turn 1, I don't do anything.
Okay.
Turn 2.
Yeah.
I run and charge with maybe 1 unit.
Okay.
Okay. And then turn 3.
Yep.
I win.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I was confused. But it's not.
Yeah.
So it's not all turn 3. You do have to do
your drinking part first. Shit. Yeah. Sorry.
You have to drink on turn 1. Okay.
Yeah, because it's really difficult to count to turn 3. Because sometimes you're like, oh shit, is it turn 3 yet? Is it like what turn am I on? So you can use an abacus as well if you want. You can use one of those. Some people try to use like a dice or something, but I find that it might get knocked and it might tell me it's turn 3 when it's not, and then I go all out and I'm like, oh shit, it's only turn 2, and yeah. So, but on turn 3, if you get to that turn 3, which you more than likely will, it's much more complicated than that though.
No,
okay.
I appreciate it because it's important for me to learn. I'd forgotten. Unfortunately, the poll is over. And Khalees, thanks for subscribing. Merry Christmas. Tristan, thanks for timing Mr. Mephisto out. I appreciate that. It seems like the poll, unfortunately, which was a mighty. There's not that many people in the chat, but the poll was 409 votes for carrot and marmalade. In second place was the pineapple, papaya, and mango. No one wanted the jasmine, apple, and green tea.
I wanted the beer one.
No one wanted the beer one.
I wanted the beer one. I voted for beer.
You can vote as many times as you like. Is the sad
Yeah,
part.
but that costs money, right?
No. You can use your channel tokens.
But I keep accidentally spending them on hydration because it's hilarious. I just use like 7 at a time, and then you don't drink, and I'm like, well, the fuck is that?
It's all bitty. All right, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. All right, here we go. Does anyone want? I have a couple of on my Only Jams account. I have a couple of factors for me to review jams by if anyone's interested. The first factor is always fear, and this gets a full 5 out of 5 on the fear.
Which one is it? I kind of zoned out.
It's carrot.
Oh.
Carrot marmalade. So it's not even a jam.
So why is it in jam?
Didn't even pop. That's embarrassing. Okay. All right.
Maybe it was already opened.
Those lorry drivers at the port are fucking hungry.
Well, they can't get anything else at the moment, can they? They're not even allowed in.
Apparently, Ziggy wants me to dance while I eat the jam. So there's a lot going on here for Christmas.
I'll dance with you.
It's kind of like this is exactly what it's like going to like your family's house for Christmas. Like your weird uncle Ziggy is making you dance while you eat a jam. Yeah. Right. Okay. Here we go. Right. Oh God. Okay.
How is it?
Ah.
Can I have some?
Ah. No, it tastes like sweet carrot.
That doesn't sound great.
Oh no. No.
No.
Oh God, no. I'm not into that. Don't
No.
do that.
No.
No. No.
Try the black beer one.
Oh. Oh, that's gross.
Send me some.
Huh?
Can I try some? Like,
I mean,
Arabian?
if I could get just pass it through. There you go.
Cheers.
There you go. Put it all over your cocks. Oh man.
Oh, wait, what?
Put it on some icing. And you have carrot cake.
Ooh. Yeah, but carrot cake's the worst type of cake because it like tricks me. It's like, is this cake or is this carrot? No
Not
one
into
fucking knows.
Not into that at all. Right, so slow everything down now. Slow everything down. Yeah, because we've got hours and hours to go. We've covered a lot of subjects which I feel we need to go back on. Adam, if you don't know, I'm going to introduce Adam to you all. Adam,
He's a wanker.
Leader of the Plymouth Troll Slayers.
Leader?
But also, is there a leader?
No, it's a collective because it sounds more ominous in my opinion.
Okay. Oh, Magic Horn, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the team, baby.
But if
Merry
you're
Christmas.
wondering, Matt is at the bottom of the pile because he plays.
Okay, so Math Mallow, who
Yeah.
won Hammer Time 6 recently, bottom of the pile.
Yeah, because he
Were
plays
you at
Silver.
Hammer Time 6?
No,
Not Hammer Time 6. Sorry, no, Christmas, the Secret Santa thing.
Yeah, I was there.
You organised it.
I did.
How did that go?
Yeah, it was good fun. It was good. I ended up playing the first two games because someone dropped out, and I was the sex man.
Yeah.
I don't know if his username was sexual something, so I ended up referring to him as just the sex man.
Okay.
So I was the sex man, and I ended up playing. What was it? Fucking Deepkin. I was like, oh no, I've rolled onto Deepkin.
Oh, sad face. But did you get loads of thralls?
No, I didn't get that list, but that list was given to Orcman, who henceforth will be known as Elfman, because he really, really enjoyed that list. He definitely didn't hate playing it. But I got the triple Eidolon list.
Okay, cool.
And
cool.
yeah, I did actually roll onto it, and it wasn't a lie. Cabbage watched me do it, so
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I
He
trust
can
Cabbage either.
back me
really.
It didn't help. Oh, go on.
Oh, nothing. I just want to shout out Warhammer Rob's daughter, who is 7 today. Yeah? Big shout out to... if you tell her a name, we could shout her out publicly. She could even listen.
Did you know you had a daughter who's 7?
No, it's not me, Warhammer Rob. There's another Warhammer Rob. Like, yeah. He's better looking, arguably.
Oh.
Yeah. Really, like a really defined kind of side profile, which I think is gorgeous. Sorry, you were saying, please carry on.
Deepkin, yes, don't win turn 3. Well, with this list, with triple Eidolons, I had magic.
How did that feel being a Deepkin player with the magic phase?
Well, as a Deepkin player, I don't know what the hero phase was, because I've never really actually played it. So actually going into my turn and saying, "Oh wait, shit, hero phase," was quite enjoyable. So I think in the list
they've got some good spells.
Dude, I had like 4 -1 to hit spells. It was insane. So the Eidolon of the sea can re-roll casts. And in Iron Arc, they get +1 to cast. So both Eidolons, they got 2 spells each, with +1 to cast, re-rolling. So the magic was actually pretty reliable. Well, it should have been, unless you're me, obviously. But I also had in the list, I had Cogs and Geminids. And then, so I had Gemini's just flying around doing their thing. I had cogs if I needed it for the movement, or if I needed it for the extra spell. And then I was just throwing around -1 to hit. It didn't help me win anything, but I did know that everyone was -1 to hit. So
that's all you need, really.
Yeah. But let's not talk about -1 to hit, because I played Matt yesterday and I flipped the table 4 times.
Why? Because there was a lot of -1 to hits.
Yeah, he played. Me and Matt had a game yesterday. He played his new Lumineth list. And if you ever want to see someone have a mental breakdown while playing Warhammer, you should have seen that game. There was a couple of people that were like watching it because we live streamed it in the Discord, and I don't think people realised that a man could be broken that much until they saw me. He got me to like -4s to hit on like everything. So all of my Deepkin stuff was like, oh, you now 6s to hit, and I was like, I know, please. Yeah. So I flipped the table 4 times and he won. So yeah, that was fun.
It's -1 to hit is obviously rough.
I don't think they understand how powerful -1 to hit is, though.
Do you think they understand how powerful anything is?
Yeah, but teleports are weak, so they give them to everyone. But -1 to hit. Like, I mean, Sylvaneth have teleports, so they can't be that good.
Have a very specific teleport, right?
Do they though? Spend CP, teleport anywhere.
I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. They've got us. They've got our teleport, but
so what you're saying is Sylvaneth are good.
Nailed it. I mean, 1 teleport maketh the army. I mean, if Seraphon can do it,
haven't just got 1. Tree Revenants. That's 2. Teleport between the woods. That's 3.
Oh, I apologise.
How many have Seraphon got? They've got 1. Oh.
I'm listening. Keep going.
Yeah, so Seraphon, they have 1. Sylvaneth, 3. So technically, Sylvaneth are 2 more better. Math.
Than Seraphon. I agree. Yeah. Twitch chat, has anyone got any thoughts on that? Please let me know. I would argue that Sylvaneth probably are OP and everyone's just being a coward. Have you thought about that?
I would agree. 100%.
I would agree with that too. Because arguably they can win turn 1. Put down Forest. They beat Idneth by 2 turns. Exactly.
And then Deepkin can't even get to turn 3. And you just... We're on to something here. This is why Alariel's 600 points.
Alariel is 1,100 points. Is she? No, wait. She's 600 points. Sorry, I'm trying to... while I'm talking to you, which is rude, I'm trying to sort out this raffle thing because it's stressing me the fuck out. And I don't know how to do it. Like, Don't ask me. Me and MJ Pegasus is trying to sort it out. And Warhammer TV intern's annoying the crap out of me, as we expected he would. Yeah.
He is a prick.
He is a prick. Let me try and fix it. I don't know how to fix it, is the problem.
How do we fix it?
So basically, you generate loyalty points, right? This is what you do by watching.
What's a loyalty point?
So if you subscribe, so we're using this thing called CloudBot, so it's on Streamlabs. Oh. So basically, right now, Streamlabs has got the most. But who else is in the chat right now? Horny Beast is in the chat. He's got 108 loyalty points. Congratulations. Ty Winning's got 106 loyalty points. I'll do it by Kelsky's got 606.
How do I get some?
So you just do it by like watching or subscribing or like give some gift subscriptions. So that's sort of it. So, but I've given everyone some. So everyone's got 100. I gave everyone 100 points, basically. So then I watched a whole video on this yesterday, and then you should just be able to.
Why don't you ask Games Workshop, because they've got their shit together when it comes to streaming.
Wait, does this work? Have they got one of these?
I don't know. They've got everything, though, right?
When have you ever watched it?
I watch it all the time. It's their knowledge and about every game really helps me.
Well, it's annoying me, so I'm going to turn it off and I'm going to reset it later, and then we'll work out how to do it. So apologies, everyone, but I promise you we'll fix it at some point. Pick a winner from no one. Perfect. That's great. We'll fix this later, Adam. I don't know how to fix it. Oh wait, did it just say Battle Chode one?
What?
Wait, did it work?
the Warhammer TV intern's going rogue.
He's such a prick.
You turned him off, and now he's like, no.
Is the Raffle available to international subscribers? Yeah, baby. Is it? Wait, what? I don't know how it works. I'm gonna fix it later. During a break or something, and we'll get it sorted properly. I apologise to everyone because it's annoying me now from the chat, so we'll get it sorted. And then we'll sort it out. But you'll be generating loyalty points just by watching the show today. So don't stress, and then later on we'll get it working.
I wasn't stressing, don't worry.
Some people were stressing. I think that was the main issue. So
Who's
stop
stressing?
saying Raffle in the chat now, because that's not helping anybody.
Right.
Right, now
so
we
say
can just
Raffle
talk.
in the chat.
No, stop saying it. Oh my fucking god. Right.
Raffle.
Whatever. So what are your Christmas plans?
What are my Christmas plans?
Yeah.
I'm gonna paint some cocks.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm going for a Christmas dinner with my parents.
Congratulations.
It's a bit of an awkward one because like we can only have so many people around at one time, so it's like got a slot to go and eat food, and then like go because my family is now rather big because people keep breeding. And then yeah, I went Christmas shopping today because I definitely didn't leave it to the last minute. And I bought this. This is a sand-sational squeeze shapen sculpt.
That looks great.
It looks fucking cool, right? That's for my nephew. It's pretty cool, right? Yeah. And then I went and bought myself more stuff. 'Cause, you know.
Do you find Christmas time a time just to like hang out and do like any just do hobby and hang out?
I try and find any excuse to not do hobby because I really, really don't like it.
Welcome to the team.
Yeah, so I'm debating buying myself an airbrush.
Okay.
So I've been told that airbrushing is quick and easy.
It is if you put it's as much as like same with painting. If you don't put the practice in though, like it's not just going to do it for you. So if you don't put the practice in,
wait, what?
Yeah.
I have not been told this.
This is fucking outrageous, to be honest. If we think about it, yeah, you're gonna have to like learn loads of stuff. You're gonna have to watch loads of tutorials and get like, if you want to be good at it, it's not easy.
I don't want
to
to be good at it. No one said to be good at it.
Yeah, you
just
but,
want
like,
to be able
it's
to put
only
three
it's
colours on
faster.
something quickly.
It's only faster if you learn how to do it well.
Do you not
Like,
just go,
otherwise,
and it's
yeah,
done?
no, you got to practice loads and loads. No, it doesn't. It's not a spray can. You should get good with them. You know, Steve Wren.
I've got loads of spray cans.
You should do that. You should just go use rattle cans. They're a good little.
I do like contrast paints. Contrast paints are the way forward.
Do you actually like them?
Mate, they're fucking great. I've got loads.
Right.
I've got purple. Yeah.
Oh,
And that
yes.
does purple. Got yellow. The yellow's weird. The yellow's cool. The yellow's like my favourite one.
Right.
It's like a fucking minging yellow. It's absolutely gross. It's like an awful, awful yellow. But when you put it on metallic shit, it goes really nice. So it goes into like a really cool gold. Because I've actually been painting custodes recently. I know, right?
Okay.
But yeah, they were cool. But this is, hang on, I'm getting a cockatrice because this is how I've been painting. So the yellow on the
contrast on
cockatrice.
cockatrices.
Yeah, man, is there? You see? The
Yeah,
yellow?
yeah.
It's pretty, right?
That is good.
I really don't like painting. So anything to speed it up. And yeah, I'm quite happy with the cockatrices there.
You got any thoughts on? Oh no, keep going. Keep going. What you saying? Sorry.
That was it, to be honest.
I was going to say, you got any thoughts on pre-painted minis?
Pre-painted, I'm all about that.
Would you be into that?
Yeah, I'd love it. Because I've loads of guys at the shop that I sometimes work at, they all play like X-Wing. And obviously all the X-Wing stuff is just pre-painted. And every game looks amazing. And literally people will come in like on pre-order day or like when the new release comes out, they'll pick up their brand new ship. It comes out the box and it's ready to go.
Really?
Like, so you literally get people playing with the new stuff on day one.
Fully painted.
So their meta shifts. It seems to go just like really quickly. Granted, they don't have as many releases, but they can just play as soon as it's out the box, which is quite cool.
Also, I think one of the very interesting points, actually, I'm glad actually there was a shout out earlier to Mr. Mephisto, so I'll shout him out as an OC Arcs fan as well. And Gabe, thanks for subscribing, baby. Merry Christmas.
I've just got a load of Ossiarch stuff as well.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things about when we did the stats properly, me and LLV, big shout out to him. I think he might be on over Christmas, so big love. It was the meta percentage, and the meta percentage was like there was like a double representation there. Obviously, there's like all of the people who were willing to take the army to a tournament, and that's got a lot to do with like power level. Like there's a lot of Sylvaneth armies in cupboards or in gardens or bins around the world. However, like if we looked at like the launch of OCR, which was just the end of last year, and if we go into the two largest Age of Sigmar events to date, really, which was LVO and CanCon at the beginning of this year, is that right? Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the timing. Beginning of this year, you ended up with like they weren't the most popular armies, but they were really up there. There was like 18 or 20 armies at each of those events, out of like 200 per event. Although there were more, I think, ogre players actually at CanCon, if I remember the numbers right. But my
Ogres
point is,
are great. Ogres are great.
Yeah, ogres are great. But my point is that even if they're not the popular because they're strong, yeah, like let's look at Sylvaneth, those models built and painted to a tournament standard is actually, they're out there in the world. And that's one of the rare things, because actually, if you take, I don't know, let's pick an OCX army and say it costs you 400 quid, let's say, yeah, out randomly. 10 of those armies knocking around are going to cost $4,000 in the economy of, let's say, a country or a meta. And then there's also the painting and the time to get them on the tabletop. So actually, what's really interesting about like your cockatrice list, and the fact that there's one other one out there in the world, or another good example
soon to be more.
And a good example would be my 18 Met Gun list, which is like for pounds for points is a ridiculous army.
I own that army as well.
Yeah, right. So I got
they
that
have
for
300 grots as well. But
it's just outrageous, right? Yeah. But my point is those armies are rarer. Like they're rarer. So when you actually turn up to a tournament, like they're less likely to be there, which I know is obviously true. But also, as time goes on, those armies, like, you're less likely to see them because people just don't put the time and effort into building and painting them, ignoring even fucking buying them. And I think that's a kind of fascinating conversation about the meta. Like, remember when Pask ran the 300 grot list on TTS? I mean, it's classy. I know we all want to run it. Oh my god, dear god.
It just got me like, oh.
Yeah. Like, if you could buy them painted, like, if I could just turn up, they just come out the box and I start putting it, like, I literally deploy them out the box as I
They come with movement trays in the box. Yeah. And they just slide them out.
Yeah. Then
here is my 300 grots.
I think you would see a lot more of that sort of army, but you don't see a lot more of that army. And the production meta, which is something I've always talked about on the show, is significant. Like, it's very significant in producing not only how the tournament scene generally looks, but also, like, you know, like, the eels are a bad example because everyone's got some fucking 27 eels flying around somewhere.
What do you mean?
Like, but do you know what I mean? There's always some sorts of, there's always like a weird list somewhere out there in the world that you're like, oh, actually, I can't think of, your cockatrice one is a good example, but some weird lists that are around. Does that make sense?
Flamers.
Yes, there's flamers everywhere. There are flamers everywhere, and pink horrors everywhere as well.
That list didn't come out, and I dug my Fantasy Battles Tzeentch army back out, and I was like, oh, here come the flamers.
Oh!
And they're on square bases still, but that's not the point.
Yeah, like Nagash is a good example. Nagash is like a
shithead,
but he's also scary to paint, right? So there's less of him.
Nah, it's contrast, mate.
Contrast. Fucking get it on. I don't know.
Hobby people trying to paint him properly, just fucking contrast the prick.
Like,
get him on the board.
Do you think there'll be many Lumineth actual armies on the tabletop? Because they're not the easiest to get on the tabletop. They're pretty detailed.
I think so, just because the amount of love there are for like high elves and that, and the amount of people that like went from Fantasy Battles and like, yeah, fucking high elves, and then like the high elves didn't come out, and then when Lumineth came out, there was like GW were just like tickling people's balls with like these little releases, and then they came out and loads of the high elf players were like, fucking yes, high elves everywhere. And then they realised the price point of them and were like, fuck, £37.50 for 10, and then just like threw their fucking toys out the pram.
Well,
and then
I
they
think-
realised that actually they've been saving for this for months and bought them anyway. So no one knows.
Yeah,
Is the point I'm trying to make.
No, I'm with you. I actually was going to say, I think one of the. Does anyone actually like high elves though? That's the question I was going to ask. What is the chances? What's the percentage chance? In fact, actually, I can do that.
People that suck their own dicks.
No,
like high elf.
You ruined mine. Mine was going to be, but you went too dark. So I'm going to choose outcome.
It's like people that like drive Teslas and stuff, right?
Okay, so I've completed a prediction for everyone in the chat on starting a prediction. So we're going to do a new prediction, start a prediction. So so the prediction is chances.
When will the raffle start again?
No, chances that Lumineth players have jerked it to anime.
Wait, only Lumineth players or just Warhammer players? Because
Just no. Oh, it's too many. Chance that Lumineth players. Damn. It's too long. It's too many characters. Which is what they probably say while they're jerking it to anime. They're like, it's too many characters in this. I just want to see the boobies.
too many tentacles.
Okay, I'm going to change the prediction to chances that Lumineth players love hentai. High and low are the two predictive outcomes.
I agree with. Is it Dark Design said in the chat about high elf players, the OG, that fucking guy of Warhammer? I agree with that. With
How do you
the
mean?
bloody banner of the World Dragon. Do you remember that shit? What was it? They had a banner that only cost them like 50 fucking points, and then it was like, oh yes, but I now have a 2+ ward save versus all magical attacks, and you're like, fuck off. Especially when you said
times. It was a great time.
When I played demons, and guess what? Every attack was a magical attack.
Banner of the World Dragon, loved it. Some people love it.
I know the World Dragon can get fucked.
It can get fucked. Let's be honest. So if you guys don't know, if you're only Age of Sigmar players, you've never heard of that. It was a really offensive magic item, which, but I mean, from the same company that brought you Vanguard Wing and everything
Yeet Wing.
else. Yeet Wing.
That's new shit.
Yeah,
I've
tell
got
me about
60
your
Liberators
experience
here. Hang on.
that you're never going to paint now.
Nope, because they're shit. I definitely didn't prove that they suck. Hang on. So we've got. This is how I store my Liberators.
That's how they should be stored. That's how Sigmar stores them, I think.
There's 60 in there. And we've got. There's a character here. He's just in the shoebox as well.
Nice.
Yeah, but Stormcasts are great because all of these are pretty much like the starter set models. So it's basically just one piece. So you can literally. This is what you do with the army. So you get your Stormcast and you fucking eat it. Like, get another one, you fucking go. And guess what? He's fine. Right.
Good. You can do that with cockatrices.
No, you
too.
can't. No. Like, if you did it with a cockatrice, right? So you get your cockatrice. If I
Yeah.
did that, his wings would just explode. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just remember this is Finecast. It was a great idea. It was not.
Fine. It was exclamation mark fine.
I
That's
should
what
probably
it
go
was.
get his Liberators in a minute, but they're just across my flat now.
Apparently, you're being asked to prove that the Games Workshop Finecast promise was a lie.
Don't, because I will. I don't think I won't. Like, you know.
Knigget says, pretty sure that Yeet Proof was part of the Stormcast design proof.
It's true.
Which, yeah, that's true. I want something that's not too sharp and that you can throw it. And then, do you remember also the early days of Age of Sigmar? They were like, right, okay, we need some sort of terrain. And then one of them was like, what about something you could truly murder someone with? Like an actual, like, offensive piece of, like, weaponry. And they were like, yeah, do that. And then they built the Castle of Chaos, the Khorne blade thing, which sometimes I would lean over the table and one of those spikes would get precariously close to my neck. And I was like, fucking, actually, I genuinely took them off the table. So I was like, at one point, I'm going to kill my fucking self with
I
this.
think it was was it LGT, that was it the 2018 one? because they did the one that was actually at the London Stadium, but all the Age of Sigmar terrain was pretty much all just of those. And every time I'm like, because I'm a fucking clumsy person, but I'd roll my dice and fucking throw them across the table like a fucking Pokemon master, and then just like smash my arm into these things and come out with like red bleeding, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah. But that was a good tournament, honest. That was the food was incredible.
Oh my god, so good. Arguably.
It didn't take me like 4 hours to get into the building, let alone, play my fucking game.
I miss Donal. I miss Donal live tweeting from the Honest Wargamer account how long the food lines were, and then the TO almost throwing us out while we were doing live coverage. He's like, Rob, what the fuck? And I was like, it's not me. It's not me. I hired this guy. This guy's like a real professional guy in his main job. And they're like, well, why is he doing this? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, he's Donal. You'd understand if you met him. And there's like, I don't get that. And I was like,
I played him at Brotherhood. It was a great game.
Like, it makes loads of sense if like you meet someone and then they're like, I don't really get that guy. And then to a normal person, you can't say this. But then if you say it to Warhammer, you'd be like, look, he's a fucking destruction player. And they're like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. They like nod. They're like, right, yeah, okay, no problem. That's fine. Like,
it does make sense. Yeah,
it makes loads of sense.
True story.
Because they're either Nathan, and you think, fuck, he might actually crush me with his hands, or they're maniacal bastards, like who you can't control for love nor money.
I feel like I should be playing Destruction.
Apart from there's like 2 factions.
I started Destruction. I've got some Uruk boys here.
Oh yeah, what about your big stabber list? We never saw that.
Yeah, they're in a shoebox. They're actually just over here. Shit, hang on. Bear with. Oh, fuck. Oh, they've all fallen out. Bear with. They're stored in here.
Right, okay. So why aren't you? Why did you fall out of love with the big stabber?
I didn't. I just bought cockatrices. So there's a big stabber. There's another big stabber. There we go. So we have got them. See?
Are you hoping to get a Warhammer community article done about the cockatrice list?
No.
Why not?
Although I might actually, I kind of do, because then I wonder how many innuendos I can get in there without them noticing.
I mean, I think that they would just flat out never do the. Grinaldi says, "I hate the way you stalk those models."
Good.
Yeah, another question here from Snowman Wizards. Does Adam have a crippling shoe addiction to get enough shoe boxes for his pile of shit?
So, fun fact, I used to work in JD Sports.
Okay, nice. Which, to anyone not in the UK, JD Sports is...
Chav company.
Yeah, like, imagine Foot Locker. I think they have those in America. Imagine Foot Locker, but, cheaper.
Well, Foot Locker is like, basically JD, but worse. Anyway... So, yeah, JD is the Chav Central, very sporting goods is what I should say. Mm-hmm. Sporting goods provider. And I used to work in the shoe department.
Hold on, we need to explain Chav to people. Chav is kind of, they're like, imagine, like, so obviously in America you have rednecks, or you have bogans over in Australia, or whatever you whatever you have in Sweden. I think they're like, fucking moose farmers or whatever. But in England, chavs are kind of like your rednecks, only...
Have they seen Green Street?
No one's seen Green Street.
It's a great film.
Oh my god. No, it's not.
Football Factory. Have you seen Football Factory? There you go. That. If you've seen any of those films... Yeah.
So they're normally working class folk, unfortunately, or the no class folk, some people call them, because generally they tend not to have like jobs. And then unlike the rednecks, which kind of have like a culture, the chav culture is very much reliant on pot noodles and
whoa. Pot noodles is great. As a student, like. This is all I can afford to live on.
I'm not going to say anything because I just got sent a care package of jam. So
in my cupboard right now, I think I've got like 12 pot noodles. So...
Are there any famous Chav AOS players? That's a great question. I don't know, actually. We've got any Rude Boy Chav players?
Um,
I can't think
Matt
of any.
Mallow.
That's not a Chav. Oh dear, I don't think we do have any, to be honest. That would
No,
be fun,
it
though.
costs too much money for them. They can't just steal it. So
That's kind of on the nose, but unfortunately. All right, so yeah, but it's time for Christmas, and they, you boy, what day is this? So Tiny Tim would have maybe been a chav.
yeah,
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 yeah.
just go for it. To be fair,
Yeah.
Muppets: A Christmas Carol was the best film.
It's the best Christmas film.
Yeah.
And I would like to. Hellstorm Dan is a chav, of course. No, Tanks. That's actually correct. There you go. Hellstorm Dan is actually a chav.
Is that the YouTube person?
No, he's not. He kind of, but not really. He just sends awful elf lists. To
Hang
me
on,
quite,
I wanna.
quite a lot.
What does he look like? Which one's this guy?
Uh,
Is he internet famous?
Find out.
Hellstorm. Is it Hellstorm?
Dan.
Hellstorm Dan. What's Hellstorm Wargaming?
That's a YouTube channel for some guys in Sheffield.
Is it a different thing?
Yeah. Well, he's part of that crew.
I'm very confused where I'm going.
They're a conglomerate, I think, of a variety of gentlemen.
Is he the 40k person?
No, I think he's an Age of Sigmar guy. I think he was a 40k guy, but he's like, nah, fuck this. I'm going to play Age of Sigmar. It's way cooler, which, obviously.
Straight up. Okay, yeah, I've Googled it and I'm confused now. So I'm just going to leave it. There's too many.
That's how you're going to feel if you get this airbrush. You're going to go through this exact process. You're going to get the airbrush, and you'll be like, oh, I'm confused now.
No, I'm going to get an airbrush and just go painted. Straight away. Yep, easy.
Okay.
And if anyone disagrees with me, they're fucking wrong, alright? I will prove you all.
Okay. Oh, I cannot wait to see the airbrush models coming out of.
To be fair, it's going to be better than this.
The Trollslayer Workshop.
Yeah, that's a great name.
The Trollslayer Workshop.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm. Do you? So obviously, famous internet celebrity, Trog. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's out there in the world living his best life,
And we're trying to hunt him.
Always trying to. Yeah, that's my question. Do you guys ever like just randomly start some smack talk online at any point? Like.
Yeah, sometimes.
That's fun.
But I'm currently out there trying to hunt the guy, and he keeps evading me because of lockdown. And I'm like, oh shit, I need to go home now. So
can we get a channel promise that you and sure, I need to also change your name on the overlay because it's been the wrong one the whole time. I just noticed. Can we get a promise that we can get you versus the Cox versus Trog live on air from the Honest Wargamer Stadium whenever we're allowed to do this again?
No.
Why?
Were you expecting another answer?
Yeah, I was really hoping for another answer. I'm really
shit.
upset now.
Hang on, let's rewind. Yes.
Yes.
Is that...
No, but seriously, that would be a great grudge match, I think.
Yeah, I'm up for it. Because I'm sure he loves the cock. Treases. And yeah, I'll bring these to the place.
So the cockatrices versus the Trog army.
Yeah, I've played that game already.
Oh, have you?
Because one of the guys that plays down here, he's got a Trog army, and I have to say, fucking easy. Just saying.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's the smack talk beginneth. I'm gonna get like some sort of title fight card made up. Maybe Scrivo, I think it's in the chat. You get some sort of title fight card made up between Adam and the cockatrices versus Trog and the Trogs. I'd be down for that.
Can my one just be really hipster? Like,
how do you mean?
Like, I just want, like, if it's like a title card, can it just be like mega fucking hipster? Like, not comply to the social norms?
Yes. So, sorry, Scrivo's on it. He knows what you mean. You're definitely more falling in reverse than you are like.
Whoa.
Fallout Boy.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
You're not exactly broken teeth, are you? Come on. These
Falling in reverse.
Falling in reverse got some tunes. I'm just gonna say it.
No.
Really?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Get the fuck out. No. I'm more like a fucking pop punk hipster.
Okay. So
I never
State
used to be.
Champs,
Yes.
Neck
State
Deep.
Champ. Neck Deep. Yeah, they're all right. They grown on me. They grew on me. But their new album sucks.
So famously, this is some emo smack talk for everyone in the chat, real quickly. Hilariously, so the guy that owns Rock City, which is the largest nightclub and also gig venue in Nottingham, and one of the best, if not the best, in the whole country, which is quite cool. I used to work for him when I was like much younger. I was their nightclub promoter.
I want to go.
It's super cool. But I ran into the owner the other day, and like literally yesterday, day before, and he was like, "All right, Rob." I was like, "What's going on? How are you?" I won't mention his name, but you can Google it. He's pretty famous. He was like, "What are you doing nowadays?" And I told him all about this. Yeah, and he's like, "Brilliant." He's like, "Actually, we're going to live stream gigs. Like, is there any chance you come in and like help us out and like help us understand it?" I was like, "Yeah, no drama. Let's go." So I'm going to go fucking set up loads of live gear for those guys, which would be hilarious.
Fuck yeah.
That would be really sweet, because my friend Sean does all the photos at the club. So like, he's like an amazing photographer. So he's taken photos of probably every famous band that has been in the past like decade. Like he's pretty much done it for 10 years straight. Every band that's ever played there, which is pretty much every band.
Love it.
So yeah, that's super funky. That was a fun little treat this week for me.
Oh,
I was like, that'd be really
awesome.
fun to set up. Huh?
That's fucking cool, man.
Yeah, but let me tell you, I'm also going to try and trick him. This is my plan. Yeah, so if I'm like set it all up and I'm just
turn it into a Warhammer stream.
Yeah, but also like
have overlays
imagine,
like
imagine if we could get Rock City as a venue to hold a tournament in. Yeah. Now you're getting it. There's 5 bars. 5.
I don't think it's enough.
What?
It's not enough.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
That's going to be fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
I was organising a fucking tournament, and then COVID happened. I was going to have a tournament down in Plymouth, 2 days by the sea. And do you know how you got there?
Yeah.
By a boat.
That would be cool. Is it on an island?
No.
Is it on a boat?
Oh, that would be sick, wouldn't it?
There was already a Warhammer cruise. There's already been one.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, but no one should go to that.
In Plymouth, there's like there's a island just off. It's called Drake's Island. So the slave traders' owners' island. And there it's like completely abandoned, because every time someone buys it, they go, "Yeah, I'm going to do this," and then it like never happens. But the only way to get there is to like kayak it. So I might just like hold it there illegally and have like an illegal Warhammer tournament. And then to get there, you got a kayak.
You know, LARPers?
Yes, not personally, but yeah.
So basically, people who pretend they're not having orgies in the forest by dressing up as elves. Sure. They're like, "We're LARPing." I'm like, "You mean orgy in the forest, but whatever." I'm not kink shaming you. I'm saying just live your life, but just wear it proud.
That centaur that you keep going on about.
That centaur is hot.
Know,
like a hot female centaur. Like, I don't know what else. If you haven't seen the picture, Google hot female centaur. You'll know what I'm talking about. Anyway.
I do, to be fair. What?
Exactly. But the question is, there's loads to unpack there. But you know, you know how they basically have these like forest retreats.
Mm.
Yeah, that would be an awesome like venue for like so when you go to Warhammer World, it's in an industrial park in the middle of a city. A tram goes by, and the outside they've done all this stuff, and inside it looks a bit like a castle. So it's kind of cool. But how cool would it be to go to like an actual like castle/woodland glen?
Well, saying that.
Oh yeah.
The other tournament we were going to do.
Okay.
So I was going to organise 2 basically. So the second one, there's a little there's a river by us called the River Dart, and by it it's got it's like a country club sort of thing next to it, and one of the venues that you can get is a campsite, all in like the woodlands in like by the river, and like I used to like kayak down it and shit. So it's got loads of like water sports there. It's got like outdoor tree climbing and shit. But I was going to organise an outside tournament in the summer, and then you camp there as well.
Yes. See, I think that would be quite cool. I mean, a lot of Warhammer
My issue
players
wasn't Warhammer players nerds.
Oh, like middle class dads. Basically.
Yeah, but also don't like going outside, let alone.
That's not true. That's not true. They got to go on walks with like all their kids and like whatever. Like loads of people in the chat like, "Oh my god, it's triggered." Stop outing me like this. Pretends not to be a LARP and talks about how awesome it would be to film an actual castle. Yeah, I don't want to LARP though. I don't want to pretend I'm an elf. just want to turn up in a castle and be an elf.
With my elves.
Yeah, with my elves.
God!
Yeah.
There's a big
How
difference
dare you?
here, right? Jeez. I fantasize and paint about these things. I don't dress as them. Fucking hell.
Similarly, I would want a 40k tournament only to happen in like a military-industrial complex.
No, it's got to happen in a bombed-out city.
Yeah. Well,
That's the only place they happen.
So I grew up on RAF bases, so that's the Air Force to Americans and other people, but Royal Air Force. So my parents were in the military, so we grew up and there were like living quarters on the bases, which was quite cool because you could just like run down to the runway basically and like run around all the mess halls and stuff. And loads of those are abandoned now because we don't have to fight the Germans anymore. So like there might be some great places to like do that. That would be quite cool, like big Air Force RAF hangars, or do you know what I mean?
About that big?
Yeah, like this big.
What's yay big?
Yay big. Like yay big. That'd be cool to do a 40k tournament. Cool. Yeah, or better version to hold a 40k tournament would be to hold it very much like you were listening to like an EDM DJ, where they've got like the wall of like LED lights, big sound system, just get like loads of lasers.
I think we just need a Warhammer rave.
Warhammer rave would also be excellent. I think that would be super fun.
And why aren't there more Warhammer themed bands?
There are quite a few though. Hold on, Ratradon, thank you. Oh, sorry, Ratadron. Merry Christmas. First time catching the live stream. Welcome to the team, baby.
That name, is he like a Skaven Caradron?
Ratadron. No, I think he's like a rat.
Is he like a rat robot?
He's a Skaven in the Mafia. Like he's a Don.
I really want him to explain it.
Okay.
I'm really interested now. Like some of the names, do you not get that with some names in here? You're like, why?
Yeah,
Maybe
I do.
Both. No, don't do that to me. Because now I'm curious more.
I really like Yes Meatball's name. He's like, yeah, I'll have meatballs.
Yeah, that's fair. As long as they're the veggie ones from that place. What's that place?
Oh yeah,
that place.
Yo, 31k. 31k, which is a bar, by the way, in Nottingham, not far from the arena and my old studio, is weirdly famous with Warhammer people, and they don't know it. Because whenever anyone comes to Nottingham, I'm like, I'll take 31k, it's wicked. And they're like, sweet.
Right.
And whenever they are in there, they're always like, oh, Rob, nice to see you again. I'm like, yeah, nice to see you too. And then whenever other people ring me, they're like, I'll come back to Nottingham, we'll go to that place with the meatballs. And I'm like, let's go. Let's fucking go.
Like, it's all I want to go to Nottingham for now. Like, I thought it was Warhammer World. No, it's for the meatballs. I don't need anything else, man.
Could be. Games Workshop fucks Warhammer themed bands. Ask Bolt Throw about how they can't own their original songs. I did not know that. So apparently, if you try to name... But there are lots of... This is a thing that's happened in the esports community. I think you're aware of this, at least. There's quite a lot, like...
Yeah.
Are you not aware of this? No?
Mm.
Oh, so, like, you know when they have, like, their big world championships, whichever it is, normally there's, like... They have musical artists who've, like, made whole songs and, like... There's a whole thing. They like create like a theme tune, like there's like pop songs. There's basically esports pop artists, basically.
Nice.
Is what I'm saying. I don't know.
I want to be an esports pop artist. I could be like the weird fucking Justin Bieber of Dota.
What about why don't no? But what I'm saying is do this for Warhammer.
Yes,
like,
I'll be the Justin Bieber of Warhammer.
Can you like do any songs? TikTok us some songs. Basically,
I don't do the
period.
TikTok.
Okay,
the TikTok.
Don't TikTok us, but just do us some songs, basically.
I'm up for it, man.
Yeah,
I need
you're
someone to
like. You're in a band.
Always. I'm not in a band. Look at me.
Just don't do it on anything like that they can copyright infringe you for. Just
Space
like...
Marine, but not the ones that you sell.
That's
a different
the name
type.
Of the band. Yeah. Generic Space Marine band.
Ultramarine, the colour, not the thing.
Yeah. Do you ever wonder? I have some festive instruments for later. Okay, Scrivo, that's weird.
I've got some festive instruments for you later. It depends. The context of saying that makes it a lot weirder.
It does.
Big shout I have some instruments.
Matt. What?
Like if you said like I have some Christmas instruments, you're like fuck yeah. If you go, I have some fucking Christmas instruments.
For
Like,
later. Yeah,
yes,
it's
you do.
creepy. It's creepy scripts. But anyway,
I want to see them now.
I want to see them now. I want
Like,
to see
is
them
it
now.
some weird like? This is weird, man.
Mhm.
Maybe. I want to make this cockatrice song.
Which one?
There was a cockatrice idea. We could have the cockatrice song. Welcome to the new cockatrice meta. You're all fucked now.
You're all fucked now. Gang vocals. Yeah.
The cockatrice rap.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
you know,
into
like the
cockatrice
Pokemon rap.
Please write it. Like while we're off air, maybe come back Boxing Day with a theme song or something, or record it and send it me. Maybe people in the chat would be willing to help you with gang vocals. Have you thought about that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Team
no?
cockatrice, fuck yeah.
You're allowed to do parody songs. Parody songs are allowed. So you can look at what Weird Al does.
And also, like, cockatrice is an actual thing, so, you know.
What, from D&D?
No, just from in mythology and shit, isn't it? It's just a turkey bird thing. Dudes are.
Because I think that's one of the things that they, like, when they were first doing all their fantasy stuff, obviously they made a bunch of, like, they've nicked everything, haven't they, basically? It's so
They're
funny
basically
how
like the British. They nick everything and then pretend it's like their own. So it's a very British company.
They are a very British company.
Like, we steal all of the artifacts and stuff, put them in our museums. Then when someone asks for them back, we're like, no, we're still looking at them.
There's a really famous statue, actually. I think it's maybe Greek or I think it's Greek, where it's like there's a bunch of like lady statues. They're all in a row, but one's missing. Like, and then it's just like because there's like 18 of them in a kind of like square, and then just one is missing. Yeah, and it looks like it's really picturesque. And you're like, oh, it's a shame that that's one missing. And then the other one's just in the British Museum, and the British are like, no, you can't have it back. It's like, no, we want this one here. And it's like, well, yeah, but you understand you're making it be missing from this area. It's like, no, it's ours now.
We're still looking at it, all right?
Although going to I call it the Leap Museum, the British Museum, which is a free museum that we have here in the UK, or the Loop Museum, is just the best.
It is great. It's like, here we stole this from them. And we're like, oh, lovely.
That's so nice. That's so nice.
And we don't bat an eye. We just look at it and go, oh, that's amazing. It's so good.
Oh, this is so good. And also, but I kind of agree with, sorry again though, if you wanted it, you should have fought harder to keep it. That's a good argument. That's
true. True. But then if we apply that argument into other things that British, that's just going down a rabbit hole there. So,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah. Let's not do that. We would all no take backs. Fighters keepers.
It's genuinely the argument that we have though when countries ask for it back. It's like, no.
Yeah, we found this.
We found this.
Like, yeah, you found it in our country. Still, we found it. So.
What, mate?
What? It's brilliant. It's a brilliant line of reasoning. Let's be real. Oh dear. I wish that they had. That'd be some cool thing to write into the Age of Sigmar narrative. That would be fun for them to write like a museum or. Well, so you know the Collector in Marvel. Do you keep up with Marvel? Are you much into that?
No, not really. I like the films.
Okay, well, yeah, but in the films, there's a guy who collects loads of like powerful random shit, right? The Collector.
Oh, he's cool, and he's got the duck.
He has Howard the Duck. Have you watched Howard the Duck?
No.
It's a bit before your time. But let me tell you, a lot of people really compliment and praise the original Star Wars trilogy because they think they're good. Yeah, and then I say they were made by George Lucas, who made Howard the Duck, and then they say what's Howard the Duck, and I'm like, that's why Star Wars is rubbish, and then I just leave it there.
Well, right. No, Star Wars is great, and it goes in order like this. You ready for the order?
I'm ready because I know what the order is.
Solo, Star Wars story, number 1.
0%, that's correct. But
amazing.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then it's Rogue One. Okay.
It's not.
Then it's Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
Great film. Pod racing.
Which is number one. That's number one.
3.
Yeah.
3. And then I really like, what's the third one? Revenge of the Sith. Banging film. Absolutely insane. And there is reasons for this and why people will disagree with me. But Star Wars is a children's film. Okay? They're all children's films. And if you don't think they are, you're a fucking idiot.
Storylines. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, and all.
But, so 4, 5, and 6 were, like, the generations before me films. So they're all going to prefer them, right? 1, 2, 3 was the ones I got to watch in the cinema. Yeah? So they're my favourites. And then 7, 8, 9 are, like, people who got to watch those, like, children got to watch those in the film. They're going to be their favourite ones. And if you disagree, you're a fucking idiot. There you go.
Okay. All right. No, I hear what you're saying. Apart from...
See? Generational thing.
No, I hear what you're saying. Apart from pod racing's obviously the best.
Pod
Like,
racing's
who doesn't
fucking
want
amazing.
who doesn't want a 45-minute segment in a film about racing for no reason? Zero reason.
It was
Like-
amazing. That was the best part of all of them.
Today's take has been the highest level of blasphemy since 10 minutes. We should never mention Star Wars on the show. I just don't think.
I just
But do you know-
enjoy triggering people.
Well, I see. One of the really interesting things about the Star Wars, if we're going to have to talk about it for a moment, is how it applies to Warhammer and the upcoming live-action Warhammer shows. Because
What?
because there's definitely one in production.
There's a what?
Yeah, there's live action. So there's definitely one being in production. So Eisenhorn is in production.
Oh, what?
Yeah. I
I've
mean,
only
we're
just known
lucky.
this. Wait,
The Age of
I'm
Sigmar
googling
guys.
this.
Yeah, so we're lucky. We're lucky. Age of Sigmar guys are lucky because ultimately, if you think about it,
Oh, shit, this looks cool.
Yeah. The new Atatis. I think one of the good bits about this is that they're going to do 40k first. So if they do a real shit job with it, it doesn't affect Age of Sigmar. But if they do a really good job with it, then we might get a shoe in later on for some Age of Sigmar stuff, which is
I
kind
feel
of
like the
cool,
Age of
so.
Sigmar one would kind of suck, though.
Yeah, because they don't... Doing fantasy is hard.
Right? Unless it was just Gotrek.
Yeah.
If it was just a
Just get the
Gotrek
people
series.
who did The Witcher. Just get the people who did The Witcher, and then we're good.
But
then
just
we're
do it on Gotrek. But any other character, it would be shit.
No, you could do like a regular human dude.
Yeah, but like, oh no, where does he live? He lives in the realm of death. Oh, well, he's dead. Sick. Right,
No,
next.
but don't do that. Don't
Realm
do
of
the realm of
fire.
death.
Oh, he's gonna burn alive. Shit. Well.
He's in a volcano.
If he does, like, whereas Gotrek,
Yes. I don't know. I would like to see that because I think also for the first time, like the sorry,
you should.
the
do.
zeitgeist for like allowing good films / TV shows for the fandoms that we like and appreciate are really good now, because obviously Game of Thrones was pretty dark and was pretty heavy, so you could
Until the
there's a
last
good
season, they
but
ruined
until
it.
last season was
Anyway.
ruined the episode.
Vikings.
Apart from
If you want to talk about a
Podrick
good series, Vikings.
Viking until Ragnar went, and then
That is great.
oh come on,
Björn.
Björn is cool. Don't get me
Right.
wrong, but yeah,
That's
like,
a great series.
makes me question so many things about me, self. But Britannia was awful. That's correct. I think you should just get the whole crew, and I mean everyone, down to the guy that made the tea, all of it. Just don't fuck with the system that made The Witcher. Just get them to make Age of Sigmar stuff. Then it'll be wicked. Nothing
And you still have
else.
to have what's his face because he plays Warhammer, doesn't he?
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, that's the dude. Superman.
Yeah, he somehow has to be in 40k and the Age of Sigmar. He has to be the lead in both of those two.
Well, you just make him like a demon.
do you know who I would like to see be the main character in an Age of Sigmar plot?
Pegora.
Would be Charlie from Charlie in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah, just constantly like thrown into the Age of Sigmar, and he's like, "What the fuck is going on?" Yeah, it's just there's a Stormcast landing and blowing shit up, and he's like, "What the fuck are these?" The demons pop out of like a human's eyeballs. He's like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, I really want to see like the main character of some like Age of Sigmar series just be a brimstone horror, and his life like a children's like so we could have like a children's AOS series, and it's all about a brimstone horror's life, and how they
That
just
would be
dance
good.
around. In,
Yeah.
like,
Just all the time.
right.
He's just doing fireballs at
Even
people.
in battle, they're just like, fuck yeah, woohoo!
Yeah, that'd be fun. And then like he gets killed, and then two blue horrors come out, and he's like, they were in me all along. That's
You have some weird fucking like, it would be like a fable.
Yeah.
And at the end, it's got that really nice, meaningful Christmas spirity. You're like, thank you. Like Lord of Change is actually Santa.
Will work for me. What about Danny DeVito as Croak? I love that, and he's just on the throne. He's like, so I started blasting. Yeah. Oh my god, it would be so good. I really wish more famous people were into our fandom, because like it's so much more funny if these guys were. It's a shame. It's a shame they're not. Okay.
Great.
I watched. Did you end up? No spoilers at all. But did you end up watching any of The Mandalorian recently?
No, I watched half of it and got bored.
Okay, well, so
It's just the dude just walking around going, child. And I was like, I don't get it. I just didn't get it. So like, I watched like 3 episodes. I was like, yeah, this is cool. And then he finds like the not Yoda thing, right? And that thing just sort of fucking like flows shit around. And then you've just got a dude just walking around doing his thing. And I was like, what is the point? Like, what? Why is this all happening? And then my Disney subscription ran out, and I was like, well, I'm not fucking paying for any more of that shite, am I?
No.
So yeah, that's my feelings about The Mandalorian. That
Well,
shit.
there was just a 40k stats center, bud. Hey, bud. All right, bud. Welcome to the show, bud. Is this Adam, the cool captain from the Super series? Adam,
Super
how's that
cool, mate.
feel? How's that feel?
I don't know. Do I know this guy?
It's either Val. I think it's Val from the 40k Jason show.
They're the Canadian guys.
Yeah.
I like those guys.
Yeah, they're all right guys,
They're,
right?
they're funny.
Yeah, they're funny guys. I like
Yeah,
those guys too.
I wish it was like, you know, you don't know me. I don't know you. I'm sorry. Wait, I do know you. I don't really like. It's like I kind of watch the 40k show every so often, and then I remember then you start talking about 40k and I turn it off. I don't understand anymore.
Do you care much?
No.
Are you interested about any of the new releases?
No, I like it. I like it when you just talk about random shit, and then I'm like, fuck yeah, I can get into this. And then you talk about like one actual 40k thing, and it's like, nope, no more.
We'll back the fuck out of this one. I don't want to be a part of this. Merry Christmas, Ken S. Hope you're well. Merry Christmas to all of you. Thanks for joining me today. We're live all day. So I like The Mandalorian. Just wanted to point out. And the point I was trying to make is in the last scene, no spoilers for anyone in the chat, in the last scene there are some very Space Marine-esque looking robots.
Does he blow them all up by any chance? And then go, oh, look at me. As he walks away. Like,
and then it goes...
and then Baby Yoda's just up there going...
Yeah, basically.
Okay, cool.
Oh, offer a COVID test. Oh, no. Stay safe.
Try not to die.
Christmas Eve COVID test is fucking dark. So sorry, bud.
Oh, at least it's, you know, not on Christmas.
That's true. That's true. Good luck. Stay safe. Big love to JVP.
Try not to make them like put it up your nose too far and then into your brain.
You've got to go all the way to the back.
Up to your brainstem.
What heaven have I fallen into? You're not going to say that later on when it's just me rambling about nothing. But Adam's been nice. Adam, feel free, by the way, to drop out whenever you need to. I just want you to you can stay as long as you like. Anyone can call in when they want. Well, not anyone can call in. People can call in, as I say.
Hang on, do you wanna... I'm just going to bear with. I'm just going to take a selfie.
Have you...
There you go. My girlfriend was like, can you come pick me up in a bit? And I was like, yeah, in a bit.
In a bit. Oh, hold on. We've just found out. So this is some Age of Sigmar news. We found out the list that has been suggested to us on the community article about how to play Idoneth Deepkin. Do you want to hear the list?
Is it Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Volturnus.
Correct. You nailed it.
Soul Squire.
Correct.
Now, this is a hot take, right? But because this guy in the Marathi book is now fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
A Storm.
Correct.
With
Yeah,
the Cloud of Midnight.
Correct. Oh yeah, well done.
Yep. 7 or 8 times more Guard.
Correct.
2 times 3 Aether Wings.
Did you write the list?
Dude, like, come on. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Oh, it sounds hot. Yeah, it sounds good. Listen, it's different to the other list in that now there's an
I can
Eidolon
run a
in there.
fucking Storm. And now my Eels, right, can be on 3s and 2s.
You still have to wait for turn 3, so.
No, I don't anymore. Now I just fucking go. 3s and 2s, baby.
How did you write the list is the real question. How did you write the list?
How?
How? Yeah.
I went, Volturnus is good. Put him in. Yeah.
It's a sad state of affairs because I always argue for player skill. I really do. And it's not that playing these armies you can't, like, it's just an auto win. It's just that there's, like, it's so less creative at the, like, list writing phase. Because that's why I love what, like, Darren and Chris Welfare and all, like, the janky you and Owen.
Me?
Like,
I play Eels, mate. Like, so
yeah, but like
TTS.
everyone's always trying something a bit janky out, right? Like, which I think is fun, and like that's the stuff that really excites me. Like anyone who's still having the conversation about Eels now, it's like I didn't care after the first year. Do you really think I give a fuck into year 3? Like,
Yeah, it's a really complicated army to play, mate. Got a real high skill cap.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Let's put it that way. But this is what I'm painting, by the
Oh,
way.
what is that?
If anyone's interested. It's a fetid blight drone.
Sexy.
Hoping to get these and my Marines finished over I'm getting some emails. I read a really cool article. Yeah, I'm hoping to get these finished over the Christmas period, which is going to be super fun.
Nice.
Towards that. And then maybe try some new jams out.
What jams are you hoping for?
Well, these jams that I've got, I'm never eating carrot marmalade again. Not into that. Not into that at all. I think I might try Servile oranges and black beer because that sounds fun at some point.
That does sound pretty cool, man.
Just quite excited about my terrain. It just looks fucking cool, doesn't it?
It is sexy.
It is sexy. Like,
Yeah, my thing. Go on.
Well, I was going to say, like, because obviously you work at a shop and run events at a shop before. How do you find the terrain in Age of Sigmar compared to the terrain in 40k?
So it's actually it's really hard to do Age of Sigmar terrain, because AOS terrain is actually a lot more complicated than 40k terrain. Because 40k terrain, I can go on eBay and I can get the MDF cutout ruins, and then just buy like a load of them for really cheap, and they just get plonked on the table. And you can put in the rule that, I don't know, or with the new rules they've got, they actually like do shit. Whereas with Age of Sigmar, you've got to actually design your terrain to have the function, if that makes any sense. So like in 40k, it's got the rules to give it the function, so it doesn't actually have to look the part, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas obviously AOS, my rules are random as shit and suck ass. So also 40k terrain is a lot cheaper, so it's a lot easier to build the terrain. Where again with Age of Sigmar terrain, it's a lot more time consuming, it's a lot more expensive, and to buy stuff that is good, you've actually don't buy GW because that's even more expensive and shit. But do you know what I mean though? Like,
yeah.
So yeah, AOS is a lot. I find it harder to create the tables. So when I run 40k tournaments, I can literally go the night before and be like blah 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 blah, done. And then AOS, I'm like, shit, I don't have enough terrain, or like I put 9 pieces on the board and I'm like, oh, this is doing nothing. It literally does nothing. So
yeah, no, yeah. I completely agree. Absolutely agree. Jakey, or Jake, thank you so much for donating £50 to the printer fund. That's so fucking nice of you, you little angel.
Babe.
Babe, if anyone's interested, we are like raising money for a resin printer so that we can do model giveaways every month through Patreon.
I'm also raising money.
What are you for?
Thatchers.
Thatchers.
My fridge is empty.
Yeah, I want to say massive thanks to Jake for that. That's lovely. And because of him, and thanks to Stephen, who's put up our Danny DeVito croak in the chat. It's now on screen.
Fuck yeah. I love it so much.
Can offer you a nice celestial deliverance in this trying time. Yeah, thanks. So I started blasting. Now every croak in my head is Frank. But that's lovely, Jake.
Yeah, but
Thanks,
Croak needs to come down in points as well. So
yeah, we
like
both
at the
that.
moment he's like 500 points
Winter
with all
FAQ is
with all
really
the stuff
upsetting me.
that you need to take with him. He works out like 500 points. He should only be like 200.
So have I told you about my new way of trying to deal with like the rules and everything else? I'm trying to be like more constructive about how I like do reviews and stuff. So like when I talked about the Gargants as a good example, like I just felt like I was too vitriolic, like
Being a knobhead.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
But like everything I thought was like the way I expressed it. But that doesn't mean I don't have to express it in a different way. And so like that's kind of like what I'm hoping to do in the future. So saying things like Croak needs to go down points. I'm hoping at this point everyone in the chat knows I'm joking. Like
I'm completely serious.
I'm also deadly serious because he should be 210 points and don't at me. Because I kind of want everything else to be expensive. I want like Croak or a Slan to have to be in your list.
See, do you know what I would think would be funny?
What?
If they put Croak's points down to the same as a Star Priest, but they make a Star Priest 500 points.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like, so you know how in 40k some things are like core now? They're like...
with the new app, I can check.
Don't check.
I've got this. Sorry, I'm just... Like, the new 40k app, fucking brilliant. Right? I can write a list and get free shit. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Well, only if you paid for the books.
Look. See? New army roster. There you go. I love it. It's great. Anyway, carry on.
Okay.
I'm just going to write a list on my lovely new app that I paid for.
See, that's the kind of review. I should be doing that, not...
It's great for new players. Anyway, carry on.
Dead Nerve, it was brought up. That is correct. So we do have to finish off choose the prediction outcome.
I got it right!
The prediction on chances that Lumineth players love sexy elves, 94% voted for high, which is correct. Complete the prediction. Congratulations, Twitch chat. That has been completed. That's quite fun doing the little predictions, because this will be really good for when we do live events. So we could do who do you think will win, this player or that player, and then the Twitch chat can vote.
That's a genius idea.
Well, I mean, I didn't invent it. It's just I'm applying it. That'll be cool, right? So people can vote in the chat, so then we'll end up with some cool results. So that'll be fun.
Can you just put like a random vote in there as well? Just like who do you think will win? Like, I don't know, player A, player B, the dice. On the predictions you can't, because look, it says in the chat now, like intern Matt's got like a little prediction thing on his, like there's a little emote or whatever the fuck's going on there. It's quite fun. Yeah. It's quite cool.
It's pretty cool.
I like intern Matt. He showed me where to get booze.
I
like that guy. Intern Matt. He showed me that beer in Nottingham is really cheap.
Very cheap.
What is that about? Anyway, yeah, sorry. We were talking about Croak.
Why is cheap? Why is alcohol cheap in the city full of crime? Maybe as a way to deal with the crime. If you're not drunk, you're not committing the crime. Maybe.
Is it?
Hard to shoot a bow if you're hammered.
Well, you say that. I'd have more like about fuck yeah.
You'd be more random. Like if you're shooting into a crowd, it's way easier. But individual people, it's harder to generally, I think, snipe with a bow.
Yeah, but then you just do 3 at a time because that's easy, right?
Yeah.
Showing that in Robin Hood.
Well, I actually want. Why don't you get like? So I really like the the rule that you get now for the Lumineth horses, the Dawn Riders.
Yes, I think they should have the Centaur.
You what?
Centaur rule.
Well, I think we should have the Centaur rule definitely on all cavalry or generally drunk units. But my main point was, it would be nice to see hordes get some sort of like negative. Like for instance, like archers generally get +1 to hit against a unit of 30 or more. I feel like that should just be like a flat rule, because like that makes sense, right? I'm shooting into like a crowded up group of dudes. It should be way easier to hit them.
No.
Which is what I like about the Dawn
No,
Rider
because you're
wall.
aiming specifically for Grot B. Fucking fuck that prick. That guy gave me a funny look.
So what you're saying is like 180 like orc arrows just land on one particular grot.
The better. No.
Yeah, I guess that's what's happening. I reckon everyone is just trying to shoot out the netter, right?
Fucking netters, man.
Fucking netters everywhere.
Fucking netters.
Yeah, there you go. Lou Diamonds just did the same with you in the chat. He's on the same page. Just everyone is shooting at that netter. Have you had any experience with the new sharks yet?
Yes, they're amazing.
Oh yeah.
So Deepkin really needed something to stop people piling into them.
They did.
Like, honestly, before the Marathi book, I was playing with my Deepkin. I was like, oh man, it's worse than playing Sylvaneth. Like, I just put him in my fish tank and was hoping something would come out of it. But now the Marathi book, they brought that out, and I was like, maybe I could start playing Deepkin again.
Yeah.
I think they've upped their power level a bit. Not quite as much as they've done to the Spider Fang. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think the Spider Fang are still pushing that. All right, but they gave me a shark that stops people piling in. So now when I do the stupid fucking get my eels like this, I don't know why I've got eels on my table. This is just happening. And then on the end, I put them on the end, and now you can't hit me back. So I can hit you with all these attacks, and you can't touch me. So the shark's great.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's good fun, right?
Really fun. I'm actually really happy they did that. I was concerned.
You look at eels, and they can go to a point on someone's base, right?
Right.
So you just tag on the end so that only one model can touch you, and because most of their weapons are 2-inch reach, you can actually like stay a little bit further back, so that they can only ever get one attacking you. So you can get 3 attacking them, and 1 guy attacks back with the shark now. So, yeah. If you wanted that in your life, you can actually get like 4 eels onto 1 person.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen at all. But it's going to be what happens in the future.
But don't worry, it's only for 1 turn.
Well, so actually, let's look at listen, we've got some real good news. Age of Sigmar players and even 40k players, for Age of Sigmar players specifically, is you've got the whole Broken Realms release probably happening over the period of time, before the Age of Sigmar 3 in the summer, right? So you probably won't have to ever experience any of this, because the new Age of Sigmar will come out in the summer.
And then this book here, fuck it off.
Worthless. I'm going to buy every one of the Broken Realms books just so you and me can film a video. Big Goldfish, thanks for donating 40 quid to the fund. Why did you do that? You shouldn't have done that. Somehow you also made some kappas come up on the screen. I don't know how you did that. That's pretty impressive.
I want to do that.
That's the thing.
No
one's ever done that before.
What do I donate money to?
I don't know how that happened. That was thank you, bud. But you need to save that for your new car. He broke his car this week.
Oh, what? How did he break his car?
Well, to be fair, I think the car was broken for like several years because it had like a sellotaped window and was running off like potato fuel. I think.
That's the way to do it, though, right?
That's
the way to do it. Like my car at the moment is just fucked. Sorry, I'm trying to work out how to make
Thanks very
gifts
much,
come
Fish.
up. I want to do that one.
I killed it. He did kill it. Fish, by the way, the man responsible, if you guys are interested, for building all the tables here at the TSN Arena.
He's a babe.
He is a babe. And they're cool table. He was also barman at the first event.
Yeah, he gave me beer.
Yeah. He's a winner in your book. So
he is my favourite person. That's all I needed.
Yeah.
Donate.
But they tell you to use your AOS 2 books in AOS 3 against... So, I got a question for everyone. So, with how the 40k community was treated by Games Workshop during the
really well
new edition, really well. What do you honestly? How do you feel about going into you bought the Marathi book? We just saw it. You know it's going to be out of date in the summer. Honestly, what do you think about it?
Yeah, it's a bit shit, isn't it?
It is a bit shit.
I did it!
Oh, thanks for donating 5. Wait, but you didn't make the little... Did you make the little faces come up?
No, how do I do that?
Thanks for donating £5. Don't do that. Stop. Like, stop. Thank you. Like...
Yeah, but I made a Christmas elf come up.
Did you?
Yeah.
Alright, that works. That's fine. That works.
I'm so proud of myself. Worth it.
Worth it. Oh god, let me sneeze.
I have a need for sneeze.
Carry on.
Oh, I fucked it apparently. Oh, sorry guys.
Anyway,
so yeah, the treating of Games Workshop has always been great.
It has. So does it not piss you off ever? Like, honest question, Twitch chat, like, and you honestly, like, it's funny, but also, is it? Like,
I think I've gotten to a point with Games Workshop where it's just like, yeah, well, you're going to take my money anyway. What else am I going to spend it on? Drugs? Like, you know. So, you know, they might as well take my money from me. Like, you know.
Fair enough. But, like, do you not at least, like, get pissy about, like, the books versus models conversation? You know, like, that Marathi book could have been, you know, another box of models. Does it never bother you, or?
Not really, to be honest. I really like the books. Like, it does to an extent, but actually the books... I don't know. It's a weird one because like obviously if they had all the books for free, then like I probably wouldn't even buy more models. If that makes sense. Because the models that I buy are generally what I want to buy anyway. If that makes sense. But like because of the Marathi book, I've gone and bought like 2 Storms and 60 Liberators. Like I don't know. It's a weird one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. I guess one of the things for me is like I have to buy them all for work. So sometimes I'm a bit like, fuck, really? Like that's a lot. And I'm interested in that 2-week release schedule as well. Which I'd like to talk about more in a minute if that's okay.
Okay.
You've been asked by Warmaster. He said I saw Adam dance in Metros once, and I want to see him dance again on my screen. You don't have to. Oh, okay, he's doing the popper dance.
My dancing in Metros was next level. Like we were fucking like going for it. I was rather drunk. That was a bad time.
It's about
But
time.
because most of my team, because I was with Team Fact, so that was the Brotherhood. It was so I was Team Fact. It was all the London boys, and I was like a merc on their team, and they all nicely, you know, they went back to their Airbnb, and I was like, right boys, we going out. And they're like, no, we're London boys. We need our sleep and we're posh and shit. And I was like, oh, shit. Okay. So I was like, fuck it. I'll just go into town on my own. I don't know Cardiff very well. Fucking walked into Cardiff from a 20-minute away hotel and we ended up dancing. I met all these Warhammer people like I'd never met before and just started dancing and drinking with them. It was great fun. Anyway, yeah. Little story.
It's a good story, and I think some of my favourite times doing Warhammer is actually just being out the night after watching Speckles dance, one of my favourite things of all time. Big love also to Bradley Baker in the chat from my friends over in Western Australia. I've got a message in back. I didn't do that last night, I meant to. But love to you. I'm back in circulation. Yeah, you got it, baby. Let's go. It's Christmas time. I think one of the things I was thinking about a moment ago was this 2-week release schedule, and I think that 2-week release schedule could be like good and bad. I guess it depends. I mean, you're going to end up with like some big old expenses, or like, you know, how do you feel, or how do you know, like when they do like the Lumineth release, but like the models take like fucking 4
That pisses
weeks
me off.
Would you rather the book and all available models came out one day?
Yeah.
Twitch chat.
Or they do book then the week after models. Because I prefer they did a book then models. So then it gives me a chance to actually read the fucking book to work out what I want without all the models selling out.
So book first, models a week after.
Yeah, because this point, what happens every so often is you get the book, but you have to buy a load of models because or else they're going to sell out.
Yes.
So
yeah.
and I sometimes don't know what the fuck I'm going to want. So I've got to. You can't have to go.
The concept of pre-order is weird. Like I know we talked earlier on about the production matter, and we'll touch on that a little bit again. But the idea of like I get this sometimes as well. I'm like, oh my god, like new Death Guard. Like I best make sure I get all my Death Guard models. And you're right. maybe some of the Death Guard models will be sold out for 2 or 3 months. I get you. But if I buy all of the not even all of the models, like even if you try hard, an army's going to take you a couple of months to do. Like, and that's if you try hard. I mean, I don't know. Like, do you know what I mean? Whereas, like,
Contrast.
what I mean is like, could you pick up the Lumineth stuff? Let's say it all landed in one day. Let's say you picked up the book, waited 2 months until stuff got restocked. Are you in a terrible place? Like, do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, at the moment with COVID, no.
I guess not. Like,
but like when stuff comes out, I'll buy. I tend to, like, if a new army that I want to play comes out, and I know there's a tournament in 4 weeks, I will literally buy it and then have them ready for that tournament. And they may not look great, but I don't give a shit. Like, it's weird. Like my eels, when I first got that army, I think I had them all ready in 3 weeks because I had a tournament.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think. Yeah. That's a good point.
Like the cockatrices, if there was a tournament, they'd be done by now, easy. But because there's nothing to do, I'm like, yeah, fuck it, don't care. So I think it also, like, it depends where the tournament cycle is, if that makes sense, for me.
It does, yeah.
So, like, middle of the year is when, like, at the start of the year, I try and get, like, something really, really quickly out, because I know that this tournament's going to start again January, February. And I try and play, like, a new army every year.
That's fair.
So, like, the Eels, I've been playing for just over a year now. But I was going to start playing I was going to play something new this year. I was probably going to play the cockatrices, to be honest. But obviously, that's probably not going to happen now. Sad times.
Probably not. And maybe they'll even get retconned out. Who knows? They are fine cast.
Whoa.
I'm not saying that. Let me just
shit, no. I've fucked up. I've bought all their cockatrices now.
Yeah. So now they
don't
have
need
to
to sell them.
No, they'll only keep them in if they've got them to sell.
I need to send a few back.
All right, we know that Games Workshop is... so Dark Design says, we know what Games Workshop is and we know what they do, but at least they're honest about it. And the average video game company looking at CD Projekt Red. Are they honest about it, though? They lie about it all the time, but maybe we just know they lie about it all the time, so we're okay with that as well, right?
It is just an abusive relationship.
Yeah, it is. Jake
like,
says... Oh, go on.
It's like they can do whatever they want, and I'm like, but I know they'll be better next time. I know it'll be okay.
Yes, Meatball says it really bothered me. I'd play less factions, which I think is fair. Jake says it seems like they think the margins on books are better than models, which does make sense though, because the thing about the books is they sell us the books, and then they get to sell us another book. Whereas if they sell us a Plague Marine, for example, there's no way to make us buy another Plague Marine, because that kit is like. It's actually they make more money from the books over time because they keep like redoing the books. Like the Daughters of Cain book is eventually done, and there's another Daughters of Cain book, so they just get to make the same money twice, which is quite a rare. Like, yeah, they're like, yeah.
Get in there. Have these shit rules. The Sylvaneth one, they were fucking laughing. The Sylvaneth guys, they had a new book, and they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy, fucking new book." And then it was like, well, there's always next time.
Good luck, boys.
Well, I mean, with the Sylvaneth book, it was a little bit different because we knew it was shit before it came out. But
we all knew, which is a shame. So there's some stuff in the chat here which I think is really interesting. A slower release schedule, says Scott B, sounds good to me, but the fear is that once things improve, they'll speed up to get back on track and they start throwing a book at us every week. I think that's fair. If only books were available digitally. Sorry again, I agree with that.
They are for Sigma. Fucking you 40k people.
Yeah, until summer. You think we're not going to get the same thing?
Nope.
We're fucked.
We're different.
Yes, Meatball says, spot on, Rob. It's just fear of missing out, except there's some edge case OP Forgeworld thing like Chaplain Dreads. Yeah, exactly.
Forgeworld could just fuck off.
Huh?
Forgeworld could just fuck off. They don't need it anymore. I don't know why it's a thing.
So it's always been their, like... Well, it's not been their R&D department, because it wasn't
just
like...
shit.
Well, yeah, but, like, it also allows, like... you have to remember, before Games Workshop, like, the new Games Workshop, where they were, like, engaging with people and they actually had a proper release schedule, Forgeworld was, like, the most professional outfit they had, with Games Workshop falling behind. And now it's flipped reversed, where Forgeworld's the unprofessional brother to the to the Chad son. You know, but like there's still like I think some like fun. I think that you almost need. So someone in the chat was just talking about the fact that CDPR was supposed to be one of the last bastions and hopes for gamers until all the suits ruined it. I'm not saying Forge World in any way is like a suit. Like it's like I'm not saying they're like a cool punk hippie band who are like out there like on the fringe of creativity, but they're at least not tied into like a release schedule and like some sort of like corporate ideology. They are tied into corporate ideology. That's not fair, but they at least can be a little bit more creative. Like that. Also, one of the things about their office is it's super collaborative with the model designers and the narrative guys. They're all in the same space. I feel like it felt a little bit more holistic when I was there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best place in the world to work or that it's brilliant. But I just feel like it's good that there's kind of almost an indie company inside Games Workshop. Like, not that that's fully the case, but do you know what I mean? Like, it would be fun. Like, if they had all that money and they were just like, you guys go off and, like, you know, if they just gave like 6 dudes who are good at making games a bunch of cash, sat them in a room with some model designers, like, look, we want you guys to come up with the next thing. We make loads of money, we can go and R&D a new thing.
See, I wish that Forge World did what they do with Lord of the Rings.
Huh?
I wish that Forge World did for the other the other 2 games what they do for Lord of the Rings. So, like, Lord of the Rings, you've got obviously all the characters and shit that are on the Games Workshop website. Yeah. The actual good-looking ones and the really fucking cool, like, diorama-based ones are all Forge World. So, like, is it Thranduil or something? Yeah. His model on Games Workshop site is shit. Whereas the one on Forge World is fucking amazing. And it's got, like, a cool, like, diorama base. And I just wish they did that for, like, more characters. So you could buy the Games Workshop generic character. And then you had, like, the Forge World fucking badass cool character. But they were the same model. It's like they had the same rules. Yeah, rather than coming out with, like, Forge World shit that potentially isn't as balanced as it could be.
I just think that they also they've said that the designers, the rules designers themselves now do the rules for them. So maybe it's not quite like what we think it is anymore. But whatever. Like it's weird. The presentation is weird, but then so is the presentation of everything else that they do. Like the Marathi book's coming out of nowhere is weird presentation, and we're all kind of like, yeah, we get it. Yeah, you're changing the edition. This is what we're doing. Like, shh.
It's a secret. We don't know this yet.
Oh, Bradley, Jack Baker, thanks very much for donating £5
Did he make a
to
GIF
the fund.
come up?
Huh?
He didn't do it properly.
How did you do it with a GIF? I don't know how you do it with a GIF, but that was
Next
great.
time,
Thanks.
right, donate another £5 and add a GIF.
Add a GIF.
It's more fun.
Anyway.
It's worth your £5, I promise. It is.
It is. So someone in the chat said, and big shout out to Tristan in the chat, big love to you, that one of the unfortunate things was when Alan Bly died, which agreed. Alan Bly, wonderful person, and a creative talent. And I've said this time and time again, I actually think that they've just got a lot of people who work there, which is fine, but
I'm sure they do have a lot of people that work there.
What I'm trying to say
as a company, like, I'd expect them to have quite a few people that work there.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that they not just have a lot of people who work there. What I'm trying to get at is they have
It's okay.
I'm trying to say this. Yeah, I'm trying to say this without saying
without being a knob.
My mouth. Yeah, without being a knob. They have a
Whisper
lot of people
it.
on the
Whisper it to me first.
Okay, well, like you could hire me to make music, right? And
could you though?
You'd be paying me. You'd be like, Rob, make music, and then I'd be there earning a wage, and some music would be made, right? But would it be good music? That's the point. Like, you have to hire artists, and the creativity of a game, the fun of a game, the engagement of a game, it feels a lot what they produce, both from 40k and Age of Sigmar. Feels like a lot of people on a payroll producing some work, and not talented creatives.
Maybe they started that way.
Huh?
Maybe they started as like, yay, let's make cool games. And then after the years, they're like, fucking yeah, whatever, mate. Like any job.
That's what I'm trying to bring up about Alan Bly, is I think Alan Bly was that artist, or that craftsman, or whatever you would want to be. He was that, like, he had that innate skill. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think some people are like have a skill. Like, you can teach anyone probably to play guitar, but some people like just have a skill. Yeah, right. And then they just like it just clicks with them. Like, and I think with Alan Bly, like game creation clicked with him. Like Warhammer and creating games clicked. And it's kind of interesting that we don't really have these other names of people that we can point at and say, yes, those are our other guys. The fact that we're not here, not talking about anyone else, I think is enough of indication that there isn't anyone else who it clicked with. So there's still people making stuff. Yeah, go on.
Because I think that like Games Workshop rules designs are generally, this is a bit of a like, but they're not terrible, right? It's just the shit that is bad, like the one or two mistakes blow out the whole game, if that makes sense. So like the majority of Age of Sigmar is fucking amazing. Like
yeah, agreed. I think the core mechanics are amazing. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's brilliant. And then like the Seraphon book is actually a really, really good book. The issues are it's got like one or two stupid shit in it, which then like ruins the whole book. The Deepkin book is terrible, but let's not go into that one. Like the Slaves to Darkness book is a really, really good book. The way it's written, I think, is really, really good. But again, there's like one or two things that might be bad, which then we focus on. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think most of the books they actually produce are quite good. It's just that they have one or two mistakes in that you go, now the whole book's ruined. But the whole book isn't ruined. It's just tournament gamers going, yes, croak. So yeah.
I agree. I think they're getting better.
Yeah.
I think they're getting better. Definitely. I don't know if they're necessarily like. I don't know. Like I say, I don't know if they've necessarily got that creative genius available to them anymore, which is fine. But like I think Alan was like the sad part that passed because he also did he did the Tamrakhan book and the Monster Arcana book, which again like. In 8th edition, or sorry, in the old Warhammer Fantasy Battle days, were weird books to exist. But
cool
if you read them,
wasn't it?
But they were
that
fucking
Tamarkan
cool.
book.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Like they're these creative things that exist in the world, which are just outrageous, and I love that they are there, and I want more of that. Like they got to hire some people. I think would be the key part, and I'm not just
me.
They've just got loads of money. Just like spend that money on like an R&D team, or like go hire some people, or fuck me, why don't they run like courses? Like you would feel like Games Workshop, like game design courses or something should be.
That was sick as fuck.
Do you know what I mean? Like
they could do some really cool like apprenticeships.
Yeah, they could
like,
do.
How cool would a Games Workshop apprenticeship be? So rather than doing like you already have to have all this knowledge, you could do a Games Workshop apprenticeship.
I think that is just
awesome.
I think that is just taking on one of their really low paid jobs, like straight out of uni. Basically, is their apprenticeship.
Yeah, like, it gets you like it's the same as like but if you don't have to do uni. So like for example, like most apprenticeships you go straight out of school at 16, right?
Yeah.
So if for example like me, I couldn't do A levels because I just couldn't do school anymore. So I went and did a teaching assistant apprenticeship. And that's what's gotten me into now uni doing teaching. So why not do like game design apprenticeships for people that have literally just left school? And then, that inspires them to go into uni because they were too fucking stupid to go into A levels like I was. But it was like, because I couldn't do, actual righty shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
You're a practical learner. Yeah, no, I understand that. Fantastic. Hi, thanks for subscribing and joining in. Also, apparently, Tamrakhan was by Rick Priestley, by the way. So we've got that wrong. So apologies.
What do you mean we got that wrong? You got that wrong.
I got that wrong. I was pretty certain Alan was involved as well. If I had my copy, I'd look in the books. I think they put names in, but they didn't. But thank you, Darker Design. Appreciate that a lot. So Rick Priestley deserves that love. And he left Games Workshop because they didn't want him to do Chaos Wins, and then they turned around and had Chaos blow up the fucking universe.
I tell you what they need to bring back. That Storm of Magic book.
Oh, yeah.
With the wheel.
With the wheel.
The random wheel that you spam. That was the best part of that game.
Well, that's basically what they did with the Soul Wars, right? They were like, magics run wild. And you're like, okay,
but there was no wheel.
There was no wheel.
If they had that wheel in every game...
The Nurgle guys have got a wheel.
Yeah, but that one doesn't fucking like...
It does fucking wang. You can wang it.
It doesn't. I've got one.
I'll 3D print you one that wangs. That'd be
Can I have a wheel that wangs my cockatrices?
Could do. I'll get you a little flinger. They can throw them.
I don't want a spider though.
No one wants the spider. That's the sad part.
Warhammer joke there. Woohoo! Spider
so,
fang for the win.
So I want to talk about Needy Cat Games because that's actually something that's really interesting. I want to say thanks to Buntastic Guy for subscribing. I want to say to Ratha Sigmar, if you get a resin printer, will you be setting up a shop? I'm feeling Honest Wargamer Space Marine chapter. One of the things that we've talked about on the show is doing some of our own designs or working in collaboration with some designers for some funky stuff like some Honest Wargamer terrain would be sweet as. Also getting some Honest Yeah, exactly. Getting some Honest Wargamer sculpts because there's no way that people wouldn't want a Nathan Prescott in their army. How about this? An Owen Jackson in your army.
Owen Jackson Bellacore.
Yeah, there you go.
Shuts me down every time. No! No, Owen, not today.
Not again. But the thing that I want to go back to, but yeah, the whole idea is that like we need to print stuff for the studio, but now because you guys are so generous, we might be able to. We're also going to do giveaways as well, so that'll be a fun thing to do on the show. So I'm very, very excited about doing that. And then after that, the world's our oyster, really.
You could do the cool like trays that Pro painted. You've seen the Pro painted things that he's done.
Yeah.
Those are fucking sick as fuck.
You like that,
mate? They're cool. Like I open it up and like look at all my shit.
Yeah, there you go. It's very cool.
I've got so much shit around me. I don't know why I've got all my Warhammer to hand today.
Just like, do you want to see some cool shit I've got?
To be fair, this is basically my entire flat. So as you can see here, so there's my bed. This is my desk. That's my kitchen. And just to the left of me, that is my sofa.
What else do you need?
And then just there is my bathroom as well.
I think one of the things about 2020 that I've really appreciated is really made me hone in on the things that I do just appreciate. Because like the next 3 days, for example, like I've loved the stream streak and like hanging out with everyone, and it's just been super chill. And so like when you get the idea of Christmas, because I've always loved Christmas and just sitting in a room on my own, really. But actually, I'm super excited. I've got some food like knocking around. I've got food all around me here.
What are you having?
I've made myself a pack up for tomorrow and
Nice.
for today. So I made myself like some.
This is my first vegetarian Christmas.
Oh really?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
So I'm like loving it. I'm missing marshmallows though. Marshmallows in my hot chocolate.
Oh, you missed that?
Yeah, man.
You can't
Like
have
at
that 'cause
Christmas,
they're
and you
not
have like.
vegan, are they?
I don't give a shit about vegan. I'm not going that far. I'm not a monster.
So what, you're not gonna have? Why aren't you gonna have marshmallows?
Because they got gelatin in.
Oh,
I found this out the other day, and I was like, no!
No.
Okay, I'm eating meat again. Because I can't have marshmallows.
Give me a cow. I want to punch it and then eat it.
It's better for the environment, isn't it? If anyone asks that, it's a good argument. Fuck those guys. Anyway, yeah. Let's not turn this into why you should be a vegetarian.
Let's not turn that into this show. No one wants to hear that.
I had vegetarian pigs in blanket yesterday.
Okay, I didn't know they did them.
M&S.
Where did they do them from?
M&S. So obviously they tasted better than anything I've ever tried in my life because I couldn't afford them as it is. So I was like, oh my god! I'm just burning money.
There's some Tesco do some vegetarian like pulled pork.
I don't like the pulled pork vegetarian shit.
It's my little secret delight. I was making it was like 11:30 last night, and I was like doing all the jobs in the house, prepping for Christmas, and I was just like, I was so excited. I was like, oh fuck it! It was like sizzling in the pan. I was like, you're gonna get fucking ate, you weird pieces of grass turned into pretend meat, whatever you are. It was really tasty. See you later, Tank Roberts. Look after yourself. Merry Christmas. Loads of love.
It's Matt. Matt's in the chat.
Matt's in the chat. Your friend. Your friend.
My babe. I love Matt.
Oh, he also has got a little. Look, he's got a little emoticon by his name. A former hype train conductor. That's great. I didn't know that did that.
It's from shooting too many English people that try and get over his bridge.
Hey, Dan Brooke. I hope you're well. So, look, I want to go back to that conversation about.
Do I keep Derail.
Needy Cat Games. So Needy Cat Games is a really, 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 really clever fucking thing set up by a guy called James Hewitt. James Hewitt used to work at Games Workshop. He was actually on the very first ever Honest Wargamer show. So he used to be working at Games Workshop as a rules writer. Later on worked in Forge World, then went back to
Did
work.
you form a coup?
Did I form a coup?
Were you like, no,
No,
fuck this?
I did
Everyone,
not talk.
Honest Wargamer!
I did not
Is that
talk
what
to
happened?
him and Duncan and
Would
a
you
bunch
like
of other people.
have like picket signs as you left?
No, but
Anyway,
I do.
carry on.
I was in the TV studio several months, being like to Duncan. I was like, I just don't understand why you and Roger don't leave. I was like, do you know how much money? I was like, do you know how much money you make? They were like, no. Do you think we make a lot of money? I was like, do you think you make a lot of money? Fuck yeah! Like ignore COVID, right? Let's say there was a Duncan next year. Let's say Duncan Rose Painting Academy then has like live paint sessions. Fucking the queue would be like.
I use Duncan's show now instead of Pornhub.
Same. Same.
I watch him. I'm like, yeah, tooth and coats.
Same. That's the same.
I've got enough emoji thingies.
Huh?
Sorry, I've got more hydration points. I just got given them.
Congratulations!
What do you do with those?
Thanks, Owen, for linking that in the chat. You can spend them on polls and predictions when we do them, or there are like
Drink.
Pimatrolls. Yeah, I can drink some water, which I'll do. Thank you very much. Need to fill this up in a minute.
There you go. Carry on.
Stepmom gets stuck under the paint table. Oh wait, Helgamar said not a vegetarian, but I had a pulled jackfruit barbecue burrito last week. Instant hit. Yeah, I think one of the nice things about the non-meat stuff is learning what other stuff you can put inside something like a burrito. Because previously it would have just been like, I don't know, like a big bit of meat, obviously. But now you can. There's loads of other stuff which allows you to do different flavor profiles.
Needy Cat has a cat on it.
Yeah, right. So Needy Cat Games. Let's talk about this because I think this is really, really clever.
Oh, a cat.
So James Hewitt.
I agree.
Is a board gamer of some note, like a board game designer of some note. So he worked on the original Necromunda. He worked on the original, not on the original Blood Bowl or the original Necromunda. Sorry, the new re-released Blood Bowl, not Blood Bowl 2, the first one. The new released Necromunda, not the old one, the new one. Yeah. Age of Sigmar when it launched. He wrote some of the first Bastillodon rules, which is fun. So the old laser beam and snakes, which is funky. But he's also worked on recently he's worked on like the Hellboy game, and he's done a bunch of other stuff. So the man designs a bunch of stuff and has been paid to design a bunch of stuff as well, which is super cool. But one of the really clever things he's done here in Nottingham, which I think is very clever. Oh yeah, he also did Titanicus as well. One of the interesting things about him is that he set up like a kind of like collaborative space where he's been like getting people in and like teaching them game design, or like he's been running courses. And I think that that's fascinating because normally none of that ever goes outside of the company it's inside of. Like if you take, for example, Games Workshop, they're never going to run that course that we were just talking about with game design because they don't fucking want anyone to know. Whereas James, can do that. So I think it's probably and because Games Workshop being the leader in the market, and the Hellboy game he designed or was part of designing, whatever the situation is the most kickstarted or highest kickstarted thing to date, I think.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool, yeah. So that's a really awesome thing that's happening in Nottingham at the minute. And so there is the opportunity for people.
Are all the nerds just in Nottingham?
Well, I mean, loads.
It just
of
seems like
move.
everything happens in Nottingham. Why Nottingham?
Well, I just think it's because it's where the business is, right? That's where anyone who works for Warlord or Mantic or those other things are also based in Nottingham. They all used to work at Games Workshop, so
right.
That's what it is.
They did a U. No, no more.
No more of this.
And then went away and started commenting on their game product.
Yeah,
giving them more money. What?
I wrote the worst quitting letter. I just wrote, "To whom it may concern, I quit." Rob Sykes.
I'm going to talk about your company and give you more money now.
I you can't tell me what to do anymore. That's the best.
It's got weird.
Yeah, that is weird. But anyway, I think that's a cool thing, right? So he wanted to retrain, or if you're somewhere else in the world, I just don't know why we're shouting it out, but we might as well fucking shout it out. If you're listening to the podcast, I don't know if this will even be a podcast, but if you're listening right now and you're like excited about it, you could potentially, go and contact him and like, I want to learn game design or something like that, because I'm sure there's someone out there who's like, I've always wanted to design games, but I don't know where to start, I guess.
With a dice.
Sometimes they don't even use dice, do they? They use like tokens and things.
Spinny wheels!
Look, contact him like, hi, my name's Adam. I like to design a game based solely around cocks and spinny wheels.
I might Google that, see if it's already a thing.
And potentially
Cocks
throwing
and
my models.
spinny wheels. God. And spinny wheels. I'm going to do it in an incognito tab, I think.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think it's an awesome thing that he's doing, basically, and people should kind of like
very sexy thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least interesting. Like, there's a guy out there who's like trying to like make stuff happen, and I think he's also being really smart, because who the fuck else is doing it? I think is the main point. Like, who else is out there?
Universities, but they charge £9,000 for it.
But what are they teaching people how to design board games? Is that a thing yet?
There's like game design, isn't there?
Yeah, but there's
and
game design.
They get like £9,000 for it. So there's the real money spinner.
Setting up our so are we going to set up a Warhammer University? Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, then we just say like £9,000 for it. Boom, each student £9,000, smashed it, and then you treat them like shit, and they still have to stay with you.
And we guarantee you 0 chance of a job at the end.
Yeah. Fucking winner. Smashed it. Absolutely smashed it.
Smashed it. Great idea. Yeah. But those guys are idiots. Intern Matt, who did do game design, in the chat.
Is that why he works with you now?
Yes. No, that is why, genuinely. Because he was interested.
What, because he couldn't find anything else? He was like, no, I've done a degree! Fuck! What do I do now?
But board games are really, really popular at the minute. Like, the numbers on the board games industry at the moment is crazy. Like, loads of people are into them, and loads of people are designing them as well. I think that's the interesting part. And it actually gets more interesting. Like, if you were any good at 3D design, you could now design your own board game, design your own miniatures, and just release that as a product, which is what most of those Kickstarters are basically happening. It's just
I love Kickstarter.
You could just be a one-man man. Do you actually like Kickstarter?
Yeah, I prefer GoFundMe.
Okay.
Because then I can just like put stuff up and pretend I'm going to do something and get people's money and go, ha ha! It didn't work. Sorry. I've taken your money. It fell through. Oh, sorry,
so you don't
guys.
like Kickstarter?
The amount of times that I've been tempted to kickstart something, but then I'm scared it's just going to fall through, and they've taken my money.
Interesting thing. So my friend Velatron, who is in the chat sometimes. So he, for the Honest Wargamer first birthday, so 2 years ago, he was like, "Hey Rob, what do you want for the show's birthday?" And I was like, "Hey dude, like I'm not really sure." He's like, "What you?" I was like, "I could do with some terrain. That would be super fun." And he was like, "Okay." And then I showed him this Kickstarter called Hagglethorn Hollow, which the Labyrinth show, or the Labyrinth film, the guys from Weta Workshop, or a guy that worked at Weta Workshop, probably is better, I don't want to throw Weta out there under the bus. A guy at Weta Workshop, he designed the entire, on 3D printers, or 3D files, he designed the entire of Hagglethorn Hollow, which is like this sort of city, and there's 3 parts of Hagglethorn Hollow. There's like the inner city, there's the outer bit, there's another bit. So he designed them all. And he designed them modular so you could like stack them on top of each other. He did this incredible video. Like, it looked super awesome and everyone was like really into it. Yeah? It was amazing. 2 years later, Adam.
2 years?
Still don't have them. But I did just get the message today from Velatron. He was just like, just Christmas miracle. They've finally been shipped from China. Like, so they'd announced, like, we've shipped it from China. And I was like, perfect. Right at the moment of the like fucking ports closing and everything else, it's never coming in. But how fucked is that? Like,
it's like, too fair. That's my work ethic.
Huh?
That's my work ethic. I feel like I should join their company.
2 years is insane.
Just like, I'll put something up. Oh shit, people have given me money. I'll do it tomorrow.
Not me. Already printing terrain. Look at that. Already on it. Can't stop
Can I have
me.
some?
Huh?
Can I have some?
You can come and play on the some that we've got.
Hang on. Raffle. It didn't work.
No, it didn't work. I'm fixing it for later. Okay? I don't know why it didn't work. So Batman Majora says, Batman is Majora says, the problem with the gaming industry right now is actually distribution. Arguably, think holding it back at least, particularly in the US, from achieving even more scale is a reliable place to play. That isn't the classic 1980s Simpsons comic book caricature of location. I'd agree with that massively. If you look at like what Bad Moon have done, or like, it's just it's a cool guy hip cafe with some boards at the back to play games on. And I think we've got in the past 4 or 5 years we've ended up with 4 board game cafes in Nottingham. What about you? Have you got any where you are?
We've got one that is really overpriced, so no one goes in. But the shop that I'm working at, we want to do something similar, but it just never seems to. It's getting all the licenses for it. But the other one, it would be really good.
Do you have to have a license to play a board
No,
game?
for like the alcohols and like the serving food.
Oh right, yeah.
You know, all that sort of shit. But we got one, but they're just a bit expensive. So like, it's like £5 per person just to sit down. Then you've got to have like X amount of money to borrow a board game, and then down here like, they're charging like wine is like £6 for wine, which I know for some people that seems reasonable, but for me it's fucking not. But like, yeah, it's a really, really good idea, and I'd love I think they're really cool, but you've got to like market it to the right people, don't you? So like sometimes like you look at them and you're like, oh, it's a bit, they're for families, and then you get like the sweaty ass nerds that go in, and then the family's like, oh, do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. I think doing it.
You need like
pubs...
a downstairs for the sweaty nerds to go, and you're like, you can go down here.
A bit like when you're like door picking or something. It's just like, oh yeah, all right lads, you're going right. And they're like, you're going in that room. It's like, okay. And then like the cute family turn up like, you guys going on the left.
The LARPers, right? Fucking get out.
LARPers, get back in the forest, you fucking elf dogger. No one needs you. Yes, Ball says, my mate runs Roll With It games, D&D nights in pubs, so much better than trying to get people into the nerd store. That's really clever.
We play in pubs loads now. So we play, so like, there's a load of guys down here there's a nice cafe that's down here, nice and cheap. But we play like loads of guys play like Underworlds in there, or they'll take like Blood Bowl in, and then like our club night is just in a pub. We just take our tables in, and it's like, sup, this is our section now.
I don't know why people don't know. Like that would be
way more, I think, more acceptable. Because like, I feel like if you did this a couple of years ago, you'd get all the chavs that we were talking about earlier come up to you and burn your figures in front of you, and you'd be like, no. But like now, it's like you get a lot of people that almost come up to you and be like, oh, what are you playing? These are quite cool. Where can I get them? Like I think it's a lot more socially acceptable with the whole nerd culture shit. But yeah,
I agree. Big shout out to Johan Nor. Merry Christmas, you sexy bastards from Australia, and Baby J. Big love to you. Also, Dan Brooks says, I think Century Gaming, which is close to me, have moved to a location like that. I think it's going to be like a common thing now. Also, pubs, if anyone's interested, like for your local area. Maybe it's not true in not England, but pretty true in England at least. Probably the UK. Pubs are fucking broke. They don't make any money. They make money Friday, Saturday night. It used to be like there was a drink culture, so lots of licensed premises still have like loads of floor space because on a Friday and Saturday they want to make as much money as they can. But then on like a Wednesday they're like, you know, like if you turn up with 3 old ladies, they're like, oh, busy tonight. So like, I mean, honestly, like get into touch with your local like bars, even restaurants, like any of those places after COVID, and be like, look, on a Wednesday or a Thursday night, I want to set up a gaming night. I reckon you'll genuinely get some like.
Yeah, the pub down the road from me is so we do our club night there, and we literally messaged the owner and we were like, yeah, can we basically rent out your entire floor? And we think we might get maybe 6 to 8 people. And I'm like, yes, bring them here. And we're like, oh shit, okay. Yes, we'll bring our club to you. And genuinely, we get like 6, maybe 8 people turn up, but they know that sometimes we'll get like 12, 14, and it's like we are literally take over the entire pub with that many people on like a Tuesday night.
Yep.
And they appreciate it so much because the amount of business that they get from us, because most Warhammer players are slight alcoholics, especially down here because we've got all the military dudes. But yeah, so yeah, go to your pubs. Your pubs are your friends, and they have beer.
I agree with that. Sorry again, says shout out to the Station Hotel in Hucknall where hammers and ales meet every Tuesday before COVID. Yeah, like I honestly think that might be something that happens more regularly, or I could. This is unfortunately my nightclub brain kicking in, because what we would always be doing is thinking of the next new thing that would get loads of people to go out like all the time. And now my brain's like, I'm pretty certain I could like pitch that idea. You could promote a night to a pub.
Go-karts.
Like, no. I mean, you could go in and be like, look, I'm going to get loads of people board gaming in and stuff. Or you could even do it for their regular clientele, because really a lot of pubs or bars specifically, they have like a clientele they want in their head. But really what you could try and do is convince that clientele that they want to play board games, which is another thing that people would want. So instead of just necessarily going after the board gaming crowd, you would try and convince people that don't normally play board games to play board games.
Mind control.
Advertising, I think is what they
Sorry,
call it.
yes.
Yes.
Shit.
Shit.
I've let the cat out of the bag there. Fuck.
How does that work? Hey, Datalist, Merry Christmas. Blue diamonds on a hole.
Wheels.
Huh?
We get those spinny wheels, the black and white ones.
See, imagine that,
like,
spinny wheel. What board game are we playing today? Cards Against Humanity again, because you're all really normal. Although I love that game.
Fucking great game.
My
parents are quite PC, like that. You know, they're relatively normal people.
Yeah.
And the other day I was in there shopping. I was in Menkind, I think it was, shopping for my little brother's Christmas present, and there was Cards Against Humanity. And I was like, oh, he'd appreciate that. But then the question was, if he opens that then on Christmas Day, I've then got to explain to my parents what the fuck Cards Against Humanity is. And I was like,
but the thing is, you can play Cards Against Humanity, and like if you're playing with normal people, they then will put in normal people answers.
Yeah, but I can't help myself because the dead baby card.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is like what's good about the game is people like decide what their like humor is.
Yeah, but is it though when you have the Jimmy Savile card just thrown in there? Like,
I don't know.
You know.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess. But then climate change is hilarious to old people, not at all funny to us. So like, you know, that kind of moves around. They're like,
climate change is hilarious. Not real. It's just a massive fucking joke, mate.
Listen, it's because of the 5G. That's why.
Yeah, it's like COVID is just an excuse to vaccinate us so they can track us.
Oh no, you've said the word. Now it ruined our algorithms. You're not allowed to say that, you know. Like it gets shunted down.
Hang on, what am I not allowed to say?
COVID.
Sorry.
No, you can. No, it's fine.
I'll stop saying COVID.
No, it doesn't stress
me. So we can't say COVID anymore.
Yeah,
Ever.
Right.
Is there anything else I can't say?
I'm not telling you. Right.
Just text me.
Yeah, I will. Inferno Storm says the Warhammer Fantasy Battle Polish Team Championships are done in giant pub, 8 to 120 people in the pub playing miniatures. It sounds amazing.
I don't believe them.
That sounds great.
He said Warhammer Fantasy Battles doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, they still play. Some of my friends in Australia are currently playing 6th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battle. They've like started a podcast about it. They're doing all of it.
They've like gone back in time.
Yeah, they're like, fuck this.
We don't need this anymore.
But they're like, we can't play Sigmar, so we'll just do this instead.
Is it like the fucking 70-year-old men that are like, back in my day, it was so much better.
So much better around here.
I'm going to go back and play 6th edition of Fantasy. Fucking ages, Sigmar.
I don't even know how it bloody works anymore, but I can't wait to flank and wheel.
I need to get my calculators out now.
Have you got your laser pointer? I want to see if I can charge this in the flank. Where are your characters? They're in the front rank.
Is that monstrous infantry or not?
Yeah. What's your attrition test like? Brilliant.
How many ranks have you got, and will it matter?
Are all British people just pirates? I think Adam's doing a better impression than me, but unfortunately.
It's just down here, down
yeah,
south. If you ever come down here, we're all farmers, you see. We've all got our combine harvesters, I'll have you know.
Why don't you start promoting games generally to all them truck drivers lined up? That'll be... Are they not near you? Can you not help them? Aren't you near a port? Is it full? Are you busy?
That mate's fucking rammed. Absolutely rammed at the moment. They're all coming here, they want it.
If you don't... You need to get yourself a boat and run across the channel and get us some
I've got a
bananas
boat.
or something. Quick!
I
Go
have a
get us some
boat.
bananas or oranges. We need them quickly.
Straight up have a boat. I've also got a life jacket here. Hang on. Where is it? Oh, no, it's in the bathroom. But I've got my helmet. There's the helmet.
All right.
Apparently I've got all the random shit to hand today.
Adam, do you own a boat? Yeah, I do actually. Here's my helmet. And I'm actually sat in the boat, live
Hang on.
streaming right now. It's where I
2
am.
seconds. You'll want to see this. Hang on.
Is this another boat? Is this what's happening? Oh, congratulations! Oh, we've we've got a Brexit deal. Nice, nice. Muchos congratulations, everyone. Merry Christmas on Christmas Eve. We've ended up with a Brexit deal. Go on, sorry again. Is that real, or is that just Adam going across the port and getting us bananas? We're not sure. Can someone check for me? Is that true? Do we have a Brexit deal? Are we like sorted for Brexit now? That's great news. I was worried that we didn't. Is the deal or no deal? That's the deal. That's the deal. Yes. Oh, nice. Allegedly, they're still arguing about fish. Damn it. Check the BBC News. It's a Christmas miracle. Fucking did it, boys. We did it. Adam will be so happy when he gets back. I can't wait to announce it to him. Adam.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I'd be quick and go for a quick piss, and then my whole my bladder just decided that it wanted to completely empty. So. That was fun.
Well, I'm about to announce something to you.
Oh.
Get ready. I'm about to read it out to you live. It's going to affect you more than anyone because you're a young fella. So.
It's like story time.
Boris Johnson set to unveil a trade deal with the EU. We've done it, baby. There you go. We've got it. No one knows what it means. That's it. That's the news. We've got a deal.
Oh. But the last time they got a deal, it wasn't very good.
Let's not go into it.
Okay.
We've got a deal.
So
ready.
See, we have a life jacket here.
Uh.
This is my boat. We've got another life jacket just in case I have a friend. Right. And there's another life jacket. There you go. There's the orange one, and this one has a whistle in case you die.
Oh, nice.
Whistle.
Nice. Well,
right.
I like how you prepped all this for Brexit, and now you don't need it.
I know. I've got like a life supply here of shit. Here's the wetsuit, just in case we ever want to go surfing. This one is my cag that I can wear on my body here.
Yeah.
Yes, and it keeps me relatively dry, but it's not very dry anymore. I've also got a dry suit somewhere over here. I don't know where that's gone. And this one is an exciting wetsuit. Because this is, like, weird. Look how weird that shit is.
That is very weird.
It's
really
really
weird that you have several wetsuits and life preservers in your flat. I guess that's what living by the sea needs.
I literally live, like, 5 minutes away from the sea, so you can never know. With global warming, you never know when you're going to die.
You never know.
I've seen 2012.
So questions in the chat. Adam, are you a diver or a spy?
Both. But I didn't tell you about that.
shit spy.
No, I'm a kayaker, if you're wondering. There you go.
Are you the man who are you just deeply racist? This is what we're discovering you. Do you like frogman out into the ocean, and when you see a refugee boat, you stab it and you like sink it? Adam, is that what you do? You're an evil human being.
No.
No. Or no, you do the opposite. Do you go rescue them and bring them back?
Yes.
Nice. There we go. We've turned it into you being a good guy. That's well done.
Yes, Owen, I am Special Forces. Ask anybody. This body clearly shows Special Forces.
Very Special Forces.
Just accentuating the special part.
So listen, it's been 3 hours now. So me and Adam are gonna take a little break. Or specifically, Adam's gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break for 5 minutes. and then Owen's going to come on the show, if that's okay with everyone.
Owen?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm more excited than anything.
Ever. So he'll be back. I'm
going to record that and save it for later.
I need to do some Christmas, like a classic house party. I need to do some classic things. I need to restock my drinks.
Get more cocktreaces.
Go to the toilet, do all the drugs, and then be back. Classic house party. Yeah. So 5-minute break. You're going to see a holding screen, but we'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll see you guys in a minute. Thanks everyone. So just anyone who's here or hangs out. So we'll
I'm here
back soon. Yeah. Adam, thanks for being on the show. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, baby.
All right, we'll see you guys soon. Bye. God. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Merry Christmas! We're joined by, who knows, Mrs. Claus, Owen Jackson. That's who we're joined by. Hey, Owen, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm really good. I'm eating myself a, we were just talking about it off air. We'll talk about this on air, whatever. Yeah, like them Nesquik straws.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a, I don't know what it's, I don't even know what it's called. This is called a wafer roll. So that's what I'm having. I'm having a Christmas wafer roll, and I'm loving it.
Has it got two F's in it? Is that why it's wafer? Or is that just the way you're saying it? You're saying it for comedic effect, aren't you, Rob?
No one has ever said wafer. After that scene, yeah. Wafer thin. It's
wafer. Yes. Wafer thin mint.
Wafer thin. Yeah.
What was that? That was Monty Python, right? That was like that guy who's about to explode, and he's just like, one more... Yeah, you know, just. Are
you sure you don't want it, sir? And he's like, it's a wafer thin mint.
Well, that's me tomorrow about 5 o'clock. I'll be slightly bilious, I'm sure.
Weren't you just telling me about some of your Christmas gubbins? What have you just produced yourself this morning for Christmas?
Well, I mean, I'm not exactly Nigella, but I did make some vegetarian little veggie sausage rolls. Look at that. I said to Anna, have we got some sesame seeds? And she said, yeah, we've got black sesame seeds, so they look a little bit artisan. Teaming them up with a classic festive tangerine and a lovely cup of Rosie Lee. So Merry Christmas all.
Merry Christmas to all, and to all. Good Jule also to our friends over in Sweden as well. Yeah. Sounds like an Audi. It's not an Audi classic. This is from the... foreign supermarket.
Holy shit! Anna just handed me a chocolate coin as well. So.
Merry Christmas, Anna.
Merry Christmas. Yeah, she's smiling. I'm sure I can't see her, but yeah. Yeah. She says Merry Christmas, gamers. So that's nice.
Are you been well? You excited about Christmas tomorrow?
I mean, I'm a little bit sort of. I wouldn't say I was dry, but I'm sure I've mentioned in the past how I was always the kind of Scroogey guy who didn't want Christmas music on too early. But now we're here, then yeah, I'm pretty ready. Yeah, definitely. Eat some nice food. My brother phoned me. My brother lives in Portugal, so he phoned me. And yeah, so that was nice to have a little chat with him. And yeah, I'll have a chat with my
parents. Have you only got the one brother?
Yeah, one older brother. He's 1 year older than me. I think my dad said that he passed out when I was born, and then that was enough. So yeah, just the two of us. But yeah, my brother, he's been out fishing this morning with his boy. They're like big fishing addicts, and my little nephew Frank has caught the biggest sea bass he's ever caught. So they're having a big sea bass for lunch, for Christmas lunch tomorrow.
Best not caught in our waters, Owen. In our waters.
Yeah, exactly. Oh shit, yeah, I should have a word with them actually. Is that part of the quota? I might have to come over and chop it in half. You can have the head. I'll have the body. That's the way it works, isn't it?
Poor kid, just there with like half a fish. Like, what? How did Uncle Owen do this?
He's a resourceful young chap. I'm sure he'd fashion something out of it. We had a really nice chat the other day actually because they bought an airbrush, so I was able to impart loads of hobby knowledge because Frankie he crafts. He makes his own little lures for catching fish. And then he's been watching people on YouTube use airbrushes to like spray them all the correct colors and get all the fades. So yeah, his hobby is like whittling and making little lures and painting them. So yeah, and he's using the bloody Citadel paints I bought him as part of his little Nighthaunt set, which he hasn't even touched. Damn it! trying to get him. He's into Magic the Gathering now though, which is good. So
tell him Grimgrass Reapers would be great as a fish lure.
Yeah, exactly. You catch many krill with that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Did you tell him you were sick about talking to fish? Did you say, I have to talk about fish all the time when I'm talking about Warhammer as well? Did you ever say I was sick of it? Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking MSU.
Oh my God, MSU.
No, I love Luke. But
yeah, he's a good lad. But I mean, how can you really write a list about eels? Anyway, doesn't matter. You said you had something. What was up your sleeve?
Well, I just thought, this time of year, we all reflect. You reflect, don't you? You reflect on what's been good, what's been bad, things you've liked. You always get your lists. I've been bombarded with like top. One thing I did see actually, a really good movie magazine I like called Little White Lies. They did their like top 20 movies of the year, and number one is actually a free movie you can watch on BBC. So I don't know, but it's directed by a director called Steve McQueen, not the guy on the motorbike escaping the Germans, leaping over the razor wire on his motorbike, but a different. I think Steve McQueen directed 12 Years a Slave. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's about rioting in London in the 60s, I think, like racial equality and stuff. So anyway, there's a tip. That was the number one. But yeah, so I was thinking about lists, not the lists that we talk about every week, but like lists of top movies and shit like that. And I just thought I'd think a couple of my favourite things from the year in Warhammer, and we could have a little chat about that. What do you reckon?
Hells yeah, I'd love to.
So I've got a few categories, and obviously I'd love the chat to jump in and things. So I was just thinking about things such as like list of the year, play of the year, artifact of the year, and stuff like that really. So
I like this a lot.
I've got a bit of lore for you, Rob. Now I'm not really a lore man, but when we
About the law. One.
Oh, as a side note, my father went to art college with Woody, as they knew him.
Really?
Joe Joe Strummer. I've got a drawing. Hold on, here we go. Wait for it.
Okay, hold on. It seems today is people showing us stuff in their flat day. That's the general theme of today's show. People just being like, "Have you seen this thing in my flat?"
So yeah, this is a prized possession actually. So on the day that my brother got married to his wife, my dad didn't want me to feel left out, so he gave me this. And that you can't see it very well because it's got lots of reflections on it. There's a nice close up there. That is a drawing of my dad by Joe Strummer when they were in art college together.
Awesome.
Yeah. So that's anyway, little side note.
That's good.
Yeah. I can't even remember where we were now, Rob. Where were we? What were we going to talk about?
We're on stuff of the year, but that's super cool.
Yeah, law. Yes, law. That's how we went. We were law man. I fought the law. So we're going to go back to the law. Yeah, so I helped you obviously out with the terrain, didn't I, for the Super Series? And that meant that I wanted to read up some of the lore to inform some of my choices of, like, colours and settings and all that sort of thing. And in doing that, I actually read a few bits of lore, and I stumbled across this doozy in the Lumineth Realm Lords book. So I just thought I'd read you my little bit of lore of the year. Ready?
Oh, yeah, 1 minute.
I'm not, despite bollocking on about Warhammer every week to you, I'm not actually that much of a public speaker, so let's just see how I get through this. But this is great. This is like...
Everyone give Owen some encouragement and love in the chat. Okay, Owen, we believe in you.
So this is actually some comedy inside our fantasy world. So yeah, I did a little bit of story time with Adam actually in the chat yesterday. So when he was having a game, because the lore of the Cathalar is another great one. It's not as funny as this. Okay, so here we go. This story is page 31 of the Lumineth Realm Lords book, and it's entitled "The Lance of Light."
Ooh, okay.
So, Trill Hallion, a precocious Zytreki mage, no more than 19 summers old, steals an orb of translocation from his tutors during a long-planned heist. Further compounding his misdeed, he teleports into his father's inner sanctum. There, exactly, sounds painful. There, he takes up the fabled Lance of the Realm's Edge, the heirloom of his dynasty, intending to carry it against the geists that assail the borders of his father's citadel. A beam of focused Hessian magic shoots from the lance, boring through the citadel walls. A nearby museum of music, the scaffolding of a statue of Tyrion, a dozen elder ironbarks, a caravan of human traders, the left leg of the raging Megagargant attacking the caravan, the lower slopes of Mount Auraveli, and 16 Gazalacs grazing on the outer plains of Zytrek before
What's a
dissipating.
Gazalak?
Not a clue. Before dissipating at the perimeter, inimical. Trilhallion replaces the lance on its display stand, translocates home to the return the orb, and wanders innocently back to his scholar hall to rejoin his fellows.
Nice.
And that's it.
That's fun.
Basically,
That's fun.
he nicks this what's it called? The Lance of the Realm's Edge. It goes off and cuts through a multitude of random things. I just imagine this laser just going and just cutting through like the leg of a megagargant, loads of cattle, a wall, the top of like a castle, and he just goes and then just puts it back and runs off again.
Wow. I feel sorry for the cattle. I'm not surprised the Mega Gargant fails. That's not a surprise to me at all. But yeah, that's brilliant. It's
great,
fun.
right? It's a little nugget just hidden in there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I did laugh out loud at that. It was just really quite funny for a battle tome.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, they do try quite hard with those sometimes, which I find quite fun. And also, like, I was listening to the audiobook, the Lumineth Realm Lords audiobook the other day. Yesterday, last night.
Okay.
Trying to get, like, in the vibe. And it's quite like, I quite like that, like, monastic, like, training. Like, it's just nice hearing some of the stories, right? Like, it's also, like, it's a fun little tale. That little dickhead son goes and nicks his dad's stuff, and he's like, uh-oh. Like, almost Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Almost. In the Mortal Realms. I'm into that. Yeah. That's cool. Thanks for that. Appreciate
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like I say...
Oh, wait, me and Daedalus said the same thing. He said Ferris Bueller, too. Nice. Fist bump, Daedalus.
Because I don't really. I know that it's hard to do everything with the hobby, right? You can't paint and you can't like game, and you can't like be like a list writer, and you can't. Oh, see you later. Have a nice walk.
Bye, Anna.
See you later. Yeah, you can't do it all, and I find that I always skip the first 50 pages. Make sure I get straight to Path to Glory, and then sort of work out from there. But I tend you can't sort of. I don't know. I find it very difficult to encompass the whole of the hobby. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
know the lore, know the setting, like, and write really good lists, paint really good armies. You got to choose your battles. So I don't normally. MG Peg says bye. So I don't normally dip into the lore, but it's funny how when you want the idea for an army or a paint scheme or something, you only really need to read like a paragraph, and then that sets you off. Like my Khorne army, there's a really good story in the Khorne book about this raiding force that goes to Ulgu, and they're like quite arrogant, and they just think they're going to bosh down there and smash it all up. But they get lost in the mists and become confused, and they're called something like the Doomed Legion or something. And then my Khorne army is going to be from Ulgu, literally just because of a small amount in the Khorne battle tome that sort of set the scene. Anyway.
No, I'm with you. I think like adding context to your army is actually very, very important. I think it's also one of the things that makes like I'm a gamer, like you're a gamer. Like when we do the list shows, or when we're talking about the context of how they play in the game, we rarely talk about like the story element of that as well. But like the context of the story is so super important, and I think it brings the world and all like the environment to life and the games to life. And as much as like I am a gamer first more than I am anything else, the context really is important to me as well. And so when you see them happen on the tabletop, or when you talk about them, those little bits inside the books or whatever it is, whatever story catches your fancy, is really, really important. And like I think it actually is one of the unsung elements of the game, if that makes sense. Like because like we don't talk about it loads, but I've said this time and again, maybe the strongest and best decision Games Workshop have ever made, ever in the past like several years, is when they just put that first Sylvaneth battle tome was the very first example where if you were Allegiant Sylvaneth, very first one, you got command traits, you got artifacts, you got spell lore, and therefore your army's better. And that was the best thing they ever did, because now every army I play is a story. And that's cool, because then you can just and then you can create that story, which I think is fun, right? I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I like when you do read into that, you can. It's like in the new battle tome, the Sylvaneth one. If we take apart the rules as such, and we look merely at the story and the lore and the setting, then each of those glades, Winterleaf, Dreadwood, Harvestboon, Heartwood, they're all got a very distinctive. Seasonal or naturalistic element to them, which informs how they fight and their strengths. And obviously Dreadwood from Shaiish, and there's a lot of sort of almost like a ninja-esque element to them in terms of like striking. And I do like it when you have, what's the correct word, is it verisimilitude, where the rules match the way that you expect them to play. So yeah, I do really like that. I mean, I think that makes it richer and makes you more. You get into it more if you can feel that they're from a certain place and they work a certain way because of that. And yeah, I haven't got rid of my first Sylvaneth Battle Tome for that reason, because I think it reminds me of good times, Rob.
Well, I also didn't get rid of mine because I got it free from Games Workshop before I ever worked there, and I thought, when's that ever going to be something anyone can claim to have gotten something free from Games Workshop? Like,
and
so
look at it now, eh? Jesus Christ, giving it out like sweets.
giving them out like sweets. Yeah, like, do you want to do a channel? Here's some free stuff.
I won't. I'm not going to say like a pedo with a huge bag of Haribo, but I just did, didn't I, Rob? So
Merry Christmas, everyone in the chat.
I should just mic drop at that moment, like just boom. I'm just gone.
I'm going for Christmas. I'm out. Merry Christmas, Gitley.
Merry Christmas, John.
Merry Christmas to you. Still, I'd like to say that everyone in the chat's been very funny. MJ, Mere Mouse. Oh, Mere Mouse is in the chat. That's nice. There's some amazing people in the chat, but Gitley probably joke of the year with that's not very on brand of them. Hilarious.
Yeah. He killed you with that, didn't he? I still think it's Dave Fraser calling the new Stormkeep Patrol the right wing because it's all about owning the libs. I love that. That had me. Or Nicky Gervais's segmented release. Like I can't not laugh when I just think of that. So those were our sort of things of the year. Are you ready for another one, Rob?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm sorry, man. Continue. Whenever you get me on the show, I just end up bollocking on so much. You
no
said
one,
to me the day you were
no
like,
one gives a shit. Everyone's really happy with you being on the show. Everyone's like, oh, carry on, Owen. Shut up, Rob.
No. There was a moment of like reflection when you were like, I'm really sorry, Owen. I interrupted your monologue, and I was like, shit. Do I just come on and just bollock on because I've got like anyway?
I love that. I love a monologue. I think they're better.
So I've got two. Now they're not necessarily one. I don't even know if either of these books came out this year, but I certainly found these this year, and these are my two artifacts of the year. You ready for some lovely artifacts?
I would like this.
So I've got a book here. So I don't think I've never had a Kabbalist Slaves to Darkness list submitted into any of my tournaments, and they aren't often seen. But the Kabbalists hold a quite magnificent array of artifacts, and I think one of the very best in the game. So here we go. Unfortunately, it doesn't work against Techless, but he's a massive twat anyway. So,
why do people like him? Did you hear the thing earlier where we were like where Adam was banging on about how everyone who likes elves is clearly mental, and I agreed with him massively. Like, it's just not okay. Everyone's there like,
I love my elves, but Techlian elves are a little bit like.
What? Oh wait, so like, which elves do you like? Because it's not fish elves, surely.
No, I love my tree elves, don't I? My little.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I think that's different. That's different.
Mm-hmm.
They're just woodland critters, basically, like South Park, woodland critters. Yeah.
South Park themed Sylvaneth. Hey, I did actually win a game with Sylvaneth the other night, mate, against my one of my nemesis that I'd never beaten before. I beat Skaven with Sylvaneth.
Congratulations, that's pretty impressive.
Mate, I felt like the king of Warhammer. Fucking walked around with a hard on for the rest of the day. It was amazing.
I beat some. I don't think Fantastic Guy's still in the chat, but I beat some Thousand Suns up yesterday with some orcs. Classic classic situation.
Yeah, but Orc Boys, I don't know much about 40k, but Orc Boys don't really care about like smites, do they? They just see one of their mates get vaporized by a brain laser, and they're like, "Oh well, we got another fucking 100 of us. Let's carry on."
What's nice is it's the most. I feel like an evil player because I literally bought and painted an army. Well, I didn't buy it because I got given it for the launch of 8th edition. So for 8th edition, I did a 24-hour live stream for Games Workshop to launch it, and then they were like, as well as getting paid, you can have a bonus, pick an army. So I obviously was like, what's the most pounds per points? Yeah, right, which is mech guns. Yeah, so I ordered a shit ton of mech guns, which I loved it. But then that now, 4 years later, is still a competitive 40k army list. Like, I've never changed the list. I've just like it's just been that list.
That's a sign of a good choice, mate. You're a man of taste, obviously.
Yeah, me and Tom were talking about the fact I could have just gone to like years worth of tournaments with just one army. So, like, you know, whenever I bang on about Games Workshop invalidating stuff, just tell me to shut up. Just remind me of my orc army.
Because you're wrong, Rob. You're wrong.
Fucking wrong. But I really want to hear about.
This Kabbalists. So Kabbalists are a sub-faction of the Slaves to Darkness. They're sort of masters of dark sorcery. Their little line of bump at the top is, though they may be barbarous and cruel-hearted, not all Slaves to Darkness are simple reavers. Some of them, more magically gifted amongst their number, plunge into the ancient study of blood magic. Ooh. And through ritual offerings to their insidious gods, they seek to bind the power of the ether itself to their will. So that translates to kill some lads and get plus D3 to casting, as opposed to just turning up on a throne as an undead frog and rinsing. So
Sorry, which frog? Do you mean this frog that I'm about to show on the screen right now? Hold on,
don't do it. Is it Danny DeVito?
Daddy DeVito as the frog. So I came in blasting.
There we go. Mere Mouse Mark. There's probably not anybody in the UK that knows this book more in depth than Mark, and he says they're shit Hallowheart, which is pretty damn accurate, actually. But they do hold within them a selection of artifacts called Chaos Esoterica. So winning already.
Yeah.
And they have so this is a Kabbalist hero can take this artifact.
Okay.
And it's called the Infernal Puppet.
Okay.
So this is basically this is a tiny imagine. So this is a little chaos wizard. So let's say a sorcerer lord. So he's a sorcerer lord. He's got reasonable power level, but fundamentally it's a lad, on foot. He's not a floating god or a sort of, deity or anything. He's just a dude with a book of spells. Mm-hmm. And he's carrying with him this infernal puppet. So a little sort of toy. So the infernal puppet, as it dances jerkily upon the etheric winds, this eldritch marionette violently disrupts the spellcraft of enemy mages. So he's basically got a little grotty Barbie doll in his hand, which is dancing around jerkily. So I'm imagining some kind of Gangnam style.
What was that? Who was that famous? Like, this is showing our age here, but there was a British comedian who fell off a roof and died. But he had a
yeah. That was Rod Hull. He was trying to get a better reception for the Manchester United Champions League final. And
he didn't.
No, that's a God's honest truth, 100%. People can check it. It's Rod Hull. Yeah, he was trying to get better reception for the Man U game against when they beat Bayern Munich.
He wouldn't know, would he?
That's what they did at his funeral. They just read out the score.
2-0. You could have waited.
Fucking Emu. Emu was down there celebrating on his own.
Just having a great time. Anyway, sorry to disrupt you, but that's what I picture now. This is so Rod Hull turns up with
Emu, and he's
with
like,
Emu's like, fucking no spells for you.
and the in-game ability is fucking fantastic. So once per battle, great start.
Shit. Good start.
In your hero phase, you can pick one enemy wizard within 24 inches of the bearer and visible to them.
Okay, pretty good.
In the next enemy hero phase, so basically in your phase, you point the little marionette at them, you give them the dirty stare, in the next enemy hero phase, each time that wizard attempts to cast a spell, they suffer D3 mortal wounds before the casting roll is made. If the wizard is slain by these mortal wounds, the casting attempt fails. No shit. So yeah, basically you put the curse on them, and then every time they want to cast a spell, they take D3 mortal wounds. The spell does go off, but if they die, then the spell doesn't go off, and it's every time they cast.
That's pretty cool. And
It's
within
pretty cool,
24,
right?
yeah, within 24 inches is pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. So the only thing I wanted to check, I had a chat with a couple of people because it's like, okay, Teclis, is he attempting to cast the spell even if he automatically casts it? And I think that, I think the consensus is he doesn't need to attempt because he just does it. But anybody other than Teclis though, so Croak or any of the other mega casters, it's pretty cool. It's like a little Bellacore shutdown, and I like the idea of, it's like the Hexgorger Skulls. You can have a go at casting it, but you're going to take some more wounds. So that's up there. That's up there. That piece of chaos esoterica.
And now not that you're ever going to see it, maybe, but like I'm excited now for Rod Hull. And I know a lot of people are saying Rod Hull's the Emu didn't talk, but this is evil Emu who's been like he's now a slave to darkness. This probably, I don't know. Rod Hull looked like he probably had a fucking adventurous life. Who knows? Maybe he's never going to heaven. Went straight to chaos. Yeah.
Yes.
Right? That's where he is now. He's been reincarnated as a chaos sorcerer lord. Yeah. And he's just fucking scaring people with the emu.
Yeah. And then we have 3 chaos lords on foot called George, Zippy, and Bungle. I love it. We'll have like 80s TV show, children's TV themed army. I mean, what do we have? We had a bloody 75 Catachan fighters, all with screen stuff, Hulk Hogan fucking tashes.
Fucking cry laughing.
I mean, I didn't think we could level up from there, but I reckon 80s TV, children's TV Chaos Army. I'm into it.
Yeah, can we do a big shout out to WapWapWap92 in the chat, who says Warhammer and football is the content I'm here for. Listen, you're going to get all sorts. 80s TV shows, some dark humour. It's going to be a great time, generally.
Absolutely. They're talking about Warhammer and football. The other day I played, I was playing a mate of mine, and I was like, I've got to finish by 4:15 because Leeds United, I'm a Leeds United fan. I was like, it's the first time we get to play Man United in the Premier League for like 16 years. I was like, I need to see this game. There's every chance we can smash them. We're like a really exciting Cavalier team. We overrun by 5 minutes, so I paid my money to get my game on. We were already fucking 2-0 down after 3 minutes. The same Wally had already scored twice.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Yeah, it's outrageous. And we ended up losing 6-2. It was rather
6-2?
chasing.
What the fuck is this?
Mate,
football scores back in the day. Have they done that thing? I don't know if this is true, but back in the day I heard that you used to get that they were always planning on having a bigger net, 25% bigger net.
That's for WapWap92. He's a Leeds fan as well.
She.
Oh, she?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
WAP stands for well-armed peasant.
Oh, nice. So is there 3 of them?
3 well-armed peasants. That's all you need to take over the country. Let's do it.
Well, I'm sure 3 well-armed peasants would have probably defended better than the defence that we had on the pitch that day. I'll be honest with you.
No, but serious question, because I honestly don't follow football at all. Did they make the goals bigger?
No. They just made the defences worse. No, we've got a very sort of charismatic kind of. He's kind of almost got like a mythology around him. Our manager, who he's called Marcelo Bielsa. And he's always plays super attractive, but ultimately doomed football where he just doesn't care about. Anyway, people aren't here to hear about football. Right.
He plays doomed football. What is this?
Well, no, we play like incredibly cavalier. Like we were like 5-1 down, and we were still like throwing people forward, like trying to score goals. Like we either win 6-2 or 5-0 or something, or we lose 6-0, 5-1. It's kind of like there's no middle ground.
Okay, because honestly, I'm excited by at least hearing this, because I hope in the future when the T-Sports teams are out there kicking ass, there's someone who's just like, that fucking Owen, he's always trying to play like absolutely, he's making his team play out there Warhammer. Like he's just got a 300 grot list, then he's got the fucking emu artifact on the other guy. He is out of his mind.
Oh, I feel really bad now. Wep92 said, "Did you just assume my gender?" And I did, and I feel terrible for it.
Don't listen to her. She's such a bastard. Yeah, just ignore her completely.
But troll away.
She's trying to make you feel bad, and that's not fair.
I'm good.
You're an
Well,
angel.
you know me. I'm a sensitive little flower. So
Exactly.
Yeah. E-turn Matt. There we go. Leads. Legends. Right. Cool. Unfortunately, you won't have Patrick Bamford up front, who is one of the worst strikers. You take that back. He's been doing great. Anyway.
Coming to Owen's football channel, which I would listen to.
Yeah. So, my second, I've mentioned it before, and I just want to say the words, Rob. We don't even have to go into it in great depth.
Okay.
But these flesh eater courts armies that are popping up everywhere. Another top pick for artifact of the year. Again, it's only artifact of the year because I've recently read about it, but often seen on that sort of flesh eater courts missile. You know, the Vargulf missile. It's the bilious decanter. I just love that combination of words.
It's just very, very good.
It's very evocative, isn't it?
Now, I know what it does, but you can tell us all again what it does. But what's the story behind it?
The story behind it is it's a very short description, but it's very evocative. Like, you can almost smell the decanter. It's the fluid in this awful flask fills the drinker with unquenchable rage.
Ooh.
So it sounds a bit like some of those dodgy cocktails that you get at bars. And I mean, you've grown up, you know, sort of promoting in bars and stuff. I'm sure that there's been a few bilious decanters. Actually, this reminds me of a very interesting story. My friend, back when he was when we were teenagers and we used to put on little club nights and stuff, he ran a bar in the little Welsh town I was in called the Barking Shark. And there's a story there that somebody who was going around hooving people's drinks up mistakenly drank a glass full of like hospital grade, some kind of cleaning fluid with lots of bleach in it. And really, really injured themselves very badly. But yeah, they were just basically going around, you know, like hoovering up people's dregs, and they necked a full glass of this stuff. And I'm sure that felt a bit like a bilious decanter to them as well.
That did. The only thing the bilious decanter reminds me of is there used to be a bar in Nottingham called Ride. Great bar. Also terrible bar. Now, the important part is the guy that owned it didn't do stock checks. I know. We could talk about this forever, but he didn't. It's the end of that conversation, right? It was obviously just
He's asking for trouble, isn't he?
All of his bar staff knew that, so they would take the piss. So on a Sunday, you could go in on a Sunday, and you could order a village idiot if you knew the bar staff, basically. Right, backhand. Obviously, like, tradey people, bar people, they all know each other. So you go and order a village idiot, which, now, my recollection might be a bit shady, but I'm pretty certain this is correct. It was 3 shots of gin, and it was 3 shots of vodka, and an orange juice, and it was £1.50.
Bargain.
It was a bargain. It was a bargain. And obviously only possible because no one did a stock check. Mam there, what up, baby? Oh, thanks for donating £50 to the fund. That's very nice of you, Dayton. That's very lovely of him. Dayton, who tried to yesterday send me a game on Steam, but you can't do that anymore because of Brexit. He's like, God damn it! I was like, what? Thanks. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, thanks, Ramdare. Big love to you. I bet he's also drank in some bilious decanters in his life in some gold shorts.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Well, we were going to have a conversation about model of the year, but then I realised that probably Dayton was the only one who's going to win that. So
he also said the money's not for me, it's for you. So I'll send that you later.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks, babe. So yeah, those are my artifacts of the year. I mean, fair play to the Flesh Eater Court. I bet the guys and girls who wrote this book had a wonderful time because there's some great names in here. You've got the Flesh Form Raiment. You've got the Carrion Wind. Carrion Wand. Carrion Wind is what you have if you eat too many fell bats. Sorry, that was straight off the cuff there. Carrion Wind.
No, Anna's gone out for a walk. She's like, "Are you going to do the fellback joke? Because I'm not listening."
Not again. No, it's the carrion wand, not the carrion wind. Gitly, come on. Oh, the flayed pendant, the medal of madness.
Oh, good.
Yeah. The heart of the Gargant. Oh, interesting. What does that do? +1 damage on your club.
Shut up! Is there an artifact in there that's +1 damage on your club?
No, there is one called the Heart of the Gargant, though. Should we see what it does?
Yeah, please Please tell me what it does.
I think it fills the bearer with an unending sense of disappointment. Here we go. No, it's pretty shit. It's the Heart of the Gargant. This quivering slab of flesh still beats with the strength of the gargant from which it was torn, and each bite bestows colossal might. Shall we quantify what that colossal might is, Rob?
The ability to move over another spell.
No, it's once per battle, so this is some hot start. Once per battle at the start of the combat phase, the bearer can use the artifact. So I'd imagine that they consume this quivering slab of flesh, and it allows them to re-roll failed wounds for the bearer and their mount in that phase. It's not quite +1 damage on the club, but it's pretty
strong.
Pretty potent. Yeah.
Pretty potent.
I'm sure it is worth carrying that quivering slab around in the Archregent's backpack. Archregents have a backpack, right? Oh man,
they love it. They got them bags that people wear. That's not a proper bag.
Like drug dealers at a festival.
Yeah, exactly. Like the cool,
like the bum bag.
It's a bum bag across your waist. Bag across your waist, which it makes me laugh whenever I see one of those people then also carrying a shopping bag, and I'm like, if you had a backpack, you 2 birds 1 stone there, kid. But no one wants to listen to me. So
round where I live in North London, it's
they must fucking love them. Oh,
they love them. That and electric scooter. That's how all the drugs are distributed in this whole area.
It's super efficient though, and they're also like, how many drugs do you want to carry? Like only a small amount. This little thing.
Yeah, exactly.
We have little side note while we're talking scooters. So we have a now have the Nottingham City Council allows you to rent scooters basically. So they did 2 things on the same day. They banned all electric scooters from being in the city centre because it was a danger to public health. Yeah.
Yep.
And then also launched
same as the Christmas market. Yeah.
Exactly. And then they also on the same day launched the ability to have rent a scooter from them. They were like, these aren't conflicting at all. It's like, cool.
Not those scooters. These scooters.
These scooters. Anyway, they're all bright yellow. Yeah, this is really important. And obviously, if you're getting a cool guy scooter with your little bum bag, you're getting a black one, obviously.
Yeah, always.
Although I did see someone who'd put a seat on one the other day, and then they beeped at me, and I was like, "You're not quite as cool as you think. You kind of look like an old lady in a car."
Yeah, exactly. You're like fucking one Rizzler paper away from a shop mobility scooter, which is not. It ain't a real scooter.
But the important part is I have some friends who have an Instagram page called "Kill the Yellow Ones." Yeah, right. Which is just various videos of them finding the yellow scooters and kicking them over.
I thought you were going to say it was some kind of like tribe turf war in Nottingham, which is now developed, where you've got one gang with the yellow scooters, another gang with shop mobility scooters, and they basically ride around with bows and arrows, like trying to knock each other off.
That's just a great pitch to Netflix. Personally, I think we could make a show out of that.
Hey, this is like that Alan Partridge sketch where he's like about to lose his job and he's just pitching the most bullshit things he can to the TV execs.
That just feels like English Inner City Takeshi's Castle. That's what that is.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
Takeshi's Castle.
Great show.
Yeah, great show.
Anyway, sorry.
So those are my 2 picks for Artifact of the Year. What would you like to go with, Rob? You've got the final choice. It's either the Infernal Puppet, the marionette of mystical, magical fuckery, or a big goblet full of bile that's going to juice up whoever drinks it.
I'm going to go for the puppet because I think you could definitely model some super creepy puppets onto your models, which would be hilarious. I would love a Chaos Sorcerer Lord with like, I don't know. I like the idea of like someone getting a grot and adding some strings and he like turns that into a puppet or something. Yeah, that would be super fun. Whereas a vial is just like a vial.
Yeah, true. A weird kind of skeletal Michael Jackson, like the guy who's like, on Leicester Square doing the moonwalk with it and stuff.
Although, Owen, we don't have to worry because we've now got the ability, which I created yesterday,
to
create a poll. Question. Best artifact. Yeah.
Decanter or puppet?
Yeah, decanter or puppet. By the way, I don't know if you saw earlier, but I eventually got made to eat the carrot marmalade. I don't suggest that. I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you saw. I got a live delivery of jam, which was quite exciting. Okay,
that is exciting.
It is exciting.
I've never had live jam.
Yeah. I got a box of jam delivered live, and then I made the Twitch chat choose which jam I ate. I don't know if you heard this list. I'll give you the list of what there was. It was Serville oranges and black beer, cranberries, pineapple, papaya, and mango. Yeah. Jasmine, apple, and green tea. Strawberry and black pepper tarragon. Yeah. What the hell?
They sound like you rub them all over your body, not eat them.
Agreed.
They got like their bath oil.
The one they made me eat was carrot marmalade. Gross.
I don't know. See, carrot cake is delicious,
but carrot marmalade is not. Based on my tongue telling me so. So
that was the learning, right?
That was I've learned. So the poll is up, everyone, and you can vote away to your heart's content on decanter or puppet. So what did you choose for yourself, Owen?
It's a tough one. That I'm kind of split. I think it has to be the bilious decanter, just because I just love those two words together. I just think, and I like the idea of him rocking around, and you've got the lads who've got their, like in a Western movie, they've got like one of those round leather, what are they called? Gourds or something? Or gourd?
Yeah, gourd.
Something in the chat. Yeah. A gourd. And then there's one lad who's got his special gourd. He's like, screw you guys, I've got my decanter, check this out. And then he just powers up, like a, some kind of Dragon Ball Z character, but just with like entrails and bile spilling out of his gob as he powers up.
It's dark. It's gone dark. It's pretty scary.
That. Yeah. It's a dark and scary world we live in, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it definitely is in the age of Sigmar. Let's be honest. We were talking about that earlier on the show, and on how if they were to do a TV show properly, if they were to do a proper TV show, what it would look like. And I was saying that it would only really work if they got the people who did The Witcher to do it. If you've not watched that, and if you've not watched it, you should watch it over the Christmas period because it's a proper fantasy adventure. You'll have a great time.
I have watched it.
Oh, okay, good.
I have been the watcher of The Witcher. Or a watcher. I did read the other day that The Witcher 3, like that computer game, passed me by, but I hear that was very, very good. I don't know if anyone because I'm up for dipping into a few more video games at the moment. Now that I'm playing Dark Souls and getting crushed and dying all the time, I'm having a great time. It makes sort of reality seem wonderful. I think that's Dark Souls is perfect for this time of year.
Oh, yeah. How have you been getting on with it? We need to know how you're doing.
I think I've played for about 5 or 6 hours, and I must have died about 200 times. But I'm not running around in a loincloth, jumping at every possible thing. I have got some armor on now. I've got myself a bow and arrow and a sword. And I'm kind of a few stages in. I think I'm at this point now where I keep dying, and then I have to battle my way back to all of these skeletons, and then I come across this like hench knight. Like, I'm effectively like a Chaos Marauder, and then this guy is like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of he's basically like a badass. He's like 5 times more powerful than me. He's got a huge sword. He just basically one-shots me with his sword every time I get near him. So I've tried shooting him and running away and shooting him and running away, and he ends up catching you. Have you ever played the games? Have you ever played it?
No, I've never played it. No, like it's meant to be. Everyone tells me it's a really great game. Like it really is. Like I played. like some great games this year. Like I've been very fortunate to what have I played this year? So I played Baldur's Gate, which was amazing and I loved. But it's not finished yet, so like I'm gonna wait to finish that. But of the 2 games that I finished and completed was Final Fantasy and The Last of Us. And The Last of Us 2 was like you would really like that because it's like the pitch on the story is really key for you, and I think that you would enjoy that. Like that's fun. But no, I haven't played it. I would like to play it one day. But there's a lot of good games out there as well, isn't there? Like I think that's one of the things. And like you said about the hobby earlier, it's so all-encompassing anyway. And obviously I do it for work, so I feel like it's even more all-encompassing sometimes, which is okay and fine. Like I love it. But yeah. So sometimes
it's nice to step away sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, I do. I've been playing a game that Mounder sent me actually, which I loved, which was it's called Dungeon Master, where you just basically you kind of randomly it's like really low quality like graphics and stuff, but it's like 8-bit gaming, and you just run around and you're just trying to like defeat these like little rooms and get to the end, which is quite fun. And I do that on the phone sometimes. I do that while I'm playing. Sometimes, but I'm trying not to game too much at the minute because I'm trying to like paint and complete stuff at the arena. So, but yeah, it sounds fun.
Yeah, you can't have it all, can you? That's the tricky thing.
You can't, and I'm super fortunate for what I get to do for work. So I just accept that about my life, and I just be a grown up, and I just be like, no for you, Rob, no for you. Otherwise, I'd be like, go on.
No, go on. No, I cut into you. Please finish, Rob. Sorry.
I would just, otherwise I'd just get super into, like, I mean, I never wanted to stop playing Total War Warhammer. Like, I've never wanted to stop. Like, I'm like, I wonder if I've got time for another 200-hour campaign as another orc. And it's like, I do, but
Hells yes. No, I've historically been pretty shit at computer games. So yeah, I'm seeing it as a test of where my gaming skill has got to, because I've played a hell of a lot of Warhammer, and I know it's not necessarily transferable, but just in terms of, I like the idea that it's quite an abstract sort of game to play. There's no clear guidelines. You're not really on rails. It's all very much like go out there, explore, get killed, do it again. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So did we have a result on what the best artifact was?
Okay. All right. So the result is, let me just see, manage the poll, view the results. There's still some voting to come, but the best artifact by a clear margin of 30 votes to 27 is the puppet.
Oh, the infernal puppet. Yeah, it's a solid choice. I think it's very
I have ended the poll right there, and I think the Big Goldfish donated the most to that voting right there in the chat. Big love to him.
So should we call him the Puppet Master then?
Nice, the Big Fish Puppet Master. That's who he is.
So shall we move on to another category? I've got a few of these.
That would be lovely. Please do.
So the next one I've got is Play of the Year. So this is based really on just whether it be like physical tournaments or TTS tournaments, and obviously I've seen a fair amount of TTS. So I've got 2 plays for you, Rob, and you were present for both of them. So nice. So I've got 2 in the running here. So for Play of the Year number 1 is JP Stevens at Sheffield Slaughter shooting the gash with a Mortek Crawler on turn 1 and doing 13 wounds after death saves.
That's a big one. Yeah.
That was a savage play, right?
Yeah. That was savage. I think the important part about that particular play was the decision to elect to go after Nagash. Like, that's really, really important as well. Like, he's got a 3-up save. He re-rolls 1s, although actually I think he went first, so he didn't have the re-roll 1s up, so 1s and 2s were fails. But that's huge. Like, because it's a big baller move. It's just like...
Oh, yeah. It's like it's cock on the table time, isn't it, really?
Yeah. It's really bold, like, to go after that. And I guess, like, it's big risk, big reward. Because, I mean, it could potentially do nothing. But then because he's playing Legions of Nagash, or he was playing Legions of Nagash, going after Nagash was quite important because obviously he's the guy that's going to use that command ability to recycle the hordes of everything else that was around. I think there was like 30 chain rafts and whatever the fuck else there was, like, that was with Nagash. So there's lots of stuff on the board, so you have to go for it anyway. So some of it's like, was he pushed into the play? But then a lot of it was like, did he just go for it and think, whatever? And I mean, that was at the same tournament, though. That was at the same tournament where the scrap launchers, had taken out, was it Archeon on Nagash as well?
It was Ghoul King on Terrorgeist.
Ghoul King on Terrorgeist.
That was par. That was par, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was some... the thing I liked about the Nagash play from JP was the fact that he called it in advance. You know, like, he was like... We were talking to him before the game and just like, how are you going to do this? He's like, well, I'm just going to shoot Nagash off with catapults. I'm like, all right, mate, go for it. And then fucking turn one. I just remember... Like, I was just like trying to do my coverage and just wanting to look at what was going on the table, and Tony looked like he'd just eaten a shit sandwich. It was so savage. But
that's a sweaty dice roll as well. You got those 3 dice, and you're like, okay, just need 3 ups, and you're like, fucking 3 1s and 2s. Oh my god.
You.
Oh,
well, also, I do think it then led on to a quite magnificent play on Tony's part, which was he then, what did he do? He, Catacross, who was in JP's army, Catacross was -1 bravery because he was next to Sinister. So Tony used portals to cast the Soul Stealer spell onto Catacross, which is basically you have to roll above their bravery and you get the wounds back. So he did actually manage to sneak a few wounds back onto Nagash by using portals and then rolling above Catacross's modified bravery to get, I think, 3 wounds back, which is a super... Like, you would never think that you could get that because it's 2d6, and whatever you roll over their bravery, you get wounds back. So he got 2 or 3 wounds back on a bravery 9 because he was getting debuffed. Anyway, so that was one of them.
That's really good. Yeah. It was a great game. That was okay. Big play. Good suggestion. Good suggestion.
And I've actually got some people in the chat have been calling out Frog in the Sword, which is Casper. This is Casper Agdal, I think his name is. But I actually want to go a step further back in that game, and actually my second play of the year is the Kairos Fate Weaver Devolve to bring forward the unit of 40 skinks to allow him to get that charge, which then allowed him to like murder a ton of skinks and then get the priority to then go in and use the 6/6 Destiny dice. Because 6/6 Destiny dice, as long as you get the model in the right place, that it works. You know, it does itself, right? But the play to get the skinks forward in the knowledge that he couldn't battle shock immune both of them. I don't think he had a single CP, in fact. But yeah, just to see that little bit of tech. And we talked before the game, like, oh, what game should we put on? And I said, oh, let's put this Casper on because he might do something cool. And then, yeah. Turn 1, did the thing, just big balls energy. I love that. I thought it was wonderful.
I agree with you, absolutely. So I was thinking about this today, and I'm going to try not to blow my own trumpet, but I will not try. Okay. But like one of the things that I love about live coverage is, like, so Grimslacker was saying, like, that, like, I remember when you lost your shit when he did it, when talking about what happened when, Cowboy Empire, Cowboy Empire, thanks for resubscribing, big love to you. Like when that stuff happens and you've got the commentators, they're emotionally invested with the audience as well as anyone. Just like you are. You turn up and you're like, this happened to this event, and you're like, oh, amazing. Like when you would do the infield reporting. And like, I still think, like, I don't want to go on about it because obviously you guys know that I think this, obviously because of everything I do. I still think it's the best way to watch and present Warhammer. I just think it is. Because, like, the stories that happen all the time, like someone's like, I did this cool thing, and you're like, I wasn't there, like, and they're the storyteller, and it's like a communal thing, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know, like if someone just said, like, look, that lad's throwing an egg at someone, like, just told me the story after, I'd be like, not care. But like when Egg Boy threw the egg at that guy in Australia, that was it. We were all together. Like, it's like a communal thing. I was thinking about this today. Like, fucking, remember Tiger King? All of us were together. We were just like, we're bonded. We are bonded over this. And I think that there's something so good about that communal, like, watching of a thing together, or that, like, storytelling. I just deeply love it. So I don't know if I have one from CanCon, which I think was a good one, which was Randy playing against Joe Pagano. Wasn't a particularly great play because it was super telegraphed. But, like, the fun element of it was you never, ever see mixed death armies ever. right? You never do. So the artifact that you can get in Mixed Death, which allows you to run away after you've fought in combat, which is amazing.
Oh, the Cloak of Mist and Shadows.
Yes, is amazing. Watching that actually play on the tabletop was like, oh my God. That was a great play, just because it was something cool. So I really enjoyed that. That was super fun.
Somebody else in the chat there, let me just get the name right. Yeah, here we go. Nathan OnlyFans. He says, play of the year must be at CanCon with the Changeling Hand of Dust and Nagash, which is a pretty big balls play, definitely.
Big balls play. Oh, can I just say thank you to Cowboy Empire? Said it's the first sub I ever gave out. It goes to none other than the Bandit. Thanks for the great content. Oh, that's lovely. Thanks, bud. Oh, that's lovely. Sorry, carry on. What you said?
No, so that was it, really. I think unless anyone else can throw something our way, I do think that those plays whereby, you can see it in the list that they can do it. Like, okay, fine, yeah, but 36-inch range on a Mortek crawler, it can shoot at Nagash, but just to go, because it's actually a smart play. What's the point in killing 20 skeletons if they're all just going to come back over the course of the next 2 turns, and they're going to come back in your lines and gamming up the board, and that's exactly what Tony wants you to do. I've played against some really good Nagash players like Ben Murphy, one of the best Nagash players in the UK, South London Legion player. Like, I remember the first time I played him with Nagash, and he would always have his Grimghasts set up in such a way that if he took one casualty, he would take the one model off, and then he would consciously allow the rest to battle shock off so he could bring them all back in his turn, but in doing so, creep closer and closer to you to make the charge much easier. So it's not just like, I'm going to have a go at Nagash because he's the fulcrum of the army sort of thing. It was actually the smart play, and he enacted the plan, and he just did it, and it worked, and it's like fair play. I love that. And the same with Casper. Like, I've played him once, and he did that to me, and he just went for it. I suppose having the Destiny dice gave him some security that he knew that he could get the charge off. So there's a level of
I've got to call JP, because it's like, even though it's the right choice, let's say it's the right choice. Yeah, like it's still the most fun. Although I want to say, like, so that's play of the, but I don't know if you're going to do like moment of like the games, because the moment of the game for me has to be Super Series 1, like Genesis, that game with the fish destroyer. That's right, like
that Karkadrak Lord.
The Lord on Karkadrak getting charged by everything, surviving, and then just whomping Volturnus, whomping the eels. Like, just like that was a moment for me. There was just people sending me pictures after of different Karkadraks. They were like, "This motherfucker's gonna kill." Like, you know the meme where someone's slapping the top of a car, but it's just like it was a player just slapping the top of a Karkadrak. It's like, this bad boy's gonna kill so many eels.
He's my goodest boy.
It's like goodest boy.
Well, shit, we played with the Karkadrak Lord. I played him in Khorne quite a bit, and he, with the old artifacts and stuff, he used to be an absolute boss man. Give him the dimensional blade on the Karkadrak, used to be awesome. -3 rend on his 5 attack profile. That was Rick, I think, wasn't it? Rick Myhill.
It was Rick versus Dan.
Yeah, with the Mark of Nurgle.
So funny. I just loved it. Anyway, that was the one for me. So, are you picking a favourite out of the two? Sorry.
I'm going to go for JP Stevens at Sheffield Slaughter. I just think, big balls play, and it paid off, and he got that led to his first ever 5-0, and probably contributed to him then getting on the England team. So massive play in that sense.
A big run of luck, really. If you think about it, put it all together. Ultimately. So
that was sorry, Rob. That was the same tournament that he played and beat the current UK master, Dan Bradshaw, and he special shotted off half. He took off 16 Ardboys on turn 1 by breaking coherency with them.
Oh wow! Yes, he did. He did.
Remember that?
Did. Yeah, he didn't. The exact right way to describe it is he made the master quit the tournament and go home. Is what he did. Because he didn't turn up to the second day. Also, now the season is over. What are we saying about that? Like, what's the situation? Does it carry on? You're the football guy. How's it work?
That's a good one. I would have to say that the the chair must be vacant, I would say. You know,
God, brilliant. The throne is empty. Long
the
live the
throne
king.
is empty. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Okay.
king is dead. Long live the king.
Yeah.
There we go.
Brilliant.
Adam, I'm the master now.
Adam, just claim it on Twitter and we'll share it.
So yeah. This is a fun one.
Yep.
So we're running out of categories now.
That's okay.
You might have to fill in a minute when I come up with another one. But we've looked at a lot of lists, Rob. List of the year, baby. List of the year.
I already know mine. Okay, so what are the suggestions?
Well, I've only got two, but I think it'd be nice if the chat wants to chip in. Actually, I've got three. And they're all slightly off meta. Yes, okay, yeah. MJ and Adam, indeed, what I call the cock block, which is Adam's multi-cockatrice.
Which is now a trend.
Mate, yeah.
Did you see someone else is now collecting it?
Yep. It's a mad thing. Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about
that. So yeah, the cock block. So I think it's around about 13 cockatrices, a Bray Shaman, and some Ungor. So that's number one. Second one is get ready for the chef's kiss, Rob, because it's 300 Noblar.
Oh,
magnifique. Oh, you take the Noblar, you put them in the sauce.
You add some salt, you stick on table, you make a mute a battle shock, you charge at the man, you throw rubbish, you have great time. Do you know what they are? Do you know what those 300 grots are? Well-armed peasants.
Yeah.
300 well-armed grots. Wags.
It's the whap-whap. It's the whap-whap.
The wag-wag-wag. That's what they are. Yeah.
Well-armed Noblar. And then the other list, which is my list of the year, he's become a bit of a fan favourite on the show, I think. So Stuart Iron Guts McCowan, winning his first ever list, the 20 Iron Guts with the Frostlord in Winterbite, with the whatever it's called, Bellowing Ash, with the spell.
Yeah,
just some sweet tech, and a lovely fella as well.
Really nice.
Yeah, 2 blocks. So I've got the list right here. So this is my pick, but I'm obviously up for oh my god, Gitley. If I'd have done these awards last year, he would have won with 8 Korgoraths. But the Corgis just haven't put in the results this year. There hasn't been the tournaments to let them shine. I don't even think there's a Korgorath model on TTS, to be honest with you. Yeah, they're even harder to get on TTS than in real life. So the list from Stuart is Ogres. He has a Frostlord on Stonehorn, Alvagar Rune tokens, Metal Cruncher, a Tyrant who's Winter Touched. He's got the Frost Fang, and his big name is Fate Seeker. He has a Firebelly with Billowing Ash, and then he has 8 Iron Guts, 8 Iron Guts, 4 Iron Guts, 20 Noblar, just for the little seasoning. Tyrant's Gut Guard, 2k on the nose. It just became a thing, didn't it?
It became a thing. I think so. The interesting part, obviously, like about that list is what is really great sometimes is when like a meta emerges or a problem emerges. Whenever we talk about a meta in HTML, really we're only talking about a meta. Like it's a combat meta. It's like we're talking combat's an issue then. Like it's a problem to unpick. And really, like we were having some very serious conversations about shooting for a good while, and we probably still would be. Like only I think the TTS environment, they've kind of, what I find fascinating about the TTS environment particularly is they're like, cool, shooting's really strong, and they're like, we'll all do anti-shooting. They're like, sweet, we'll all do anti-shooting, and then no shooting got brought to any of the events.
Yeah.
like, do you know what I mean? Like, and the rise of Archeon is such a fascinating conversation. I don't think Stephen AOS is still in the chat, but if he is, it was his like, he pointed out, I think the key moment why we might see Archeon so much is because skinks and salamanders massively struggle into Archeon because he makes you reroll 6s to hit, and those like 6s to hit, while not super important, because obviously the 6s to wound are where they do the mortal wounds, but like it's getting that amount of shots through from the skinks. So if you can -1 to hit that unit of skinks, then they're hit on 6s rerolling. They just get such a smaller volume of hits through. Same with the salamanders doing D3 mortal wounds and 6s to hit. And I like Sentinels.
Yeah,
exactly. So like it's just like 11 out of 10. Like, the rise of Archeon is fascinating, like, when you put it into the meta context. And so that's why I love these meta lists, and that's why I like Stuart's list so much, because he went back. Like with Archeon, people have gone back to older units, or not. It's not that old, not that long away. They've gone, what can we find? And that Winterbite list is super cool because of that, because it doesn't negate shooting, but it makes shooting a lot worse, basically.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, I really do think that minuses to hit are still really, really super impactful in the game, especially if you can, have a reasonable casting power and you can get Geminids in there. One thing I've noticed with Geminids, right, and this I was going to do I might say I'll save it for baddies of the year. Actually, we'll go with baddies of the year next. But yeah, there's some sweet tech with bound ender spells that not many people are across, which is absolutely disgusting. So we'll have a chat about that. But yeah, I just think, and I know for a fact that I did see Stuart chatting in one of the Discords earlier, and it was like, oh, no matter what list I write, I can never have as much fun as when I play with my ogres. And I think that finding something that works within the book that you love and knowing that you've got the tools to take on the big bads of the meta, but at the same time you're playing with the models that you like and you're having a good time. I think that's really is the sweet spot, isn't it? Everyone's got their fave, and you want it to be good, and so he's found a way to make it work, and he consistently goes, he consistently wins more games than he loses with all of the lists that he's written. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like
good.
So Tank who's just come back in the chat. Big love to Tank, lovely man. So Tank is just before we did the spider review, Owen sent me a picture of his like new receipt. He's like, I'm all in, all spiders all day, spider riders, big arachnorots, I'm all in. Like, and obviously he listened to the review and he was like, fucking hell, like
I'll burn the receipts.
But I reckon he'd still try it, is my point. And like sometimes you just get something in your craw and you're like, I'm going to do this thing. I don't give a fuck what you guys think. So Knights of the Empty Throne has definitely become more of a thing now, right? But several months ago, I was like on that, and I was like, this could be cool. I'm excited by this. So I started running that list out and trying some things with it, and it was super fun. Sometimes you just find something and you just want to try it out. And arguably, player skill is still just as important as list strength. Sometimes you can't beat it, but sometimes you can. Mm-hmm. And you can think around the problem. So sometimes you can just outplay people. And if you have a good list that you know really well, then you're all good.
Yeah, it's one of the many variables that go into it. And I'm not here to talk about my tournament or whatever, but there is, that does lead into a conversation that have arisen from the tournament I'm putting on the 2nd, which, whilst it's called the Fat Middle, because I wanted it to just be a bit of fun about the armies that operate just under that top tier, I've used all the stats from the last year to just skim off the top 5 factions.
Oh, do we know which top 5 factions are banned? Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Oh, I'd love to know.
Okay. Well, I tried to flip the script on it, and my document essentially detailed what you could take. So, but yeah, I can a more succinct way of saying it is just what's been banned. You know what I mean? Like I wanted to say you can bring all this, not you can't bring this. But if we're going to go that way. I backed it up with some data. It's not perfect data by any means, but I have actually looked at the top 5 finishes for all the armies in TTS over the course of the year. There are obviously things to do with, representation, people not bringing certain armies, and hence why we're not seeing them so much, operating in the sort of taking out those top 5 finishes. But the 5 armies that aren't going to be able to be brought to the Fat Middle are Seraphon, the Lumineth Realm Lords.
Are they written down twice?
Well, so for a bit of context, the Seraphon. I tell you what, I've got a pie chart. I could share my screen if you want, Rob.
Yeah. I think we've still got that. Let me just see if we've still got this out. Should be. Shared screen. Yeah, should be able to do this.
Have you got that?
Wait 1 second. Oh yeah, already there. Hold on. So that's up, and then let me just get it so that we can see this. So image. 1 second.
That's right. kind of dropped this on you, and we're kind of going away from stuff of the year.
That's what the open house is meant to be all weekend. Okay, right. So we should be able to see this now. There might be double audio for a second. So give it a talk, Owen.
Yep. So this is the list.
There we go. We're all good. We can see.
Cool. So this is essentially anything not detailed in this document is effectively not there because they haven't got a top 5 finish. So this is all the tournaments. If I go here, this is basically all the tournaments that have happened over the last year. So we've got Adam's tournaments that started at the start of the year, Hammer Time, and then the Butchers. It's over 1,200 competitive games of Warhammer on TTS. So I think it's a reasonable data set. And the armies that aren't going to be coming are Seraphon have got 13 top 5 finishes through the course of the year. 13 top 5s, that's in 11 tournaments. And again, if we skip back, they did actually win 1, 2, 3. They've won 5 out of 11 tournaments, and that's across a number of different sub-factions. So Seraphon aren't going to be taken. The Lumineth Realm Lords, even though their book arrived halfway through the year, they got 8 top 5 finishes and they're out. And then Idoneth Deepkin, Disciples of Tzeentch, Maggotkin of Nurgle, and the Fire Slayers. So those are the armies that aren't going to be brought. So it's going back to the sort of chat, and I'll just stop my screen sharing.
Well, I think that's actually fascinating. Like that, Maggotkin made it in there as well. Like as an army not to be played, because there's two, because the interesting bit about Maggotkin can't be played and Fire Slayers can't be played. The interesting thing about that conversation is both of those are two very combat orientated armies, not shooting heavy armies. But like a bit like KO went with KO in there as well. Yeah, no,
that's the thing, and that really did bring up an interesting conversation. Just 1 second, Rob. I'm going to turn my light on because it's getting a bit dark.
It's getting a bit Christmassy. I hope he turns it on. It's just Christmas lights. That would be the best.
There were a lot of. I did actually get contacted by a couple of people going, "Oh, how come a KO are in there, and how come OBR in there?" And I was just kind of thought to myself, well, I don't want it just to be about my own bias. I think it's pretty known that I'm not a huge fan of the KO playstyle, but they've only actually got 1 top 5 finish out of 11 tournaments, and that's based more on people not really bringing them rather than being mediocre. So, but I didn't want it to just be based around my prejudices. So OBR, Ogres, KO, excellent armies, and it'll be interesting to see what rises to the top once you skim off the big bads. Without Seraphon and without Lumineth, then armies with mid-level casting will have an opportunity to shine. Will we see perhaps Nagash doing well because he can jump in and be a dom? It's not perfect, and obviously I know I'm messing with the game a little bit, but it will be interesting to see if things that aren't considered to be super top tier, to see how well they do, and to also see the psychology of players. It's like if you take the lizards off the Seraphon player, where do those players go? What are they going to start bringing? Are we going to see a ton of ironclads, or are people going to be bringing a ton of Archaeons, for example? I
think changing the game state up is genuinely fascinating. But I have oftentimes been loath to when you've seen an event where they've changed the game because they've changed the scenario or how many points it is or anything like that. It's normally people who don't get the game overly much is my argument. I'm just going to say it out loud, so it's just said, right? But then when it's someone like you who's been taking intimate look at the game for a long time, or me with the Super Series or something like that, I feel like that the approach is to try and make the game different and interesting and unique without really changing the core fundamentals of the games. All you're really doing is producing a different meta, but everything hasn't what I'm trying to say is a lot of TOs or a lot of people generally change the state of the game instead of playing what could go into the game. And what you're doing there is changing what can go into the game, which I think is great. because I think that means that you're still playing in that like environment that we all understand, but just certain things are missing, and I think that's really fun. So I like that. So yeah, I really like the idea, and I think it's a really exciting time. I'm looking forward to it. And Seraphon just being banned is quite cool, because then people can just build some demons.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you could never do it in real life because you're invalidating people's hobby collections, and that's a really terrible thing to do. So I think that in TTS there's less of a buy-in, and you're less emotionally invested, obviously. So people may be disappointed that they can't take their favorite faction, but Cities of Sigmar could see a lot of Cities of Sigmar doing really well.
Zinch were banned, weren't they?
Yeah, Zinch banned. Yeah.
Good.
I mean, really and truly, I think you could probably just skim off Seraphon, Zinch, and it's funny. Still those ginger missiles, those little fire slayers. They're just they had.
I think either my internet or Owen's internet has gone for a second. Apologies, everyone. Hope it's just Owen's. That'd be sad if it's ours as well. You guys can still hear me?
Best, like they had. Yeah, I can still hear you.
Oh, we just lost you for 1 minute, bud. We lost whatever the last 1 minute was.
Oh, okay. Can you still hear me now?
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
We're back.
Yeah, it was just saying that those top probably if you were to skim off the minimal amount to change the meta up a bit. Am I still frozen with rage?
No, you're all good. I promise you. I can see you. Look.
Yeah, I'm joking. Yeah, you should do that more often. You should get your own little buffering wheel that you can put on the screen and just be like... Yeah, but Fire Slayers, they were used up to a point. This is up to about Hammer Time 4, perhaps. They were used 6 times. They went in the top 10 5 times, and they came 2nd, 4th, 4th, 6th, and 9th, with 2 3-0s. So they were the real top performing faction. So if I was going to be, if I was going to do the minimal amount of comp, I would probably just have taken Zinch, Fire Slayers, and Seraphon. But there's a lot. Lumineth really came in strong with 8 top 5s. So yeah, I just thought it was a bit of fun. It's kind of like another progression on from what Adam and Darren did with the Secret Santa stuff, just in terms of a little bit of a level of curation to what's available, and just see what comes out of it. See who Seraphon or Fire Slayers really do stomp on. Because you might find that those ogre players are 3-0 or 4-0, and then they do come unstuck against that real top, against a Seraphon. I don't know. It's fun to play around with, right? It's a game after all, so let's have a bit of fun.
We like I said, I'm either playing or we're doing the coverage. That's like a cast iron guarantee. So I'm looking forward to that. Like I really am. And I know. So I don't know about you. It's nice that you're planning that as well, because I'm like, January events, and I'm like, no, not events, TTS events, which are great. Don't get me wrong, they're really, really good. I'm just like, it's really easy. I think everyone's going to be really, really in their head that 2021 is not going to be 2020 with COVID, but it's going to last into next year, maybe the middle of next year. There's and maybe beyond. We don't know with strains and other stuff. So it's good to plan for the current environment, if that makes sense. Which is not to be a downer on Christmas. I'm really not. It's nice you're organising that, because yes. Probably there won't be
going to be locked up for months.
Yeah.
There was somebody in the chat asked for a link. I've just put a link to the Discord, which anyone's obviously welcome to join. And if they jump in there, then there'll be links to sign up on tabletop tier and what have you. And I'm not calling it sloppy seconds, John. Sorry about that, mate. Just went with the fat middle. It's why the font is sort of like pink and looks a bit bulbous, because it's supposed to look like the midriff of a standard sort of post-Christmas
swole boy.
Yeah, gentleman.
So has anyone big question in the Twitch chat? I got a question for everyone. What's everyone's favourite Owen moment? because I've had a load of favourite Owen moments. I really have. Loads. I mean, commentating with a sword has to be probably my number one Owen moment this year.
That was last year. Fuck off.
That was my favourite Owen moment. But they've all been great, Owen. They've all been great. You've smashed it this year.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun, right? It's been brilliant. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it.
You've done loads of great stuff this year. Like, how's the journey of a TO? Like, how have you enjoyed that process?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of, with work and with stuff that I've done in the past, I'm kind of a natural sort of organizer. I like to, I think maybe some people might say control freak, but yeah, I like to bring, like, I've run a lot of teams and I've run a lot of, like, you know, for work and stuff. I've run a lot of, having to be a project manager or having to be a sort of director or whatever. So I kind of, it's pretty natural skill set for me to bring some people together, make sure everyone understands what's going on, and create like a bit of a framework for fun to be had. So it's been cool in that sense. But I have to say, like, the just bringing everyone together and there being a really nice atmosphere at all the tournaments that I've run, that's been the top thing. And I think that you do sort of set the conditions. If you sort of say, let's have a good time, let's play hard, let's try and not fall out, let's not be too much dickish about it. And everyone that's come to the tournaments and stuff just had people seem to have a really good time. I have some nice comments, which is, you know, good for the self-esteem, and you know, it's really kept me going because my work is very much dependent on live events, and they are non-existent. So if I didn't have this to do, then I would be falling to my worst vices and probably having a bit of a shit time. So whilst everyone has been having a good time at my events, it's really kept me going as well. So yeah, it's been cool, and I plan to do some in the physical hammer time in the reels, baby. Yeah, in
the reels. I'm going to ask you some questions about that in a moment. Also, massive shout out to one of the people that made me happiest this year with Sinise. I did a stream street with Sinise, and he explained to me the difference between joy and happiness or contentment, whatever it was. See, I didn't remember, but it was basically like, you buy something, you get happy for a moment, you complete something, you're happy for ages. I took that to heart and it changed my life this year, so thank you to you. Also, thanks to W. Soren for donating a gift subscription to Mogtachi in the chat. So Mogtachi, welcome to the team, baby. You're in with the Dick Kickers and the Nipple Swingers.
And the Puppet Masters.
The Puppet Masters. The creepy Puppet Masters. Yeah, we're all here for Owen. You're an angel. It's been lovely having you around this year, I think. So, not I think, I know. Like, I'm saying I know. The also Albany Adriel. Thanks for being here and calling me the goat. I'm more of a spring chicken, but goat will do. The reels. Have you got any thoughts where you might hold the reels? Is it you're gonna Bad Moon it with the lads? I
love Bad Moon, but it's not big enough.
Oh shit!
Yeah, man. I honestly, I have to say, I really love the idea of. I was thinking about it the other day, like putting the tournament on. It's going to be in London somewhere and I love the idea of because there's players from obviously super far flung, so I wouldn't expect or demand that people fly in from Australia or America or whatever. But people jumping in from Finland or flying over from France or Spain or around the UK. I just love the idea of getting everyone together and then us all having remember, if you go to a work conference, you've got "Hello, my name is," and everyone having their Discord name on the little sticker. And it'd be
nice.
Fuck! It's like, you're so and so, or oh shit, that's what you look like. I do like the way of turning the digital into physical, and everyone having a wicked time. Because I think I was reading in the paper today about how they reckon it's going to be mental when when we all go back to normal. Everyone's going to be fucking and eating and gaming. And
what have you been doing? That's all I've been locked in. That's all I've done. I haven't even seen anyone as well. It's still all I've done.
So yeah, I think that there's going to be an explosion of social contact, and And, I think we've all come to realize over the course of the year how, the plastic soldiers are cool and, the books are cool and the art and learning and stuff's cool. But really and truly, it's about sharing it with like-minded people, isn't it? I mean, to bring it back to like that football thing we were talking about earlier, it's a bit like religion or football, Warhammer. It's like if you go into a local pub before a match and you've got the right coloured scarf on, like you're with your bros already, your bros and sisters already, aren't you? And it's the same thing about when you turn up at a Warhammer event and you're like, you've got your case of models and, people are going to be interested in what you've brought and, what your list is and all this sort of stuff. And I think that missing out on the sharing of the experience is what we've really missed this year. But, TTS has helped a bit, but there's always a degree
I think
of
it's been great. I honestly want to say thank you to you, and I think it's been better than maybe you think it has been as well. It's been really good for me to help keep track. Like, I'm really data driven, not by looking at a number. Like, I need all of those anecdotal stories and conversations, and I think the game, like all of the data that's done. Let's say it's Falcon from the 40k stats, and let's say it's LLV from here, and literally no one else. And Archeon. Archeon, Leader of the End Times, has done a super sweet blog on stats, actually, which I don't know if it's public yet, but I'll message him about that after. But that's really sweet. But, yeah, like, as much as those numbers really help, it would be when me and LLV were off air, and he would, we'd have a 20, 30-minute chat about some relevant stuff, and he's like, oh, look, this is still important. I'm like, sweet. But these anecdotal games, like watching Archeon play, having that conversation about, like, sixes, having that conversation about all those different battle plans, actually playing a few of those battle plans, it's those that really help me as an analyst or as a commentator or whatever the fuck I am. Thank you for making that, like, be more alive and organized, because actually it's really helped me generate information. That's true for any TO in the world as well, like whether they've organized events in Queensland or France, like, so Marcus Rock's in the chat, so like all of those events over there, or anyone who's ever sent any data in, it's been really, really useful for me, or like some anecdotal stuff. Not like I played my mate Barry the other day. I don't know if you saw the guy with the Slaves to Darkness list the other day. That was great. Like
capital letters, baby. The list. Have you seen the list? Have you seen it?
I've seen the list. Read the list. Should we tell the joke behind the list?
Nah, let's not call someone out. It's Christmas time. Let's just let it. He's obviously having a wonderful time with it, right?
All right. Okay. Let's go for it.
I'm not sure what I was going to say then, but no, I think that's what I was going to say. I think one thing, whether it's people like watching the show and listening to the lists, or taking part in the TTS tournaments, or watching the coverage, like, we are going to be some super informed wargamers when we get back to playing, right?
Yep,
there are, you hear sort of anecdotal stories like, bloody hell, I don't even know how to play Age of Sigmar anymore. I think us lot, the chat and us, like, yeah, we're going to be smashing it when it all comes back, because we know what's hot.
It's also the production matter as well. Like, all those, like, anyone that's like currently like removed themselves from Warhammer or Age of Sigmar or the conversation or whatever makes loads of sense, because you've got the world's like on fire, everything's going wrong. Like, it's super okay to have like piled out, but if you haven't piled out and you're in, like we are now, we're having the production matter, which I talked about with Adam earlier in the show, is actually really interesting. Because actually, what are you building into? What are you trying to what are you trying to build to defeat other stuff? Are you just buying eels because you've not got a scrap of imagination? Or are you doing anything else? And I think that's for me, that's the really fascinating conversation about what people are doing right now in the current kind of climate. Because if there were events, we'd all be processing that stuff and then planning for next year. But right now, I think that's one of the reasons people have been so gripey about the winter FAQ. Because people are like, I want to get on. But it's not really the crescendo of noise you would expect to hear. Because ultimately, there's so many people who aren't playing.
They're all fucking playing Marvel Crisis Protocol, aren't they? They're bloody lads in Lycra just bouncing around.
They fucking love that game, don't they? They're like,
no axes in that. There's no puppets. There's no decanters for the pile. Come on.
I'm with you, Owen. I don't get it. Someone's like, I'm going to be the Hulk. I'm like, where's the drama in the Hulk? I want to be a weird human who's trying his hardest not to get like stabbed by a tiny ginger nutter, shot from the sky by another short nutter. Like, that's all I want. Like,
I'm only joking though. They're like Helgamar in the chat's like MCP is the bomb, and that's cool. I love everyone needs to do what they love. One thing, sorry, Rob, I wanted to catch. There was I think W Soren asked. I really need to know what unit does Owen really want to see in a list that never appears in one.
I would like to know the answer to that as well.
I would like to see more Chaos Chosen, please, because
Really?
Chosen, yeah, I think they're a great war scroll. I played them the other day in a corn list. So, like Chaos Chosen, I've got my Slave to Darkness book right here. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
See, people say they're too slow or whatever, or they're too expensive. And they are expensive. I think if you got 20 points off, 20 points off a unit of Chosen, and they would be everywhere. So they're 4 up save, 2 wounds each. This is 140 points for 5 models. But they're like a hammerer, aren't they? For the Dwarden hammerers.
Yep.
So you've basically got there are +1 to run and charge innately. They've got bravery 7, 4 up save, 2 wounds each, 6-inch move, and then 3 attacks each, 3s and 3s. So the sweet spot: 3s and 3s, rend 1, damage 1,
Mm-hmm.
and if the unmodified hit roll, so great stuff, is a 6 with the soul splitter axe. It inflicts 1 mortal wound, again, in addition. So they've got all the stuff. They've got the mortals on the hits. It's in addition. They've got 3 attacks each. So let's say you invest 280 points. That gives you, and you're in range of a Bloodsecrator. Okay, so I suppose that's a 400-point combo. But even so, that's 40 attacks, 3s and 3s, rend 1, damage 1, doing mortals on 6s. I just think Chaos Chosen, and they have a wonderful ability that if they slay any enemy models, they then give a bubble of Holy Within 12 reroll wounds. So you could have some nice little MSU units then buffing other stuff. So anyway, I know I bollocked on a bit there.
No,
yeah.
I don't think you bollocked on at all. I was listening intently the whole time. I think Chosen make loads of sense in that environment, and I think that they're good. I think there's a lot of I think the problem is, it's not that they're expensive, it's that they're expensive compared to Marauders. That always has to be that conversation, unfortunately. So I think that's a really important one. For me, it would be the Luminarch. I'd like to see more Luminarchs see play. They're not brilliant. Don't get me wrong.
But they are brilliant as well.
But they are brilliant as well. They're a thing. They're a thing. And if you wanted to, you can make a real shitty army to play against, at least for a little bit. Maybe it doesn't win every game, but you would put some big sweats on turn 1 if you were to run some Luminarchs, let's say in Tree City.
Yeah. Double Luminarch in Living City to hose and kill all the little heroes is definitely a thing, right?
But you never sees play, is the point. It's always a lot of people say it, but no one ever does it. Is what I'm trying to get at. So I think that would be really fun when, also if you bought a laser beam with you, and you just laser beam, that would really stress people out. That'd be so funny. I'd really like to see that. I think.
Tell you what, again, sorry, Rob. One thing I really miss is there was somebody at events who had a little motor inside their warp lightning cannon, and they used to whenever they shot at something, they would be able to remote control. I love that shit. See, that's the shit that we ain't got at the moment, and I fucking love that stuff.
I love that stuff as well. I love it when you turn up to events as well. Yannick and his dad. Yannick and doesn't matter. When I was over in Northern Ireland, there's the most insanely beautiful Legion of the Gash army when the Gash was on a cliff face on a mountain. I don't know if you ever saw it. It was just outrageous. And seeing people's creations as well as the other part as well, because it's I love TTS. Don't get me wrong, it's brilliant. It's really, really good. It does miss a bit though, because it can't not, because it doesn't have that physical creation. Me and Bud were playing yesterday. He's like, "Oh, you painted your model so well, eh?" I was like, on TTS. I was like, "Yes, I know. Yes, I know. They're all painted the same." And they're but whatever. Really upsets me how well painted the Chaos Dwarf army is on TTS, because it's way better than mine. That makes me really sad.
Yeah, there's the thing. Like, I went to the Dutch GT. A load of us went over at the start of the year, and this is a fun story. So, Jimbo, this is James Grant, absolute treasure of a man, a lovely man, and he'd been off with his family on a week or two before the tournament. He'd been off like on a skiing trip because it was like in February, and his family had flown back, and then he'd road tripped it back. And on the course of doing his road trip back, he'd picked up all the sort of alpine flora and fauna from his journey as he'd gone. And then in the back of his van, in preparation for the tournament, he then converted an Archeon and had it on top of a realm gate. And then it was like decorated with all of the stuff that he picked up through the course of his trip. So he had this like Archeon that was like, obviously a wonderful piece. He was playing like Ravagers. And then all of his army was then based and converted around the stuff that he'd collected in the build up to the tournament. And it's just like,
That's
just
so
love
good.
stuff like, it's cool, right? And
So
you can't,
cool.
yeah, and Pixels can't, you can't sort of see the integrity and the love in the hobby with Pixels. Whereas when you turn up to a tournament and someone's put all that heart and soul into it, it's great to be able to say, "Fuck, man, that's amazing." You know what I mean?
It is. It is.
You know.
Like, yeah, because it makes it all worthwhile. Whenever someone comes at shit, like to your shit, and it's like, that looks really good, you're like, are we best friends? Like, let's be best friends forever. Let's go. This is, yeah, that's so good. See, but unfortunately, like Luke says, painting is my favorite part, I think, but it's not my favorite part. But I'll go through it. Like, I'll do it to go to the event. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'll do it because I want to go and put that shit on the tabletop. I think that's the only problem I have with is how long it takes and how quickly the game moves on. Like, you know, I'm still like, what am I going to paint as my Marauders? Because I really want to play some Slaves to Darkness armies. I think they're super, super fun. Like, and I really, really want to play them, but I just don't want to do Marauders. And I don't know. And no matter what models I eventually choose, I'm going to have to choose something, and I'm still going to do like 120 of the fucks, like as like one version of a list. Do you know what I mean?
Do you want to know what mine are going to be?
What are they going to be?
If you're interested.
I am, yeah.
I'll get them. No, I won't get them. Fuck it. It's essentially it's the Corvus Cabal. So and I'm taking out all of the guys who are on the big bases, and it's going to be essentially all the basic troops. And they've got loads of like JJ, 22 months, legend.
Yes, JJ. Have you seen who our new big shout out to JJ in the chat. Big love. Also, can I just say, we were talking about favourite plays. JJ's play that he set up for Mark Wildman at Sheffield Slaughter was also one of my favourite plays of the year. That was fucking great. Loved that.
The shooting tech into the horrors with the gyrocopters.
Yeah. 11 out of 10.
Chef's kiss moment. And I think he rolled from Zinch. I think his next round he faced Zinch again. And yeah, he was doing the same thing. So Storm with Shemtech and his other shooting units to pop the horrors and give more targets for all the steam gun.
Mm-hmm. From
that's that meme or that gif of that guy tapping his forehead. That's JJ right there.
Yeah. Modern problems require steam gun solutions. That's what he's doing. Can I just also see if anyone... I don't know if you've noticed, Owen, but we've got a new moderator in the chat. Have you seen our new moderator?
No. Is he like savage? Is he like just kind of like, you know, doesn't take any shit?
He's actually crap. He's like, he was winding us all up earlier, so we muted him because he was telling us all about the raffle for ages. But yeah, welcome to our new moderator to the channel, Warhammer TV intern.
Wow. Are you going to pay him? Because he doesn't get paid anywhere else, does he?
Oh, he quit his last job and now he's here. So good luck to you, Warhammer TV intern. You're doing a great job. Really proud of you. Sorry, Owen, I derailed you there. What were you saying?
No, it's good. I was just bollocking on about what I was going to use as my Marauders.
Oh, so, yeah, I want to hear.
So basically, the concept is that the Marauders are a sort of savage tribe who essentially they pray to, and they think that Archeon is a god because they see him as the Great Crow. So that's why all of that it means that I can use all the feathers and stuff on the Corvus Cabal because they're very feathery and birdy. So yeah, all the Marauders and all of my Chaos Warriors and stuff, they've all got sort of crow iconography on them because they all think that Archeon is a massive crow. In the same way as the Gits, don't they think that like the spider riders think that the moon is like a giant egg and it's going to birth loads of spiders. So
yeah, it's going to birth a big old spider at some point.
Yeah,
but it's not going to. That sounds cool. I like that. That sounds really fun. That sounds really fun. I don't know what I'm going to do for my Marauders yet. Still, I was like obviously tempted by like, do I just do a big unit of Iron Golems? But the problem is with like kit bashing, let's say, yeah, is like they are then Iron Golems, and like a TO would be fair in saying you can't use those because those already are model. So you almost have to go third party. But barbarian models are all over the internet as STL files. So there's no way that I'm not going to go find the coolest one of those and just make some myself. Very excited about that. I think that's probably the right way to go about it, as opposed to try and kit bash some old models or whatever. There's some really, really gorgeous, like barbarian-esque models that you could use. So I'm like that weren't. I don't know when Marauders were even like fucking designed, like 25 years ago or how.
I don't know. It's the same year that He-Man came out, isn't it? Because they're like.
The guy that designed those had two jobs. One, Games Workshop model designer. Second job, oiling up men at bodybuilding competitions. That was his second job. And the second one was voluntary.
Yeah, like... His name was like Gregory Mahogany or something. It's just like... What did I see? I did see, if someone wanted to do Nurgle Marauders, a super cheap way of doing it, because there's loads of them everywhere, is Poxwalkers actually do really good... they're a really cheap way of doing Marauders. If you sort of clip off anything that's ever so slightly 40k-ish. But if you're going to do Nurgle Marauders, I would definitely do Poxwalkers, because that's cheap and quick. And I have seen a lot of people using, or some people, a couple of mates using a mixture of the Warcry stuff, but it's expensive. So, like Spire Tyrants, Scions of the Flame.
But it's expensive.
It's an expensive way to do it.
Like very, very expensive way of doing it. Like, and ultimately, when you're looking down the barrel of 120 models, like that conversation has to come about. Like, unless you were trying to like really fun, which would be like like you did 30, 40 Spire Tyrants, and you did 30, 40. I mean, that would be very expensive with Iron Golems, but you would at least end up with like a bunch of super sweet ass models as well, like that would look really fun. But then the problem is like they end like. It's not that they're monopose, but they're literally like one sculpt.
Yeah.
Like repeated time and time again.
It's. So. I have to admit, like that's the thing that I don't like about the Gargants.
The Mega Gargants.
Yeah, I mean, some people have done some beautiful conversions, and don't get me wrong, but that leg pose is the same on all of them, and I just can't get the idea of it being like the Mortal Realms line dancing troupe. You know what I mean? They just when they're all lined up, they've just got this. JJ with the blood reavers for Khorne could be decornified. Yeah, even though I'm not gonna fucking advise anyone to do that because Khorne's great. Why would you want to uncorn something? But it is from a modelling point of view, it's a great shout. Yeah.
Agreed. Also, big shout out to a very, very lovely man. A really kind fella, like who you can't miss if you ever see him. Paul Bastian from Northern Ireland is in the chat. What a really nice man. He's had to postpone his team event, which I was going to go over to next year. Were you on a team?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Wales.
You weren't in my team, though, were you?
No.
Huh?
No. I was on the team that was going to crush your team. That's the team I was on.
You were never crushing my team. We were going to fuck you up. But anyway, but yeah, lovely fella, and hopefully. He gets to run that event next year as well. Like, been nothing but a gentleman to me, and I really like him. So you should throw him some love. Also, big shout out to Stephen AOS, although who was in my team. But I didn't say this yet, but we are going to have to rethink the team name. Just saying.
Talking of which, Team Shia LaBeouf. One of my movie recommendations of the year was on Netflix. There was a movie with Shia LaBeouf, which is brilliant, called The Peanut Butter Falcon.
Peanut Butter Falcon's so fucking good.
Yeah, man.
Peanut Butter Falcon's so good. Yes.
Amazing movie. Yeah, if anyone wants to have their heart warmed over Christmas, definitely watch that, right? It's just, like a really good, like, buddy road movie vibe to it, yeah?
Really good.
I love that.
It's really, really good. Like, and just makes me want to burn everything and just, like, live the road. But I know I'd last probably till Sheffield and then die. So I won't.
Run out of jam.
And then also a big shout out to Vangelis in the chat, Van Eligus. who's been making some sweet ass YouTube videos recently. If you guys want to go check that out, and feel free to link him in the chat if you want, bud. More than happy for you to. So he's been working super hard on that. Oh, and then James Powell, talking of people who hate corn. I mean, this is your time to really just tell everyone how good corn is and how wrong James Powell is. I think. If you want to take
I don't know. I think James is just like, like you kind of try and sort of like beat up the girl that you fancy when you're in school. Then James just loves me really, and he's just trying to find a way to kick me in the balls every now and again. No, Corn. I think Corn. Okay, let's do Chaos God of the Year. Okay, Corn wins. We can move on from there. I just think Corn's like the gentleman's choice. It's got a lot of power, but it's very balanced and fair, I think, and the soups and a load of really, really wonderful things that you can do with Blood Tithe. There we go, James. Merry Christmas to you. And I fancy Owen since he took me to a nice restaurant by his house. That's cute. But I think that was after LGT, right? We all went to that Turkish restaurant together.
Oh my God, so good.
Mm.
So good. I also introduced James and Scrivo to foreign supermarkets, which they'd never been in their life. And they were like, I was like, look, we need some Velcro. Yeah, I was like, we need some Velcro, we need some throwaway cups, we need an ice box, we need hummus, yeah, we need 18 types of olive, right? Yeah,
all in the same aisle. One aisle.
And they're like, and then we need at least a watermelon, and they were like, there's no way that you'll find that, and I'm like, I can tell you somewhere it'll be. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, have you seen how much fucking fruit and veg they got outside? They can have everything. You want a sofa? Get rid of them as well.
What do you want? I want a 2-gallon bottle of Jack Daniels, a shisha pipe, yeah, and 18 different types of paprika crisp, and that's all I'll accept.
And a flowing summer dress. I'll have it all.
Yes. Oh my God, that's my favourite. Yeah,
and they're open 24 hours a day as well. Those places. Yeah.
Wait. Please confirm for my missus that you can get wrapping paper at the off license. I'm not sure she believes me. You can 100%. Get wrapping paper at the off license, which is why he was there, and that's the only reason he was there. Confirmed over the Christmas period. If any of you need me to lie to your loved ones, please do let me know. This is what I'm here for all day long. Rob, tell him you sent it me in a competition. So yes, congratulations to this person. You can just clip it and then.
Someone has asked a serious question, which is Corn competitive at the moment? I mean, general wisdom is no, because we've got not very good saves and it's a shooting meta. But there are ways, I think you can either, in my opinion, and seeing what people play online and stuff, you can go Marauder heavy, which is always really good. So like War Shrines, like Gore Pilgrims and 80 Marauders is still really strong. And then obviously I've had a load of fun playing with Archeon, but if you're going to strictly stick within the Corn book, because somebody did call me out and say your list isn't a Corn list, it's full of fucking Slaves to Darkness stuff, which is a fair comment.
No, it's not. You got Mark Corn. I'd like to see you argue with the Chaos Warrior, who's like, he's like, you're not a Corn guy. He's like, are you fucking joking me? Yeah, I've been fucking murdering people for 30 years. Yeah.
What's this branded on my forehead then?
Why am I carrying all of these skulls around on my waist?
I could just have a little feather tickler if I followed Slanesh. Damn it! So I think, there are ways to do it. But if you wanted to stick strictly within the Corn book, then the old Tyrants of Blood, Triple Bloodthirster list that was really powerful 18 months ago it's dead in the water when you've got flying gunboats and mortal wounds and brain lasers, and it's just not enough. There's no control really outside of the Slaves to Darkness Demon Prince. There's no control element within the Corn book.
It's such a mid-board army as well. That's the problem. It takes 2 turns really to apply its pressure into the opposing army, and then the fact that that's the best it can do means, and the game doesn't play like that now. The game is like you've got your turn 1 threat versus their turn 1 threat, and it's like how does that really match up and marry up? So they're just in a tough spot. ultimately. Although I would be fascinated to see what Broken Realms give to them. You got any thoughts on what you'd like to see, like just added to tip them over?
Good question. I have to say, like my whole like Broken Realms. Fuck off. My whole like Broken Realms focus has been on Sylvaneth. Yeah, I have to admit. So.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking horny for that. I'm like,
yeah, man.
I want them to completely overcook it. I want them to be like,
yeah.
Every hit with a Colonel Thunder is 8 mortal wounds. Like perfect. Yes.
Beautiful. Yeah. I'll bring out my unit of 12 again then. Bosh. What would I want in a Khorne book? I mean, they've got really solid. I think perhaps.
If you take a moment to think about it, I'm just going to quickly answer Brother Scar in the chat. He said, I'm just starting a Heed Knights to Slaanesh army, play a lot of 40k. Heed Knights to Slaanesh are in a solid place in Age of Sigmar, even if other people will tell you they're not. It's because they were broken, now they're not broken. But you can still have some great times with Heed Knights to Slaanesh armies. They're super fast, they've got great spell lore. If you want something super fun, Brother Scar, pick up their Endless Spells. The Mirror's amazing, the Wheels of Execution are amazing, they're great Endless Spells. Like, maybe it's not like perfectly synergized to create like top tier tournament army, but they're pretty brilliant, and you can have some real fun times with them. So that's just a quick one for you there. To throw some stuff out. Go on, Owen, after you.
It's funny because I think that the way that Khorne is designed at the moment really does fit the lore. Like, they don't care about dying. It's all blood for the blood gods. So whilst I would say that I would like to have some protection against the shooting, that doesn't really go with the theme. You know, they're anti-magic, they're combat, they're all about excessive amounts of attacks and excessive amounts of violence. So I don't want them to fundamentally change the play style at all. I just think that perhaps that I want them things to be a little bit better. It's not a very analytical answer, that.
That's okay. I don't think I don't think it's meant to be. I think you're right. I think the way it plays makes sense for how it plays, but it's what it's up against is the major drama. So I just think I personally, for me, I feel like it's not a very tanky army, and I feel like that's good. So I feel like I would just like to see those units that are meant to be outputty given proper output. D3 damage on a Bloodthirster's axe is fucking embarrassing. Yeah.
When a stupid fucking lizard with a staff can do the same amount of damage from 18 inches. As a little, like, I've done my 2 buffs for 70 points. I'm just going to kill that little hero over there now. Fuck off.
Someone clip that, please. Just want that out of line. Just fucking commentating. It's like, what's this Kickstarter? He's like, this fucking wanker. That's true, though. Hold on. Grinaldi's right. That is as much damage as a Mega Gargant. So really, what are you looking for, Owen? Like,
I want it all. Okay, I reckon a risk-based strategy that gives us run and charge. There we go.
Okay,
so
I would like to see more output. I think it should be if they touch you, they hurt you. Like you're like holy shit. Like, even Blood Warriors, like any of it. Like, I want Blood Warriors to be like the Plague Monks of Khorne. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want at least that level of just like, holy fuck, that's a lot of dice.
There is one really cool play that you can do with Blood Warriors at the moment, which is when you take them in Gore-Tide. That's the only access you've got. So basically, in Gore-Tide, you can chuck them with a Bloodstoker, and then you whip them. So they're going to have they get +1 to charge on their War Scroll, I'm pretty sure. And then they get +3 to charge from being whipped. Then you have the Talisman of Burning Blood for another +1 to run and charge. And then you can spend a CP, and what they do is they auto-run 6 and they gain run and charge. Mm-hmm. So they end up being like incredibly fast, and then you can make them Battle Shock immune, and they obviously pile in an attack when they die. So that's the only real run and charge I can see, apart from Archeon just being essentially run and charge because he's so fast. I know that he doesn't have run and charge, but I just think a bit more damage and a bit some more strategies around projecting that power, because there's a lot of it where you're just you're essentially screening out as much as you can, and then having to use the blood tide that's generated by half of your army being punked. And then you've really got to use that in the best possible way. It just feels that there's so much of the strategy is based around really tight auras, and when you look around at other armies,
24 abilities, you're like, what world am I living in? Yeah, no, I completely agree. I want to see blood. Like, listen, Bloodthirsters have always sucked. 40k and Age of Sigmar. Just make them not suck. I want them to be like Terrors. Like, that 4-up save is fine with me. It's fine
me
with
too.
me.
Yep.
Like, the 4-up save is fine. 12 wounds, fine. If they get there, you die. That should be the game. You should be like, that thing, if it comes near me, I'm fucked. Yeah,
And
that's what... Go on.
Sorry, you have that with the Insensate Rage. It's quite funny when you play players, and maybe you brought some Bloodthirsters because you're a mentalist like I have in the past. Then they're like, "Oh, what thirsters you got?" And you're like, "Well, I've got one Insensate Rage, one Wrath of Khorne, and one Unfettered Fury." And they're like, "Okay, fine. I'm going to worry about the Insensate Rage, but the other two, they may as well be hitting me with a pillow." You know what I mean? So I agree with you wholeheartedly.
And that's what I want to see from Heavens. I want axes from Heavens, and they're like, holy crap, the damage out of that is mental. And they just don't get it. Like, I don't see how they see like 10 Hearthguard Berserkers like up against a Bloodthirster, and the Bloodthirster's meant to lose that fight. Well, will lose that fight all day, every day. And I'm just like, for God's sakes, like. Anyway, yeah, that'll be fun. All right, listen. So it's getting towards. It's been a while. I mean, we've been longer than you thought, so I just don't want to keep you any longer. It's basically what I'm saying, but there's no way to ask that without asking you. But if you're cool, why
don't we go on for a little bit more? I'm quite happy. I've got my vegetable sausage roll right here. I'm kind of, pretty well stocked. Maybe I'll have a wee and get some water, and I'll be back, and we'll talk some more bollocks, eh? I could come up with another thing that's like, something of the year. We've had play of the year, list of the year. We need to have terror of the year, the big bad of the year. Should we come back to that?
I'm in for that.
Right.
Let's do that. We'll come back and we'll do the big scary thing of the year. Now, thank you very much to the lovely James Powell, just before we head out, who's just donated 18 quid to the show. What a little angel. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, bud. You shouldn't do anything. Fucking such a nice guy. Whatever. Idiot of the year, that's me. Hey, Sean Blake, what's up, buddy? Do you guys have an army that you tried to do because you like the idea, but find you don't like painting them? Fucking tons, JJ. Well, listen, me and Owen are going to come back in like 5-10 minutes, and we'll do some more chatting. Loads of love. Just join us again in a minute. See you soon. Just stay in the chat. Don't stay in the chat, but back in 5 minutes. Okay? We've been live for like 5 hours, so that's why. Let's go. Merry Christmas! Oh, we're back. Okay. We have had a drink. We're going to water. We're going to do 10, 15 more minutes. And then I'm going to have a lunch break. Owen is going to go and have whatever people do on Christmas Eve that's not have lunch breaks.
Yeah, the old 5 o'clock lunch break. No, I think it's one of those days where it's all out the window, right? I haven't had a shower yet today. I've only eaten sausage rolls and chocolate coins and fucking tangerines.
See, that's the weirdest bit about Christmas, right? Is you have to be way more organised than any other point of the year. But everyone's like, be organised. Like, okay, but also relax. And I'm like, it's fucking... And that must be a nightmare for you, because you love organising.
Yeah, I was going to say, it must be more of a nightmare for you. Because...
How do you mean?
Well, just, you've got a little bit of a rep. Maybe not the most organised fella.
It's true. It's
I'm going to fuck this now in the last 10 minutes. You're going to be like, get off the show. Get out. Never darken my door again. Yeah, here we go.
You're right. No,
Scrivo knows.
Scrivo does know. He's 100% right. I think that's why I'm maybe most excited about this Christmas and what we've done so far. Like, we've been on there 5 hours already. It's felt like no time. I'm going to go for a lunch break. We'll come back later. But, like, I've not got to do anything. I've just got to chat to the chat, do some painting, and, like, it's probably the best Christmas I've ever had. And it's not even happened yet, if I'm honest with you, Owen. I don't have to cook. Don't have to organise loads of people. I don't have to pretend like I give a shit. I just hanging out with the people I want to hang out with. Just be. And that should be, I don't know, that's what Christmas is. Like, I feel like in the Muppet Christmas Carol, Tiny Tim is running around, Bob Cratchit, everyone's doing their shit, and then somewhere, sat down, reading a book by a fire is me. Just being like, I ain't fucking with you guys. I'm not part of the story.
Yeah,
just
man.
out.
This is me. Just in the background, out of focus. Having a great time. Okay, Rob, I need to talk to you. How much have you actually painted today, then? You've done a lot of licking that brush.
Wow, rude. Okay, but look, so these guys. So I've done the green on them and the thing. Yeah, I've done okay. If I can get these three bloke drones done by the end of today, that'll be good. I think the problem is painting stuff when you're on air is you could do, like, I might try and do these buildings tomorrow. Because you can do buildings okay, but detail, I don't know about you, but I have to focus and I can't talk.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do any hobby when I'm that's not a good look. I got a top tip actually, based on my experiences from painting in the for the Super Series stuff.
Oh yeah.
Is obviously, if you're using the printers which give all the lines, and this is a tip from Gary, Gary from Dark Fantastic Mills, they're really good for like stippling and sponging as opposed to dry brushing. Right. And there's not a huge difference between the two techniques, but if you go for like a heavy dry brush, all it does is highlight all the ridges in the print process.
Yep.
Whereas if you like sponging and kind of stippling on, that was my little bit of painting knowledge there for you, sir.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate everyone in the chat and you and everyone for like helping me achieve like getting the 3D printers, like, because I'm like so excited because like because I've got a whole bunch of amazing looking files. James has printed some off as well, so it's been a thing that's been happening with me and James over the past few weeks. We're talking about, and he's got some stuff to bring over to me. And for me, like, the setting of Age of Sigmar is super important. Like, I think the setting of any of the games is really important as well. Like, I grew up reading fantasy books. Like, I grew up reading the story. Like, Redwall Abbey is like a place that's in my mind. Yeah, like it's a place. Same as like any of the other settings. And like, if anyone's read any Riemann D. Feist, like any of the major cities in there, like when Sethanon's destroyed or any of that, like, they become these places in your head. And honestly, up until now, like in human, like, I have to wait for someone to design something, and then you have to buy that product. But like, and I mean, the same is true now. But like, you can do so many more designs than there are producers in the world. So now we can just produce anything. Like, we can't produce anything, but like, you know, there are some designers even downstairs. So if I was like, oh, hey guys, could you do me a Gargant themed like city? They'll design one, and like, you know, whatever that costs. But you can now just produce them, and I think that's incredible because we've, like, you know, I don't know how you felt about like models. Like, we were talking about Marauders earlier. like you have to choose from a set amount, right? And that's
Yeah.
weird. Like that's not that creative ultimately, is it?
No, you can get creative in the way in which you like convert and paint them, but yeah, I think with all the 3D printing files that are out there, you can almost become like you can curate your own world. So even though other people have designed all this stuff, you can then bring it all together and then paint it in your own way. I found it really interesting through the Super Series, like seeing what everyone's doing in terms of what's available out there. And I understand it that you've got quite a lot of files off Anthony Crazy Horse, like the sort of king of 3D printing as I see it. So yeah, I'm sure you've got all sorts of worlds that you can create there. And then, like you say, if you want to make something bespoke, there are people out there, and you just say, make me a giant sort of waffle head army of breakfast warriors.
So when you were designing the train for the Super Series, and thank you very much to Mamdare for donating another £16 to the fund. So we've ended up on $569.69.
Magnifique.
Sacre bleu. There's nothing better than 69 than 269s. Was there any sort of place that, like, I know obviously you created Lotan's Ossuary. No, you didn't create Lotan's Ossuary. So sorry. The Caverns of Gastmore.
Yes, I'm so proud of you for remembering the name. I
also
really enjoy
it. It's written on the wall.
I did really enjoy, like, James really enjoyed saying that collection of words just as much as I like saying the bilious decanter. During the show, I kind of got the sense that James was really enjoying saying Caverns of Gastmore, and it's like a thing now. Well, it's in the lore. Like the Caverns of Gastmore are in the lore.
Well, I actually set them up the other day because I was filming a video, so I started I've started filming the video to make like the narrative videos for them for next year. So I was very, very excited about that. But was there a place like in your like research? Was there anywhere that like you would like to see created, which isn't terrain for yet? Like, was there anything that you came across or?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there was I did like reading Caverns of Gastmore tattoos all around. Yeah, it's like our Lord of the Rings moment, right?
Let's go.
Yeah, I did really like reading about Akshi. Hold on, I've probably got this all up there. I've got a load of notes and drawings and stuff, but yeah, there were some places in Akshi, like the strongholds of like the Khorne Bloodbound, which just sounded like, I'm not really into that sort of heavy metal aesthetic massively, but it did sound like proper, like Blood and Thunder, like your kind of fantasy version, like your fantasy idea of like a hellscape with mountains of skulls and the earth sort of cracked and volcanic and so Grinaldi, exactly, it is only volcanoes. I know
only
it's
volcanoes,
but it's just volcanoes. Like those volcano mats, like literally that's like if they had a drone above Akshi. That's it's like they've taken photos.
volcanoes.
Yeah, but yeah, there was some cool lore there, and also I really, again, based on the old Sylvaneth Battle Tome, I really enjoyed like reading about the plague sweeping through Gairan. I'm not massively informed on all this, but yeah, there was quite a lot of you had both. Yeah, you had Nurgle sort of incursion, and you had an incursion of I believe like a Nagash incursion into Gairan as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought it was. I know Nurgle definitely invaded with all of the and the plague monks and all that, and I didn't know Nagash invaded.
I think so. Gran
feels like home to me. Gran's like my home territory. If I had to pick a realm, that's right. Because Alariel and my babes, that's where we're at.
I do like that bit of lore about when like it's so fucking verdant round there. You've only got to look at a flower and then you're suddenly pregnant. It's like shit.
Yeah, when you get to when you get to the edge of the realms, like wasn't there one of the stories which was pretty like someone tried to travel out to the edge of Garan and like they just kept constantly giving birth, or something. It was just sounded horrific. Yeah.
Brother Scar might be there. Skaven.
Yeah, Skaven. Yeah, plague monks came in, and they invaded. That was a thing. Fuck, I was going to ask something.
I've got a lot of shit up here, but some of it's not correct. So yeah.
Dreadwood. I would like to see the Dreadwood created, or like what that looks like. A proper scary, like terrifying, like wood. like with like dark and somber colours. I think that would be super interesting to like finally see created. And I guess that's one of my problems with like the Games Workshop game. I don't know about Warhammer just in general. Is like you look at the terrain that they sell and they're like, do you want this plinth? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And they're like, cool, done. That's all you can have. And I'm like, it's like, I don't know about you, but like, does that feel like really weird, like weak world building? Like that, I don't know. Like, if you actually look on the terrain from Games Workshop Store right now and you go, oh, you couldn't build anything out of this. Like, really?
No.
It's just stuff. It's weird. I don't know. That's kind of where I'm
I
at.
think through the course of creating some of the Super Series terrain, I've got I think that creating your own terrain is a lot simpler and you can have it a lot more authentic than, because the kits just seem like they still sell. Do they still sell the old Wildwoods? I think they do.
They do, yeah. Sure. Do they sell Realm Gates? Because haven't Realm Gates been retconned? Or I don't know if they've been. I hope Realm Gates are still there, because actually now they're iconic.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, they're iconic.
Yeah, and I play them with their proper rules in every game, right? Who doesn't love another free teleport?
This one's I like the original Realm Gate teleports because there was risk. So you went through the teleport, you went through it on a 1, you died, and that's really cool. If they put that back in the, they don't sell them. They don't sell Realm Gates. Like, it's the Age of Sigmar. Like, Realm Gates is like the fundamental bit. It's the only bit of terrain that matters. Like, fucking nothing else. You can live in a hovel for all I fucking care, but there should be Realm Gates fucking everywhere. What?
Yeah, how are they all going to get around?
Well, because there are Realm Gates. Like, there's one city, like Hammerhall. Isn't Hammerhall bridged across 2 cities? 2 realms.
Yeah, it's between Akshi and Gairan, is it? No, I'm not a lore guy, obviously. They don't sell them, but IJ have ruled.
No, apparently they do sell them. They're out of stock.
Yeah, that's true.
They're out of stock.
Hey, do you want to hear my favourite ever?
Oh, you broke up.
One and dying.
But I do want to hear it. Please do.
Wildwood version 1 moment.
Yeah, go for it. Please do.
Am I back?
No, yeah, you're back.
So I've had a couple. Like, I've had somebody lost 3 Slanesh Fiends on the charge once. Which is,
really?
Because the old rules where you roll a 1 and they die. Yeah, but the best story I've ever heard is somebody's black coach died in a woods because they're not a hero or a monster. Then they rolled a 1 and fucking died on the charge. A whole black coach just got swallowed up by the earth. There we go. Oh my god, 4 Gorgrunters on the charge. Vanilsas.
Vanillage.
Yeah.
Vangelis is what I call him, but I've realised that that's not even the right way round because the J is after the I and the L. So fuck knows.
I'm going Vanilsas.
Yeah, Yeah.
I reckon it's a silent J, baby.
You need to be our Honest Wargamer foreign correspondent because, like, honestly, all I do is just piss people off. I'm like,
Star Wars. Yeah.
I'm like, what's your name? Be called Bob. It's easier for me. Those are having stuff run in and die. My favourite experience that I had back in the day with old terrain rules was I was playing. I can't remember who I was playing. I was playing Brian Carmichael, and I was all set up. I had Razordon's old Seraphon. Yeah, I'd given them rerolls to hit. From some mechanic, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I'd given him rerolls to hit, and I was all prepped. I'd teleported over Snake Bastillodon, by the way, with the rerolls. Yeah,
nice.
With the rerolls. So he went in, and after the charge, by the way, so after this fateful move that I did, after the charge, he went in and he killed all of the bolt throwers that I had to deal with. Like, there were 4 of them, because it was the old, like, 4 high elf list, 4 bolt throwers, the phoenixes sort of thing. And then I teleported over, and I was like, I'm going to get rerolls to wound on this unit of Razordons, and they're going to go mental. I was like, no problem on the reroll. So then I rolled a 1, obviously, because it was mystical. I was like, okay, if you roll a 1, basically they just stand there and do nothing. But I was like, no problem. I've got my Starseer reroll. This is going to be easy. Rerolled it into another 1, and I was like, oh no. Like, it was the greediest play I've ever done in my life.
Yeah. It has a habit of kicking you in the balls every now and again, AOS, doesn't it?
It does.
I always remember, Haywo just signed up.
Yeah, big love to Haywo. We all love Haywo, right?
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. In my special place, I love him.
Yeah. Right in my feelings place as well. I love Hayward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like those. Those are quite a lot of old rules, like with the teleport, with the old Sylvaneth teleport. If you rolled the 1, they just couldn't move. And yeah, I screamed like a bitch at Six Nations when Alariel rolled 1 on the clutch teleport against the Scottish captain. That made me super sad. But Rob, you know that they say that the new Wildwoods don't do anything. Almost killed Thanquil the other day with a Wildwood.
Really? How?
Well, on a 6, they take D3 mortal wounds if they're next to it. And I did roll the 6, and I rolled 2 mortal wounds. And then my opponent, Pete, rolled 1 of his 5-ups, so it left him on 1 wound. But yeah, it was such a mad game, man. Dryker almost one-shotted Thanquil.
Dryker almost one shot. Yeah, Dryker's really good. It's just there's no way to deliver her to where she needs to be good. Is surely the issue, right? Oh, anyway, we could talk about
almost only counts in the stories you tell later. Yeah. But then he did die. Thanquil did go down to his own vortex. That'll learn you. I do really like that about the vortex.
No one likes anything about the vortex. No one starts a conversation with. Do you know the thing I like about the vortex? They only get me one time.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the fact that it damages the Skaven models as well, I think that's legit. I think I really rate that. If it was... Well, no, you've got that thing where most of them like this endless spell doesn't affect Skaven units, or you've normally got it there. But yeah. I think leaning into the Sky attack or Scryer, don't at me. The fact that it damages Skaven. Just I love the fact that they're always dicing with death. So their own shit damages them. So that was part of my glorious Sylvaneth win against Skaven. It was magic.
That was very good. That's very good. Do you think that they could accidentally over-egg the Sylvaneth when they get Broken Realms?
In no world can there be not enough eggs in that Sylvaneth pudding.
I personally agree with that.
Just like it should be an egg custard. I reckon that's it. Just pure egg. Just all the eggs.
Well, I feel like Games Workshop need to follow up. They're like, they put that statement out earlier in the year, and they're like, look, this hobby's for everyone. And I'm like, good. I'm like, and also for us, like, peace tree hugging pacifists. Yeah, we need the love. So, like, Seraphon being up there is kind of cool. Dinosaurs ruling the world. That makes sense. I'm okay with it. Obviously, everyone prays to the cow god that the realms are built upon. But ultimately, we want Sylvaneth to be like, not S tier, whatever is above S tier. Auto win, turn 1, like the whole.
See, I don't even want that. I just want our strat to be legitimate. I just want our standard thing, the way our path to victory. I want it to actually be possible to enact it. Because I did have all the luck in my game the other day. I had a Branch Wraith on a Balewind, like popping out Dryads at +2 to cast into woods that were 18 inches away. It was like, what is this? This is how it should be. This is the way. It was great. But,
I want like every Wildwood you have just auto generates 10 Dryads. Like all the time, and the only way to stop it is to get into the forest. Like you've got to like turn it off. You're like, got to get to that fucking forest. Like I want them to be Bellwind, and I want them to be warp lining vortexes. Like it's not fair what happened with that book, and I want it to be Alariel as well. I want Alariel to get such. If they can do the Morathi scroll, I want Alariel to be like horrific, and like just all the way.
I mean, if you look at it, with the treatment of like the Leviathan and the Eidolon. Like they're significantly better, both as a single piece and as a sort of force multiplier.
Good point.
Like giving them a 5-up and having the ability to heal on the charge with the storm. I know that he used to have that, but it makes it much better when he's got a decent save. It's like playing with like my OBR and then moving to Sylvaneth. It's like okay, so he takes 6 mortal wounds, so he's dead. Okay, it's like like so much in the game is like got an after damage save, and to not have it is like nowhere in the book do you have it. It's really difficult to take. And I think that if it's a faction which is based around verdant life and growth and sort of being, I don't know, I'm running out of words. Yeah, I think I just think that they need to live a little longer. If they're from the realm of life, they need to live a bit longer.
Agreed. All right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Owen. It's like let's with us running out of steam a little bit. Let's have a break. Let's do that. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Like Owen needs his Christmas dinner, and he should go do it. Don't forget, we'll be live. Hey, Wo, are you free in like an hour? If you are, please do come on the show. I would love that. I'll drop you a message in a moment. I'm going to come back about 6 o'clock, so 6 p.m., so about 30, 40 minutes. I'm going to come back and carry on the show. I'm just going to have some lunch, if that's okay with everyone. It'll be fun. Merry Christmas. Owen, thanks for being on the show. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. Hey, Rob, you know you're doing it right if you're having lunch at 24 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. You are killing Christmas, baby.
That's how you
Killing
do Christmas. That's how you do Christmas. And my Christmas is going to be mainly chocolate. It's going to be good. But you guys are all wonderful. See you soon. So see you in 30 minutes, whatever, 30, 40 minutes. Come back, get some food, get some drink. Let's all chill. Merry Christmas, Owen. If we can all clap him out. And then we'll see you guys soon. Bye.